Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day of OWCS. That's right, we are back. We got to see Pacific kicking off yesterday, and who would have thunk it? Bleed Esports out on top, but now it is time for OWCS Korea. We've got the players back in the studio on LAN, and I'm here with Hex. I'm Achilles, and we'll be guiding you guys through all three matches today. Starting off with a pretty big banger, we've got Fnatic going up against ZETA.
Yeah, these two teams we expect to be at the top of the standings fighting throughout the stage as it goes. But interestingly enough, Fnatic did not beat ZETA at all in stage one. So kind of a little bit of a grudge match. Obviously, both of these teams really up at the top. I mean, in recent tournaments, ZETA played really, really well. Obviously, there's a moment that Violet would like to forget from that tournament too, but like it's a team that can be really, really strong. There are some roster changes coming in though too, because Fearless has mandatory military commitments, so they do bring in another tank with He Sung filling in. He Sung, not He Sang.
Yeah, so we have a couple little differentiations. We saw some similar stuff over in Pacific with Bleeda also making some changes to their roster, and overall, I think that went incredibly well for them because Singan was looking very, very strong. So perhaps that'll be the same case here for ZETA, but we'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this and kind of see how things are going to shake out between these squads because, like you said, this has been one that Fnatic have struggled in the past when they have met up against each other, haven't really been able to take them down. Perhaps today could be that day, but things were a bit rough, let's say, for Fnatic, formerly known as Yeti. Not that they had a decent placement. They were kind of one of the dark horses in OWCS Korea previously. Couldn't really go on that big run to really make a name for themselves, but they were still able to go ahead and get that sponsorship in the end. So I guess all's well that ends well, but they want to continue doing well.
It just seems like these teams are on different trajectories, and that's why it's going to be such an important match tonight to see where they're at in like the actual OWCS Korean atmosphere, because Fnatic had made some changes, especially that support line, which in the most recent tournaments and where they struggled was a lot of people were blaming that support line. It's a flashier, high ceiling support line when you've got Lijiang and Izayaki. Those are players who can be playmakers, but they got rid of Irony and Bliss, who were kind of just like solid. They were just solid supports, but they're not going to carry a game for you. And on the other hand, there's some times where you're looking at Lijiang and Izayaki and like, was this the right move? But they've also pared down the roster a little bit too. They got rid of Attack and Viper. So now it's going to be Checkmate in all the time. Checkmate played a lot recently. He is the jack of all trades for this squad. Viper was having a hard time fitting in, finding the spot as kind of that tracer ace because Knife can play that too. So they're pared down to 5 players. And so the roster is really, now it's just those 5. We've seen that work for teams.
We have indeed, but taking a glance, here's how everything's going to shake out in Stage 2. It's very similar to how everything shook out in Stage 1. We've got Korea, Japan, and Pacific. The open qualifiers have already been dealt with. We have our teams settled, and now it's a matter of figuring out who is going to be on top of each region. The ones who are near the top, but not quite punching their ticket through to the Champions Series in Asia, that LAN competition, will be able to qualify through the wild card. We'll get a nice LAN tournament, all these teams matched together, and then hopefully more than just the top 2, we'll be moving on to DreamHack Stockholm. I was going to say Sweden, but that's a little bit too ambiguous. But taking a look at the open results, this is how everything kind of shook out from there. Then they get boiled down into the bracket stage, and then the teams continue to compete and so on and so forth until we get our final squads, which we do have settled. And there's some very familiar faces that we haven't seen in quite some time that I am very excited to see on stage again.
Yeah, we've got some just insane matches tonight where we're going to see a lot of old faces becoming new faces yet again. I mean, obviously, this banger started off of teams that were kind of a little bit on the outside looking in Stage 1, especially ZETA division finished 3, were unable to get to the Dallas major, hurt them. But then our second match, we've got Old Ocean coming in. So that's Lijiang's team. Vec has made some changes. Poker Face will play later as well, and Poker Face made a ton of roster changes, but they have a tough struggle going on later today as they'll play Crazy Raccoon, which I think indisputably the best team on the planet. It's really hard to argue against it.
If anyone tries to argue against Crazy Raccoon being the best team in the world, they need to be checked into a psychiatric facility because they are by far and away, indisputably, inarguably the absolute best team in the world. If you win Asia, that already kind of sets the stage, but when you go on to win Dallas, etc., it just further reinforces it. Map pool, though, as we can see, pretty much, we've got a wide berth of, as far as maps that are available here. Only 3 for the control, but we'll see what ends up being picked in that regard. I think we got to see all 3 available control maps yesterday over in Pacific, so perhaps it's just going to be a similar fashion here, given that we also do have 3 matches. So ZETA Division versus Fnatic, banger to kick things off. DAEJEON versus Old Ocean. That's one I think that we have very little understanding of how that matchup is going to go.
Yeah, that one is going to be super interesting when we get to it, because Vakal's a team that struggled a lot in the first. I believe they went 0-8. If I'm correct, they went 0-24 in maps. I'm not certain of that, but I do know they went 0-8. They made some changes. Old Ocean is just a bunch of names that you're going to recognize again. But Lijiang making his grand return after, I think it's something like 1,500 days. We'll talk about all of them, but we've got great matches all through tonight. The interesting stuff about the maps too, as we blew over, is we've got the system here where a team will get to pick the map mode and the map itself, so it's not a set mode going forward. So a lot of strategy comes into play going with that. I believe last time in the Korean division specifically, we saw like maybe 3 escort map, almost all of stage 1, because just no one would pick it, and we almost never went to map 5, and it was the 5th map. So maybe more escort going on this stage.
Yeah, I think that what we kind of have been seeing as of late is that teams actually really do like playing escort, because when you have the opportunity to be able to pick that map type, we've been seeing it a ton as the second series from the losers pick. So I think that is probably, I think you're very much on the spot with that assumption. But also, of course, it is worth mentioning that in addition to the map pick, you also do have that side selection as the losing team to basically give the losing squad a little bit more of an edge, so that you can avoid potential blowout series even more so. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, especially in our first and third series of the day. But here's, it's ZETA Division. What else do you want me to say? This team's good.
탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
Yeah, so you see Hisung there is the new tank coming in. It's a really interesting spot.
팀에서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고, 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
스폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데, 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고, 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고, 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데, 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
충분히 쉽게 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 재밌을 것 같습니다.
프나틱 이따다키마스.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고, 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 진짜 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데, 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고,
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데, 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 좀 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어요.
저희 팀 응원해주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데, 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。
Well, there you go. Zeta Division putting in the effort, learning some Japanese as well, representing the org in all facets as they will make their way out onto the stage. And yes, they have had their blunders. Violet, he may have made some mistakes in the downtime between Stage 1 and Stage 2, but it's going to be back up here looking for a bit of... Revenge isn't the right word, but looking to course correct things, looking to rewrite history perhaps a bit. And we know that this team is capable of it. The biggest question is, how does Heesung look as he joins the squad?
Right. And course correct, I think, is the right thing. They were just on the outside looking in, third place in Stage 1 for OWCS Korea, and just barely missed the cut. So this is a team that expects to make majors. And yeah, Heesung replacing Fearless is kind of going to be what we see. And if it ends up being a super Winston meta, well, you might see him very early. Here is the Fnatic squad, though. And like I said, they have pared this squad down. They let a couple people go. This is your five. This is your five. And it's very much like the teams in NA that are good, the Toronto team. 5 players, that's it. This is what you're going to get. And they have the versatility to pull it off.
No, they very much do. But as you were mentioning, you know, the departure of the former support line when they were Yeti, picking up Lijiang as well as Izayaki, kind of reuniting these two support players that had played together for so very long on the Shanghai Dragons. That is not a plug and play exactly. But let's go ahead and hear from the players.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인딜 선수보다도 더 잘 할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다.
솔직히 피어리스 없는 제타는 그렇게 무섭지 않은 것 같다고 생각합니다.
제타 쪽은 좀 느린 조합이라 좀 대회에서 좀 힘들 텐데 저희가 대회에선 또 빠른 조합이 잘 먹히기 때문에 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
잘하면은 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와주시고 이제 보시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you.
Well, there they are, Fnatic, this organization recently making their way back into Overwatch for the first time in a damn long while. Got to see them all the way back in the heyday, the Alienware monthly melees, the Apex Series 2, probably Season 2 probably, is when they joined. It's been a good long while, but Fnatic is back and they have picked up a team of known quantities.
It's an organization that is really, well regaled in all of esports, so it's nice to have them into the Overwatch scene as well. It's a quality roster, and I think they're just making changes and trying to get to know each other. I think if you really watch them play with the new roster that they have, a lot of it was, you know, the one hand wasn't talking to the other. It's really just getting them to gel with that support line coming in, and then obviously here is ZETA Division. These are the players we're going to see, and really the only question that we have is, you know, when, if at all, is Heesung going to play? But you've got Bernard. I think Bernard can play pretty much everything. This is also a team that's really well set up to run a double flex support if need be, because Violet is very often touted as one of the greatest of all time on every support play, despite recent blunders. So this is a team that has a ton of versatility. Then you look at Alpha Yi. Flora is really good at most of the hit scans that you need too. So it's a squad that can get it done. And then here's Fnatic paired down to the final form.
Yep, don't have, you know, that bench to really pull from here, so it's going to be these players the whole way through, and I'm really curious to see how the flexibility is going to be able to evolve here for this squad as we start things off in this series, as we go deeper into this tournament, etc., because, yeah, you don't have those players that you can just be like, okay, quick swap out, now we can go ahead and run this tank instead. So I think that in the long run, this could be okay, because these players are they're stacked, they're great, but we'll have to just wait and see, because I think that there's been some more time to continue to develop this starting five, this roster here, and build up the synergies, because as I was getting ready to say as we were going into that Fnatic video, this isn't a plug and play support lineup. You have to very much play around them, but let's go ahead and hear from the staff.
Thank you very much, Achilles. I'm back for day one of OWCS Korea Stage 2. I have missed everyone, and I hope that everyone missed all the action in OWCS Korea.
각 팀의 대표분들 모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠는데요. 먼저 제타 디비전의 핀 선수 만나보도록 할게요.
And on ZETA side,
제타에서 힐러를 맡고
we
있는
have
핀이라고 합니다.
Finn.
네, 핀 선수 반갑습니다.
Welcome,
자,
welcome.
그렇다면 푸나틱의 이재곤 선수도 만나보도록 할게요.
네, 안녕하세요.
We have
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤이라고 합니다.
Fnatic.
네, 이재곤 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 푸나틱의 이재곤 선수.
So the first question goes to Lijiang.
이타다키마스라는
Finn said
말을
in his video
했어요.
interview, he
자,
said
오늘도
"Itadakimasu,"
제타
which means thanks for the
디비전에게
meal.
밥상을 차려줄 것인지
So, do you
아니면
think
제타의
that you'll
밥상을
be the one
엎어버릴 것인지
serving them
궁금합니다.
food, or will you guys be the food for ZETA?
밥을 안 먹었는데
네.
And
스시
Lijiang
야무지게
says
먹게.
that he didn't eat today, so
네,
he's going to
스시
enjoy the
이타다키마스
sushi
하겠다고
today.
말씀을 해주셨는데요. 자, 각오가 남다릅니다. 그렇다면 이 답변에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지도
So,
들어보고
Finn,
싶어요.
how do you respond to his answer?
제타가 일본 팀이긴 하잖아요. 그리고 푸나틱이 이제
ZETA
북미
Division
팀이기
is
때문에
a
저희는
Japanese
햄버거를 좋아하기
organization,
때문에 이제
and
햄버거를 맛있게
while
먹도록
Fnatic is a
하겠습니다.
European
네,
organization.
양팀 밥상을
And so he said he'll
야무지게
enjoy the European
먹어버리겠다라는
burgers.
말을
That's called
들어봤습니다.
Fnatic.
자, 영상에는 나오지 않았지만 오늘 경기를
Well, we didn't
끝까지
see it in
보시고
the video interview
인터뷰까지
earlier.
보셔야 되는 이유가
We,
있는데요. 바로 승리 공약이
We
걸려
heard
있습니다.
that you promised
승리
something upon
공약이
today's
이기는
victory.
팀이 화려한
So the fan
춤소리를
service
보여준다고
promise
합니다.
is
자, 이 공약
the
지켜지는가요?
dance, that they'll be dancing for the
일단 저희
fans.
팀에
So
희성이가 들어왔잖아요.
who will be the one
그리고
dancing?
이제 그 뭐지 희성이가 되게
And Heesung
릴스나 막
is
이런 걸로
the new player on our team,
삐끼삐끼 댄스라고
and he'll be
이제
doing
그
one of the
야구팀
meme
치어리더
dances
분이
that's
그런
popular
걸 항상
on
보더라고요.
social media.
그래서 저희가 추천을 했어요. 이기면은
So
저희
we
팀 중에
recommended
이제
to
POTM 받은
Heesung
사람이
that
삐끼삐끼를 추겠다.
치어리더
whoever receives the POTM will do the
네,
dance
그럴 것
for the
같습니다.
fans.
혹시 미리 보셨었나요?
저는 본 적 없고요. 희성이가 맨날 보길래.
And the question is, have you seen the dance from Heesung? And he said no.
그걸 하기로 했어요.
But he did see the
오늘
dance on the internet,
과연
and
볼 수 있을지
he
궁금한데요.
was very confused as to
푸나틱은요?
what kind of dance that was. And as for Fnatic,
사실 준비를 안 하긴 했는데
네.
오늘
honestly, we didn't prepare
체크메이트
anything.
선수가 샤워를 하면서
But
아,
as
무슨 춤을
Checkmate said
출까라는 얘기를 좀
during when he was
들었거든요.
showering,
좀 기대해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
he was
자,
talking
과연
out
샤워를
loud
하시면서
on
어떤 춤을
what
생각해내셨을지
kind of dance
너무너무
he'll be
궁금합니다. 양팀의
doing
춤
for the
사이
fans.
끝까지
So
기대해
please look forward to
주시고요.
it.
자, 그렇다면 스테이지 2의 첫 경기인 만큼
And this
팬분들의
question goes to both
응원과
players,
사랑이
as this is the
필요한
first match of Stage 2.
지금입니다. 팬분들에게
So please say a
응원의
few
한마디
words
부탁드릴게요.
to the fans for their support.
일단 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 멀리까지
Thank you so
와주신
much
분들
for
너무 감사하고
your support always,
그 기대에
and for
보답해
traveling all the way
오늘
here to the
개막전
arena
그냥
to watch our
이기겠습니다.
games. and we'll make sure to win our match today.
기대에 보답하면서 그냥 이겨버리는 승리 보여주겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면
And as for Lijiang's response
최근에 저희가
or answer, sorry,
사우디에서 성적도 안 좋았고 이제 로스터
we didn't do well during in Saudi Arabia,
대해서는 좀
and we
죄송스럽게
had a
생각하고
roster swap, and
앞으로 새로운
I feel really bad
WCS
for the
Fnatic
underperformance.
더 열심히 해서 좋은
And
성적
now that we are in
보여드리도록
stage
하겠습니다.
2, we'll make sure to work harder to perform better.
만큼 더 새로운 재미를 보여주실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 지금까지
And that is it for the team rep interview with Finn from ZETA Division and Lijiang from Fnatic. Before we head into the action, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
맵 세트 확인해 보시죠.
All right, thank you very much. All this talk of sushi, of burgers, I haven't eaten anything today. I am now starving, but I'm also starving for the matches to start, and it looks like we're going to be kicking things off on Nepal.
Yeah, Control is always going to be our first map. I believe randomly selected, some sort of algorithm, some sort of AI. It's really the only use of AI currently to date that has been useful, so it's nice to implement that. I actually don't know how it is. Maybe it's a coin flip. Yeah, so, I mean, I did want to go back and touch on this roster, too, for Fnatic, and like I said, it's been kind of pared down, and I think the nearest analog for them would be probably Toronto Ultra, the team that does just roll with 5. So it's Ultra can do it because of someone's versatility, so that's the big question for Tank is can Donghak play everything you need to play on Tank? But where I think that Fnatic maybe even has a leg up on that would be their DPS line, because I think Checkmate is extremely overlooked just as far as versatility goes. I've played a ton of Mei for this team, can play the Flyers, which we've seen be so prevalent in many different metas, the Vera and the Echo, can jump onto that Tracer if you need it. It's not a world-beating Tracer, but it's serviceable. So those are the players that I'm going to really look at now that they've gotten rid of some of the other players on the team, obviously of note, Viper and Attack, who never really felt like they were having the perfect spot on this roster anyway. So I definitely agree with the direction they're going. It's just going to be a matter of the meta presses them into heroes that they're really uncomfortable on.
Time will tell, and of course the artwork comes back here as OWCS Korea resumes, so we get to see some of the nice little fan signs that'll be coming throughout this one. It looks like we have a fairly stacked audience. People have been excited for the return here of this tournament on LAN. But yeah, I think, as you were saying, like the zoom in on Donghak specifically is where my eyes kind of go, because we know that he loves to play Doomfist, saw it a little bit, you know, in between the stages. But how much value can you get in this day and age with that Doom is a bigger question, because we've been seeing pretty much every other tank find a lot of playtime. Doom widely has just been that I got to get back to the point quickly to get the contest going type deal.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen historically from this region is if they have their druthers and everything is available to be played, you generally see a lot of dive. You see a lot of Winston Tracer, and then everything else goes into it. Unless a hero is really overpowered or some new patch comes out. You know, we saw a ton of Maga in Stage 1, a couple weeks of just a lot of Reaper, you know, so I'm really interested to see where it all falls now. I do think right now we've seen a lot of variety, but different tournaments have run different rule sets. But I do think eventually, though, you end up reverting to what are we really good at, and it usually ends up being a Winston or even a ball variant of dive for teams to start out on. Then there's a response to it, then the meta settles, and then it gets disrupted. So I'm just looking forward to see, like, does it end up stabilizing in a way that we've seen meta stabilize?
We will have to wait and see. We didn't get too many glimpses in on, you know, what a potential meta could look like as well over in Pacific just yesterday, because we had some teams that were fairly just kind of, you know, locked into what they're good at. You know, these newer squads that had qualified and we're going up against the likes of Bleed, and Bleed says, well, we can just basically run Sigma the entire time, no matter what the map is. So we didn't get too much of a big glimpse in. We learned that Magician is a very good Wrecking Ball player, but that was kind of about it. So I am curious to see, because Korea has pretty much always dictated the meta in this game. So I think that this is where we're going to start really getting those insights, especially with some of these, you know, upper echelon upper echelon squads that are going to be clashing here with Fnatic and ZETA Division.
I'm hoping it always gets down to map dependent. I feel that's always the healthiest place for the game is when metas are map dependent. And right now you will always see Circuit have a place, and teams have enjoyed going to that, and it has its very own style, which is fun to see. Shambhali's been played a lot, different styles too. So it's not just purely Winston Tracer on a dive. It's not just going to be that, I don't think. And then I think you're going to see responses from teams, but a lot to be, figured out here as we get into Korea. I'm rooting for Team Cat in Pacific, by the way, just because why wouldn't you?
Yes. I immediately, as soon as I saw the logo, as soon as I saw the name, I was like, all right, that's my team. This is the one that I'm going to be cheering for. Feels like they're a bit of a new Namakuji Bros. In Pacific rather than in Japan, because we don't unfortunately have them anymore. But shout outs to Nozzle. But it feels like they've kind of taken up that mantle. So I'm excited to continue to watch Cat, because they were doing some really neat stuff, and there was some moments where they were very competitive versus like some Bleed, who are expected to be the #1 team in Pacific. So I think that's going to be pretty sick to watch them continue to develop and see whether or not there's going to be some more flexibility from those players, perhaps. But for now, it looks like we're just making sure that everything is going to be good and settled here on stage, and then we can get the action underway. It's the first day back, so of course, now to make sure that everything is ready to go, that all the boxes here are ticked. So a little bit more time, and then we should hopefully be jumping into Nepal here.
Okay, well, here's a really important question. Do you say ZETA or ZETA?
ZETA.
Okay. I believe that's correct, but I've heard it every which way so far. From many people who should know, and I think people are just falling into. Okay, so Zeta like meta, not Zeta like beta.
Precisely.
Perfect. What's that say?
That we got that one. Number 2. This is my. What is? I'm trying to realize that, but basically saying like this is my. I'm not sure if that's meant to be boyfriend in the sense of they're dating, or my friend who is also a boy. I'm gonna translate it because we have some time.
Yeah, not sure exactly.
Basic that I should know.
Yeah, see, I'm helping you kind of learn at home as well. Looks like we had some sort of tech issue. Not certain, but we usually like to try to get the actual update on what's going on to let you know if it's a mouse or an audio or something like that. But so far, silence. It's called building anticipation. This is totally on purpose.
This is the slow burn into the Gigabanger series. that wild third act that's going to be coming through. We'll see if it. Hopefully, it does deliver. I mean, I think with some more time working out the kinks that were there that had been seen with the newer support line coming through, I think that we should have some decent expectations for this Fnatic squad. But of course, right there, Lijiang fighting sign, as Old Ocean will be in the second series. That one, I think, even though I think that is going to be a scrappier, muddier game. I'm actually super excited for that, just because of the return of the likes of Lijiang in that series. Because it's like, okay, how does he look? How does it hold up after this much time away? Looks like this issue, though, as I go ahead and wax poetic about the days of old. Looks like we're going to have a break as we fix the issues on stage, so please bear with us, and we'll be back.
모든 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하면 안 되세요? 똑같은 보수가 나오면 저희가 좀
생각해보 드실까요? 이거 할게요.
are back. Apologies for the delays, folks, but looks like everything should be good to go as we get into Zeta Division versus Fnatic. I believe that we are just about ready to hop into game here. As a reminder, Nepal to start things off. Zeta versus Fnatic. Plenty of familiar faces. I'm Achilles. I'm here with Hex, and we are chomping at the bit to be able to get started.
Just want to see some Overwatch. That's all we're looking forward to. It's always tough when you have a break before the match starts, but hopefully everything is worked out and I'm smooth sailing the rest of the way. I'm going to manifest it into the world that is what's going to happen, because I'm really excited to see how these teams face off against each other. I think everyone kind of has an idea that the top two teams in this region, obviously Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. Crazy Raccoon, I think, in one of the most recent tournaments, dropped 2 maps the entire tournament, so they were even a cut above Falcons. And then these two teams are going to be fighting for that 3rd spot, you would imagine, going forward. But a lot of competition yet to be played as we get into our first map of Stage 2 OWCS Korea. Let's go.
Huzzah! God bless the ability to hear the dubstep button and know that everything is ready. Right, we're bringing that back. As let's see, we're going to be jumping on to Shrine here to start things off. And for now, Alpha Yi at the ready with that Echo.
It's an interesting matchup too, because I think one of the most important things to look at is, you know, oftentimes we look at tanks and DPS, but I think this matchup specifically, the support lines are going to be the big questions that we want answered.
And that they are. Well, it looks like we're going to have quite a bit of differentiation here as Lijiang not so unexpectedly going to be coming out here with that Lucio, but we've got an Ana for them. DAEJEON is going to be starting things off on this Wrecking Ball, crashing his way into the back line, just getting a little smattering of damage down there to start things off. We now begin the neutral fighting. Now, Alpha E, of course, going to have a lot of pressure on him to try to control the skies here versus Checkmate. We're seeing Alpha E playing a hell of a lot of Pharah as of late. But DAEJEON under fire, trying to be hounded down, but Lijiang swoops in, managing to keep Flora at bay here for the moment. So Hill's not going to be found quite just yet, but Zeta Division, they force Fnatic back, gotten them off the point as they look for this opening cap. Checkmate going to be taken down, Knife, DAEJEON both under some fire, the shielding coming through, trying to keep that Wrecking Ball alive. Cap is in though, Zeta Division now in control, and DAEJEON is dead.
Yeah, some nice PO for Fnatic early on. Obviously, you know, keeping DAEJEON alive, and then again to keep Izayaki alive. But it's what you didn't see on the screen happening there too. I mean, you got Alpha Yi in the sky able to take down Checkmate. Of course, Echo is a really good Pharah counter. We'll go to another pause. Checkmate does get off of the Pharah, goes over to an Echo of their own.
Well, looks like maybe the issue might be continuing.
It's fun. It was fun while it lasted.
It was.
Yeah. So
we got a fight. That's something to talk about.
It's a good fight. So it was Zeta with the pause. Apparently it's a mic issue from Bernard.
I believe it might just be a continuation of what we were seeing before, though. So ideally, get that taken care of and get things underway once more.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, especially on controls, and obviously the different stages and different maps are going to play into it. We might end up seeing a lot of these different flyers, of course, being Pharah and Echo. We've seen a lot of it in very recent tournaments. They're both really good carry potential, and you want to play the Pharah just with more consistent damage to be able to get control the skies and be able to get the splash damage around corners, play a little safer. But on the other side, Echo is kind of that Terminator in the sky. Not only a decent counter to the Pharah, but able to just execute people with the beam.
All right, well, this time, quick to fix. We're right back into it here. As for now, DAEJEON swinging back around, has rejoined in nearly towards that minefield here. Support ultimates, though, severely lacking on the side of Fnatic. I mean, you see Izayaki, normally that Ana's going to be a really fast build time, only at 61%. Meanwhile, Violet has that beat online. Finn about to have the Kitsune rush as well. Zeta Division in a very good spot as far as the ult economy is concerned. As they look to try to zone these players back here for now. Push forward, just keeping Knife on us, forcing him away. Minefield going to be dropped in. The pile driver not going to be able to clip on anybody, so no one really going to get caught up into this one now. The pulse bomb comes through from Bernard, taking that one away. Kitsune Rush going to go in. Big ante on to 4 players, but Violet still holding the beat. Is not off to drop it. Saves it. Knowing their limitations here, it would seem, as Alpha E does overextend quite a bit. Ends up getting to take it down. Checkmate able to win out the fight with the help of the Nano, as Finn will fall as well. Violet now, the one going to be focused fire, taken down low, and will get finished off. So it looks like the flip should be coming through here. So get the finish on Bernard, who will just be saving that self-destruct for the next fight. So flip can come through, but it's going to be 75% built up just about for the side of Zeta Division.
I've been so impressed with Checkmate in the last several times I've seen them play, just able to pull almost any hero out. The big problem for ZETA Division is that they had beats early on, but never able to find a place to use it, and it's rare that you see Violet with a beat and you're kind of just worried about it now. I mean, there's some ramifications from the last plays we've seen from him.
There have been, as old Violet. He's looking to really make up for it. Take down Lijiang before he can find his own beat, and now beat's going to be invested. Dupe there for Checkmate, but immediately going to be broken out of the dupe to D.Va Mech. As ZETA gets taken down, and that is going to be the counter flip right back into the favor here of ZETA Division. Only 28% accrued for Fnatic, as they now will basically only have a beat and a pulse bomb versus 3 ultimates inside of ZETA Division.
Yeah, perfect timing on that beats. Now they're going to have to engage with Lijiang's beat, but ZETA's going to know this right now, looking for early executions to the back line, making sure that they can't get set up for a very powerful beat.
Oh, looking for the pulse bomb attack. Knife does manage to shut that one down. Beat now going to be in the play here for the 5 remaining players on the side of Fnatic. And that shielding as they threaten to flip it. Overtime going to be ticking away as well, so they have to be cautious. ZETA Division, they slow things down a bit. Alfie mid the dupe. Tries to build up towards that Casino Rush, but will not be able to get it in time, so Dupe's about to expire. Donghack rolls around in towards their spawn, looking to try to cut them off. Minefield available to get into this choke, into this tiny room, and drop those mines down. This could be devastating, but doesn't quite have the timing, can't get in a position fast enough. In the meantime, Finn now has Kitsune Rush available, immediately pops it. Mines come through. Donghack looking to try to make this point a little bit more unassailable, but quick clear out as Alfie nearly booped into one. Does manage to stay alive as they seek some stability. Violet's so surging up towards that next one. Just 22% left to go as Knife is going to be taken down too with the opening headshot. Might just win them this round. For time starting to bleed away. Donghack down to half HP. Izayaki being focus fired, being picked off. Spinar finds a melee hit. Lijiang trying to exit. Now just corralled here into the corner. Wall riding, trying to be elusive, but cannot. The cleanup is going to continue. The overtime will burn down. And ZETA will claim the opening round.
That opening kill on a Tracer is enormous. It just really releases the pressure valve on the back line. Tracer's unable to assail them in the back. And yeah, Donghack has been annoying as Ball, but it hasn't really been enough to get ZETA off their game plan. I mean, every time he goes in, they kind of just shoot him and then he runs away. It's just, the pressure hasn't really been there. It's like, yes, he's there, but it's not been game-changing on this ball play. And I think a lot of people anticipated from the last patch that D.Va was going to be very strong, and you're seeing it right now. Bernard has been a menace. He's eating up all of these things with the matrixes, and he's everywhere. It's such a strong dive hero. Now we'll see some switch-ups. Fnatic, Checkmate is going back to one of his better heroes in the Mei, and this is a perfect stage for Mei. It always has been.
Yep. And Bernard, well, let's have that spear that he can spin to try to go ahead and absorb some of this damage. Seeing how much that comes into play, but Donghack similarly with this D.Va, not something that we're used to seeing too much of. And tried to deny Flora's own Blizzard away. Neutral fighting for now. ZETA Division going to be held at bay. Fnatic have the inside track and is playing around this mid ground here, keeping them held into the side room. And eventually, ZETA Division is going to have to hit the go button. I mean, Violet and Finn, they're widely okay with this because they are just racking up an immense amount of ult charge. Once again, surging well past Lijiang and Izayaki. As they try to push out, the walls start raising on both sides. Checkmate playing forward, going to be moved back, goes into the ice block, will be safe for now. And it seems like the game plan here for ZETA is going to be allow them to get the cap and just get these ults online and then hit the go button. Now starting to push their way out. Beat's ready, so is the Kitsune Rush, and this is the upper hand held here by them. Checkmate at the same time, though, does have that Blizzard available. Beat gets dropped from Violet, the push forward coming in, the Blizzard trying to peel them back, but fortified pop by Bernard just pushing forward it. Able to disregard that Blizzard, and disregard it they shall as a team as the cleanup now continues. And ZETA, they play it patiently and they are rewarded.
Yeah, it's just perfect patience too, and Fnatic, that's everything you want with that setup. You want your Mei, you want your Symmetra, and really you would love to get first control of the point, and then usually you just fall back, play around the point. Then once the team tries to get on you, then you wall them in, wall them off. Now Wall is going to be up for the Symmetra here. I really want to see variants of Symmetra play from a lot of these teams. Don't keep doing the same thing. Don't teleport to the same spot. Don't always take the teleporter. I think a lot of people play the Symmetra in a very predictable way.
For now, it's going to be TP wraparound onto that left side flank at the point. For that flip here into the favor. It's only 30% built up so far from inside of ZETA Division as that Amp Matrix tries to create some space. Alfie, though, some stickies across but cannot find any kills, and it looks like widely the fight's going to be good for Fnatic to flip now into their favor where they can go ahead and gain the lead. More ults close to being built up here. Violet gets a decent amount of charge there in that fight, but it's like they want to pursue forward, see if they can find any additional staggers, but widely, the few remaining players from ZETA get out alive.
Symmetra is so good on this map too, and it just really puts you in a bind of, do we defend the teleporter, do we not? It really is that mobility that your team is missing, set you up in really good spots. Looking for a play for Alpha Yi here to maybe open things up, because there's not a ton to contest him in the sky.
Wall to try to go ahead and block off the assault here. The push forward, Flora falling low. Iceblock's been burned. Does manage to go ahead and get that Blizzard down into the corner, but Finn's going to fall as the beat comes through from Lijiang. Committed, however, is Violet. Sends it, and Alpha Yi has the dupe here onto the Diva with the self-destruct nearly built up. Has it at the ready. Sends it to try to clear out the point. Dupe will be broken, but Checkmate going to be taken down moments before he would have gotten his own Blizzard online. Violet, however, picked off. Knife able to find Bernard. Fnatic still maintaining control here of this point and winning out the fight, all things considered. Knife going huge with the Symmetra.
It does just feel like a compositional advantage right now for Fnatic. The Mei and Symmetra work so well in concert with each other that, yes, Alpha Yi was able to get a nice duplicate and then, you know, a bomb goes off, but that's not enough. ZETA's going to just full on go to a dive here with a Tracer and Windspin swap.
Finn, though, taken down. Knife able to get on top of him somehow, and now Violet picked off as well. That should be this round completely done, dusted. To be frank, I mean, Izzyaki will fall. Alpha Yi is able to find one, but Checkmate, he's got another Blizzard still at the ready. Hadn't had to use it because he died right before he had it in the previous fight, so there you go. Access denied by the Mei wall, and that's going to tie us up, so Village very much in the hands of Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Checkmate is just a superior Mei player, and we've seen a lot of the Mei play come out from Checkmate. I think it's what allows them to go to this kind of roster, is knowing that Knife can play a lot of really good heroes, but really Checkmate is the engine that makes this go. Can play the Flyers, can play the Mei. Like I said, if you really need to run a Tracer with a hit skin as well, Checkmate's got that in their pocket too, so just a compositional advantage. The Symmetra gave them fits. They never knew if it was coming through or not. You can't rotate one way because the teleporter's there. They don't take the teleporter, so really well played by Knife as well. You know, this composition worked out really well for them, and it looks like they're going to run it again. Unless there's a switch here. Nope, right away.
Yep, straight out the gate. Stick with the same stuff. Can play well enough here on Sanctum as we'll get ready to see. ZETA Division figured out how to really counteract what was going on, and can they shut down Knife, because the biggest factor for them in that final fight. But I think, you know, neutral fighting here for the side of ZETA Division, you know, they can still continue to play out patiently, much like we saw at the start of Village, but a bit more space to work with. It's harder for them to get completely locked off of angles and get locked away from that side access.
Yeah, the question is where you're going to find value as Mei here. If the team doesn't want to fight on the stairs, then you're fighting out in the open, and Mei gets significantly worse.
Push forward, just continued aggression here up towards the high ground. Spear going to be spun, looking to shove them back, and Violet able to find one. Checkmate's going to be taken down. Not sure if that was into the pit or if it was just a kill coming through. Been the one trade to be found thus far here, but ZETA Division HP bars are looking steady as Violet, keeping himself and everybody else alive for the most part. And Donghack, yep, the peel will come through as he gets broken out of the mech by Alpha Yi Sticky. So first cap going to be coming through as Donghack just goes for the quick reset.
And now the question is for this composition for Fnatic is, how are you going to re-engage? Are you going to wall off one side, try to get into the stairs again? The composition is much better when you have control of things. We're going to see Donghack go off of the Diva onto a Sigma as well, just for even a slower, more controlled push, rather than the Diva, which could maybe dive and counter the flyer of Alpha.
Now Fnatic trying to work their way forward here with Donghack on that Sigma. See, HP is falling lower and lower for him. Flora trying to stay tucked, but eventually does get found out. Knife able to find that kill, and that makes it Donghack that much more protected. Stunned up for a brief moment, but now Animation is going to be in play here from Izzyaki. Alpha Yi up and over the top as the sound barriers come through from both sides. Cine Rush now going to be committed a little bit later from the side of Finn, just trying to elongate these support ultimates as much as they possibly can. Dupe here onto the Mei from Alpha Yi, trying to build up towards that Blizzard. Rapidly is rocking this up, and as Donghack falls, Blizzard will hit the floor, and so do all the corpses here on the side of Fnatic.
Is that a full-on ace for Bernard?
It might have been.
It was pretty close. I know he got a destructible in there somewhere, but I think it might have been an ace, but really just good dupe target from Alpha Yi there. It's the perfect target to go when you're fighting on the point with the Brawl. The Mei has always been kind of this half-tank hybrid, so be able to pull the Mei there and get all the control, allowing Bernard to clean it up. Now, ZETA Division one fight away from winning the first map.
Teleporter going to be dealt with. Knife, Photon Barrier is alive. Blizzard there as well. Trying to get that through Bernard, but Of course, the Terra Surge, if they try to occupy the point, can come into play. TP down as the Photon Barrier goes up. Just looking for the turret set up here. As much as humanly possible. Minor contest coming through, but inevitably the flip is there. Fnatic now in control, starting to get their first little bits of percentage. ZETA Division just one fight away from being able to take this as Violet continues to poke and prod. Teleporter, a bit of a bait. Nothing really going to be taken there. The neutral fight continuing, just trying to see who can come up with some value. Lijiang having to tuck away, but no Finn able to find a headshot. That should be the go button here for ZETA Division as the beam comes across, and Izayaki dead as soon as he commits to that Matrix. They're trying to get it off on a flank, but ends up just getting absolutely annihilated for that attempt. Or Pulse Bomb going to be going wide, but Checkmate nowhere to go. Gets taken down, and that should just about do it. I don't think anybody's realistically going to be able to get the touch. It would have to be on Lijiang. But so far, not going to be coming through. Nope, yep, they do have the contest, but Lijiang gives his life for it. And they try to get the mate into position. No, they cannot. Just a hair too late with that TP onto the point. ZETA Division will be able to take Nepal 2-1.
And if you think back to Shrine as well, when the fights that they really needed, these final fights, they were just headshots coming in from Finn. Just able to take down a Tracer in the first fight on the first stage, and able to take down Lijiang. Those are, especially when you're in 5v5 Overwatch, that's insane. It's such a huge advantage. They're playing so patiently, and it's because they're able to build up these early leads that they don't have to worry about really trying to push towards the end. They can wait for Kitsune Rush, they can wait for a pick, and that composition they're playing against is kind of a slower composition, and if it's not slow, it's telegraphed where it's going to go with the teleporter. So really well played there. Obviously compositionally outplayed on Village, but this is the ZETA Division that we're expecting. Close match though so far.
Yeah, I think a lot closer than we might have anticipated. Donghak also showing off quite a bit of different picks there. That Diva on Village in particular looking good. But that's map one. Done and dusted. Nepal out of the way. And of course, Fnatic, they're going to be having their map pick as well as side selection coming into the next one. So I'm curious where they opt to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they just maybe go for something like Flashpoint, something where they can run a little bit more dive-centric. So we'll have to just wait and see what they opt into.
Yeah, I mean, anything where ball would be good might end up being a good play for them, but still a lot to be learned and figured out as we enter into the second stage. I mean, who knows? I wouldn't have expected a pure Maga week that we had in the first stage either. So right now, I think everything's pretty balanced. So it's going to be really interesting to see where things settle. I think you're going to see a lot of strong Diva, and I think you are going to see compositions, especially on Control, that are going to be stage-dependent compositions.
Yeah, we're still flying in the dark a little bit here, so I'm curious to see how everything is going to continue to develop as far as the meta is concerned, what the map, preferred picks are going to look like, given that we do have a slightly different pool compared to before. Route 66 is out, etc. We have Runasapi now in. So I think that there's still a lot yet to be learned. And it's going to take a little bit, it's going to take maybe like a full week of play, maybe two, to really start seeing, once we kind of have all of the teams uncovered, figure out which players are the one tricks, which teams are going to be the most dominant alongside Crazy Raccoon, etc. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see what that map selection is going to be. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about to find out what this map pick is going to be here from the side of Fnatic. Competitive on the first one there in Nepal, and it was a bit of a long-awaited map, but we have finally gotten through it. You can see a little bit of kerfuffle over here on stage on the ZETA division side, and that's because we are going to be having a substitution. So here in the opening series, we will be getting to see Heesung perform as Bernard steps away.
Yeah, he's like a player probably not a ton of people are ultra familiar with. And in my limited research on him, just a ladder monster on the Korean servers and Overwatch, plays almost everything, a lot of heroes, a lot of different roles, generally plays the tank. And our assumption is that he's trying to fill that fearless role. Probably going to end up playing the Winston for this team. Probably going to end up playing the ball for this team. You know, some of the few gaps in Bernard's hero pool is why you sign someone like Heesung, but not a ton of high-level professional play for this player. So trying to maybe get the nerves out here early for ZETA, and makes me think that we're going to see a map that is conducive to a Winston or ball style of play.
No, we'll see what that's going to be. In all likelihood, it's not going to be Circuit Royale like we saw yesterday in Pacific, but it's going to be Dorado, which, yes, will be a bit more Winston and ball-centric.
Yeah, it's Fnatic's pick, so that also makes sense too. Let their tank play what they're familiar with, but I don't believe Dorado was in our pool in the first stage, so something new here. It's been a map that's been in pool in different tournaments, but still haven't seen a ton of it been played. An interesting map, one of the old school maps. A lot of people have a lot of strong opinions. Dorado seems like a very divisive map. You know, it's not like King's Row where everyone's like, all right, it's King's, it's fine. Dorado is like, you either love it or you hate it for whatever reasons that you have. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays, but it's a map where you almost have to play a high ground tank. It's a map where Winston has almost always reigned supreme, especially on first point defenses. You're just kind of holding that top building, jumping down, jumping up, and being really annoying in that. And then obviously you get to second, you have to be able to do something and take high ground. It's also a map where you can't really play Tracer all that well either, so it's going to be interesting to see what the damage players want to run.
Yeah, I think likely going to be seeing still quite a bit of, air control coming through, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have the echoes there for the likes of Alfie as well as Checkmate, but then perhaps just pick up on the Ashe, go for that long, sightline damage. Curious to see what happens, because obviously if there is going to be ball play, the Ashe can be pretty vulnerable when it comes down to the dive, but Ashe is going to be safer than Widow. But ultimately, the balls are in the team's courts. So we're just here, we're along for the ride. We're just waiting to see what they got, what's been workshopped, what these guys have prepared in the downtime, getting ready for Stage 2 to start. There's a lot on that sign. I'm not going to be able to read all of it.
I wasn't going to ask you. I felt like I put you on the spot a little too harshly early, so I know that, your literacy is stronger than mine in both Korean and English, for that matter. So just, if you can read it at home, go ahead and read it. I mean, I will bust out some literary references when we talk about Old Ocean, because, it's a Hemingway reference, but, that'll come when it comes. And now I have to, read the Spark Notes on it. It's been quite a while since I've gotten to that book. So yeah, I mean, the big thing to look at here is to see what Heesung can do for this team. Obviously, incoming as a rookie, on stage, new team, in front of people, there's a ton of factors, and you either rise to the occasion or really shrink. I think just having a solid performance would be good for Heesung's confidence. So we have Heesung, Heesu, Heesung. I'm just waiting for He Sings. He Sings is the next one, I think, logically.
This one saying, it's very difficult, or it's too difficult. Something to that effect. I'm doing my best when we have these popped up, but yeah, we will hopefully have Heesung ready to go here in his seat. Looks like we just got some staff out. Make sure that this player is going to be nice and cozy, because you mentioned it, the nerves, that is something that we can see rear its head from time to time when you have a player kind of getting out onto a stage like this for the first time, the fans right there in front, as well as being on just a monstrous organization, for that matter. I mean, the players, even learning Japanese to be able to send well wishes over to the Japanese fandom is impressive. But it just goes to show just how important that is, because ZETA Division is an insanely popular org. Right there alongside Crazy Raccoon is kind of like, the top two, at least in the FPS scene, as far as the Japanese fandom is concerned.
Yeah, but beyond that, I mean, this organization and this team, this roster has high expectations. This is not like you're a 6th or 7th place expecting team and you're just gonna break yourself in and get used to it. This is a team that expects to win, and they expect to win every matchup, and they haven't lost to this Fnatic team. Of course, a little bit different rosters, but they would like to keep that streak going. So 1-0 going into it. Fnatic's map pick is Dorado. Heesung, rookie, coming in. And, it's maybe not 1-for-1, but essentially replacing Fearless. I mean, that's a big shadow to step out of.
No, it certainly is. And it's unfortunate for Fearless. Obviously, it was nice to see him back on stage for a brief little period of time, but came into that one tournament cycle and now has to go ahead and take care of his military duties. But looks like we are ready to go, so we can get into Dorado and start to piece together the mystery of what these teams are going to be piloting. And surprise, surprise, Winston.
It's always good to hear the crowd in there, get the chants going yet again. Yeah, you always know what the defense is going to run. You never really want to jump the gun too early on offense, but it's no surprise that both teams are going to be running Winston. The question is, are you going to run variations of it? Winston in Brig is always good because you get the packs going up there. Obviously, an Ana is good for the nanos to throw in there, so that's kind of the ideal setup that you want to run. And then Flora and Alpha Yi going to take up the mantle. Obviously, Ashe, always very good at this map. It's going to be interesting to see what Alpha Yi gets done. The first point's not terrible, but once you start getting into the really high ground focused areas, Tracer just has a hard time. It just takes longer to get where you want to be.
All right, well, Dynamite up over the top here from Knife. Just looking to keep Alpha Yi nice and honest. Kind of surprised that we don't actually see any aerial combat here. As for now, it's going to be forced away, but Heart's steadily going to start inching forward. Heesung wanting to bring an end to that. Makes a quick appearance and an exit up onto the high ground, not wanting to overstay his welcome. As Sleep Dart going to be going wide. Knife, though, down low, pursuable, but checkmate. Going to be able to find Alpha Yi, and that's going to be the big pursuer now dealt with. So backline going to be feeling that much more at home now that Alpha Yi's been taken care of.
Yeah, two players that necessarily Tracer's not their #1 hero pick, so interesting 1v1 there. And one of the reasons that you're going to run a Tracer, not a Flyer, is all of your focus should be going to your Winston. Knife picks up a 2-piece. Should be a very quick first take.
Yeah, minor little revenge there on the checkmate, but ultimately this point is going to be lost. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get back in time unless Alpha Yi can really do some good delay tactics, but ultimately it's probably best to just get set up for this point B defense, and that's exactly what's going to come through. Is it's a monstrous time bank here from Fnatic, clearly feeling right at home and very comfortable here on Dorado.
Yeah, a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory, not going to matter there, and this is the area that you're going to see teams battle over up top. You want to keep your tank up here for defense, allow your Ashe to really just pump in as much damage as possible, stay safe until you see a target that may be isolated, pushing too far on the offense, then you can get a dive in, but Winston's going to just be playing defense up here as Heesung.
It's going to be the Nano, first early build here. He's been able to get that up a little bit faster than Izayaki, but they're not finding too much here off the back end of this. He's trying to get that Primal online, give him a little bit more staying power, but Donghak still has him beat in that regard. So a minor slow up, about 50-some odd seconds burnt here, as Izayaki eating quite a bit of damage from the flank, tries to keep himself alive. Final nade used, and ultimately the passive healing coming up from Lijiang will be able to sustain their Ana. So now Nano coming through, Donghak up onto the high ground, just zapping away at Heesung, takes him down low, but not able to find any kills as the Bob will now move forward. Push back, whip shot sends him down to the low ground. As the cleave starts coming through, looking for the juggle here on the Finn, and clearly Sleep Dart had to have been expended because Donghak does not receive one. Pulse, but at the same time, from Alpha Yi, able to find a target as Izayaki will fall, but he's eventually going to be taken down just 2% away from having that Primal online. And that could have been really good time buying a really good ult cycle for the side of ZETA Division, but they miss out on it.
Slept early, Donghak, but then was able to wake up and just Primal himself out of it. It had to be expected. They didn't see Primal yet, and after just coming off of the Nano, you expect that Primal to be online. So Fnatic will keep pushing here. Checkmate again gets the better of Alpha Yi in this battle of the secondary Tracers, if you will.
And now everybody clustered here onto the high ground. Falls Pump is ready, lobs it down to the ground, cannot find the stick. Checkmate still looking for a little bit more, but ultimately will have to pop the recall, drop back down with the rest of the team. Hart decently close here to point B as Heesung now trying to juggle around this Tracer, but that's going to prove to be maybe a little bit difficult. So Alpha Yi wants to also try to get involved. One more hit, they finally find him. All Lijiang had to really do was just push forward, but it looked like he was hesitant, even just to try to go up against the Tracer. Rally rolling, though. Violet looking to lead the charge. They go crashing across, finding 3 players. So cleanup going to be nice here from the side of ZETA Division, who finally have some semblance of control.
Yeah, I think the Winston juggle there was just playing bodyguard, trying to defend a possible recall so that the Tracer just definitely can't get out. You want to secure that kill after expending 2 juggles on a Tracer in the corner as a Winston. So that will be a stabilize on the defense. Now the question is, does ZETA Division have enough time to get back to where they want to be, to get the setup? Because they are going to have a Nano Winston ready to go. They want to be able to fight on the high ground and fight a little bit spread out, because I think Fnatic is going to try to brawl in. You want to get some value out of this rally.
You can hear the outcry from the fans in the arena. Looks like we are going to be having another quick little pause, though. Seems like this time it is going to be in the Fnatic camp rather than ZETA. So if it's the same issue, we should have worked out a fix. So it should hopefully be a quick one to deal with. I'm getting word here that it is going to be just a minor sound issue on the side of Donghak.
Man, these tank players really slowing us up.
What are they, audio files? I couldn't hear this the proper frequency on that Ash Dynamite. Therefore, I must call a pause. Seems like those the admin hands it back. We should be hopefully good to go.
Looks good. Got good techs on the stage here. Usually everything's resolved pretty quickly. Now you got to check it, make sure it works. But yeah, the crowd is my spirit animal there in that moment. Gotta love that.
Yeah, I mean, even though the last 2 have been, very quick fixes, the first one obviously a bit longer. The more it happens, it doesn't matter if it's like 5-minute fixes, 10-second or 5-second fixes, 5-minute fixes, whatever. Every time you just see that pause come through, you're just like, oh no. Just expecting the worst, even though it probably isn't.
Yeah, also it's just, it's in the middle of a fight, the middle of a momentum. You're into it, you're ready, and it's like, oh man. You can expect breaks and pauses in games that have them built in. No one's really bummed out when you go to like commercial break in football because you see it all the time. So you're not really expecting pauses in Overwatch. So it's a bit of a buzzkill at times.
Very true. No one wants their esport interrupted, but as far as the timing is concerned, it at least is in a somewhat decent position given the recent chase forward and win going the way of ZETA Division. So it's not like we're right in the middle of something, but we can now get back into it as the game is resumed.
Now we're not paused mid juggle. So Fnatic going to rotate now, not going to bang their head against the wall and try to just get up at top. They've gotten enough position here to be able to take over top side.
Sleep up, sleep just going to be held, but Finn just dies. Donghak able to just come away with that one. I believe there was a Bionade lobbed in as well, but yeah, kill confirmed, and that is going to be push now resumed here for the side of Fnatic. Bob nearly online here from Knight, just 6% away. As Donghak just going to go for a juggle. Flora going to be taken down, looks for a little bit more here. Just keeping them all shoved back. Both supports now being pushed away. 3 meters left to go here for the cap on B. Quick little coach gun out from Knife, able to dodge that pulse bomb. Violet finding one, but now Nano out on the checkmate. Dive into the back line here from Heesung as he tries to build up the primal, has it ready to go. And last ditch effort here, last second contest coming through from ZETA Division might just be enough to go ahead and maintain control. And yeah, with the Dynamite taking down Knife and Lijiang getting juggled to death, that will be them getting this cart locked in place. But Heesung dives in way too far, ends up getting punished, and that's a window of opportunity here for Fnatic to try to exploit.
I mean, they had to win that fight. They committed so much to it to come back, did ZETA Division, so really well played. And like you said, there is a small window open now where Fnatic can come back, but Winston Super Mobile should be able to get back here, just not in the perfect position. Not much on the board, but ZETA could use this Bob defensively, and we're down to a minute here, so we might be approaching final fight, depending on how quick this one pops off.
Considering that it all started with 5 minutes and 20 seconds in that time bank, ZETA Division have done well to drain this one down. It was a non-contest on point A, but point B, they have been giving it their all, and they've been holding on here by a thread. Fnatic pulse bomb nearly up, but he said the Bob at the ready, but it's the only thing that ZETA also have to play with. They have to try to cycle something up here in this neutral fight across these next 40 seconds.
Donghak just taking a ton of damage, gonna have to slow his roll and has back up to get healed up.
burning
Checkmate's
down.
got pulse.
Dynamite expiring, trying to hit the headshot there, take down Alpha E, or at least soften up that Tracer, but he's unable to do so. Actually eats quite a bit of damage in exchange and will be hounded down. Alpha E swooping in off the back of the setup there from Flora. This is Yaki now under fire, taken out. Alpha E finding that kill, looking for a little bit more of the die forward as they try to just hound down Lijiang, get rid of that Brigitte. Part in the meantime has rolled back a considerable distance, but Violet eliminated. Both supports gone here for the side of ZETA Division as they seek some stability, but Checkmate now going to be eliminated. Donghak desperately needs to try to get that Primal online. Has it, pops it, is still going to be here in the fight. Once again being brought forward. The Sleep, however, shutting down the Primal for the moment as he looks to make his exit and join in with the rest of the team and actually gets the displacement here on the Flora. He sends out the Bob and his dying breath. The rally now rolling to the side of Lijiang, trying to stay alive and still under fire. And he'll be able to confirm the kill. Sleep Dart comes through, a minor bit of heal here, sought from the side of Fnatic, but as he wakes up, he finds his Iyaki Donghak dead, and that is going to be the cleanup. Nothing more that Checkmate can do. Hart will rest just in front of point B, the closest they got, I believe, 3 meters away. So dangerously close, but no cigar. They can't get that extra time.
Yeah, really tough for Fnatic there. Like I said, it was Donghak taking a ton of damage on the Winston as he was trying to pressure down the Ashe. It actually ended up helping Fnatic a little bit because he would pressure down the Ashe, jump back up in the corner, and then Izayaki was charging that Nano so quickly. They were almost set up in the perfect spot where they wanted to be, but ZETA didn't allow them to get it done. They took down Knife. They still forced out the Nano that had to happen, and then really nice cleanup from Alfie. Alfie's been losing the Tracer 1v1s, but he's getting a little more value on backlines and cleanups. And then, hey, good for Heesong. A nice little finish out for the map for the new tank coming in for ZETA Division. And nice juggle mechanics. So we'll see what they can pull off on the offense here. Definitely winnable.
It certainly is. The win condition is set up, and this is a bit of a gamble here from Fnatic. Checkmate going to be taken to the skies with that Pharah, can have the really fast flip over to, you know, a potential counter, whether it's a cast from Flora or an Echo, if not both, to really just try to mitigate that Pharah's impact here. But
so my question is, with that is, you know, Donghak might have to play a little more passive. Obviously on defense you can play a little more passive like that with the Winston, but I think one of the reasons that teams were running the Tracer instead of the Pharah along with the Winston is it's really going to pressure the support lines. There is a lot of resources that now have to be divided, and you have to figure out who's going to get what heals when between the Winston and the Pharah.
Alfie for now, slowly creeping forward here with that Widow, looking for any opportunity, but ultimately the jump shot not going to be coming through. As Checkmate,
Echo, yeah,
able to just go ahead, drift over, grab that Mega Pack, puts a little bit more damage down onto Heesung. Finn will just happily go ahead and pop some heals into, try to build up towards that ultimate. Dynamite going to be going wide. Violet was at risk for a brief little moment, but kill cannot be found quite just yet. Slow moving is, Checkmate is in deep and will be able to help find the elimination here on a Finn. Violet going to be dealt with. Alpha E, however, it will find one, but Izayaki peeling that Echo out of the fight means that this defense can continue here from Fnatic, just down DPS here for the moment as I look to find my words.
Solid trades. I mean, if you go 1 for 1 there, it's obviously going to favor the offense with closer spawns, but Fnatic is able to take down 3 there. Checkmate should be able to get back pretty quickly, and Fnatic does have the ability to fall back a little bit further if they need.
So
not even get a
high
bridge.
ground. Yeah, it's been slow moving here thus far from the side of the division. All it takes is one breakthrough though. Now Nano at the ready. Support ultimate's nearly there. The one big boon that I do have is that Violet is considerably further ahead than Lijiang towards that rally. Izayaki now going to be sending out that Nano, and oh my god, goes over to Pharah, and Checkmate immediately dismantles the back line. Flora just going to be taken down by the solo rocket. 3 kills here for Checkmate. A little bit more on the back end if you can try to find something else, but no, everybody else has already been taken down. That's the team kill, and the cart remaining there just at the entrance to the marketplace.
That's a nice wrinkle. Again, Fnatic has retooled this roster. Not only is it the support line, but it's adding a player like Checkmate who's just got this versatility and has been just the jack of all trades for this team. A complete dunk town on the other team. Burst damage is so huge. ZETA Division has all 5 ults though, so here comes Primal out. Who's gonna get the Nano?
Well, Primal comes in, but there's the Sleep Dart into the back line, the Wake Up. Down about half HP. Makes his exit, goes up onto the high ground, and oh, stops Donghak from the exit, but he has his own Primal. He wouldn't mind trying to force that one out. Just try to cycle these ults, and as the Bile Connect grenade does connect, it will be the Primal coming through. Rally, however, from Lijiang, not able to save Izayaki. They cannot keep him alive. The Sticky Bomb's able to take him down. Bob able to find Alpha E, but Flora follows up here, takes out Checkmate, and Donghak is all on his lonesome and just doesn't have the health to try to pursue forward. Moves up here top of the wall, but the cart will glide in, and now Donghak just has to wait for the leap to try to cycle his way out to safety. Gets the connection, Sleep Dart will go wide, he can get out, but there's that 2.5 minute bump up here for Zeta Division as they now go on the final stretch.
Yeah, a little slower first take. Flora is also going to go back over to the Ashe. Try to get some long distance here. And really, the next nano coming up for Izayaki is going to be the interesting one. Who does it go to now? It's got to go to Donghak. They don't have the Farah dunk ability at this point.
Lacking that here. As curious to see how much time Fnatic can do. He got slowed up considerably. Quite a bit of damage there off that. Ooh, that beam, but now the anti going to be lobbed in. The follow-up shot, able to find the kill onto Izayaki, and Heesung collects there onto Knife. Solid dupe coming through there from the side of Alpha Yi. Even if he can't build up for the ultimate, Donghak now going to be antied out, and the beam will be able to confirm the kill alongside Violet with a shield bash. Things starting to get very much broken open as Lijiang is 94, but I don't think he needs to do that. He's in a position, I think, where he could have escaped. Rather than try to go for the cycle, now Fnatic trying to get clustered back up, still down a player, waiting for that respawn.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You're right. I think he could have got out there. I don't think it matters either. You get chased down and killed anyway. Finn just needs to stay alive, get a nano onto Heesung. It should get all the room in the world to get Heesung up to the primal as well. Heesung dives out of vision momentarily.
Cart rolling forward. I mean, Lijiang's trying to go for the contest, but he's just all alone. No one else is there. Donghak is dead. That's it. The map is done and dusted. Seemingly, Fnatic just not really registering how close and how breezy that last push was coming through. They try to go for the contest, but it is completely disjointed. It's 1-by-1 players exiting, not playing together whatsoever, and Zeta Division are very easily able to capitalize and find the win.
Yeah, definitely some flashier plays coming out from Fnatic. Obviously, the nanos onto the far, but just really good adjustments from Zeta afterwards to cycle in their own flyer. Obviously, the Echo is just a little better in the skies to pressure out the far when you need to. Able to get the executions there. The nano far and getting into, or nano Echo into the room was really great. And really, Fnatic just never set up their defense on second. It felt like they were never comfortable on second point and just got bullied out there. As good as the offense was for Fnatic, that defense was just paper mache. There was nothing to stop them, and Zeta one map away from continuing to dominate this opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, very well could be the case. Overall, it was looking incredibly good. I mean, for the start that they had, this has got to be a kick in the gut for the side of Fnatic, because you remember that cap on A, they had 5 minutes and 20 seconds and then still couldn't really get over to B. So really good from Zeta Division to be able to lock in and slow things up and then just have a very steady, patient push coming through from themselves on Dorado. So now up 2-0, match point in their hands. It's one final map pick here for the side of Fnatic to try to turn the tides. And I'm curious where you up to try to go to. Is it that flashpoint? Do you go for something like New Junk City, Suravasa, where that Winston ball can continue to thrive? Do they have something else up their sleeve? I really don't know. And even if they do answer that question, we then have to question whether or not they're going to be able to get the win. We're going to find out, though, as we go to a quick little break. We'll come back and see if the series is, in fact, going to be a 3-0. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into what could very well be the final map of the series. Fnatic down, not quite yet out, but seeming like history might end up repeating itself here as far as the dominance from the ZETA camp is confirmed. Looks like I was not correct at all. It's going to be Colosseo coming through here as their map pick to go ahead and potentially round things out. For Fnatic, though, this has to be the staging ground for a reverse sweep. This has to be that first step.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the interesting things that happens with the map pick system that we have, that you can pick any mode and any map, is when a team loses and they get to pick, you're getting their best map, what they think is their best map, because it's not confined to a type. So Fnatic, obviously, they thought Dorado was going to be theirs, so it's really a gut punch to lose your map pick, because it's you have to assume it's your best shot. So now we're going to go to Colosseo, again, Fnatic's pick. And this is a map, I believe, and this is not the most updated data, but late in OWCS Stage 1 Korea, ZETA had not lost this map. They had a 100% win rate going up to and including some of the playoffs. I'm not sure if that's mostly updated. So bottom line is, it's a map that ZETA is very, very good at. So Fnatic has to pick it into them. It's probably not ideal, but it's a different Fnatic team, obviously different support lines. Colosseo itself is different now. They removed the glass, whatever that meme was. So yeah, it's a different map. Obviously the turnaround points and the high ground bridges are a little bit different designed as well. But yeah, it's an interesting pick to go into a team that really does like this map a lot and have had success on it previously.
This is a stand sign for Izayaki, but I don't fully understand what it's saying. It's saying like, if you go to the left where it says 1, that's Izayaki, and then it's like different versions of him, I suppose.
It's the freeway meme, right? That's one I know. You can go straight, like the road sign.
Sure, but then you're like veering off.
Yeah.
It's interesting, because I thought straight it said like again, or like once more, or something to that effect. I don't know. Either way, there's definitely some subtleties that I am missing, but we are geared up and ready to go here for Colosseo. A last-ditch effort from the side of Fnatic to start turning this series around. But even if they can get this win on Colosseo, of course, they are then going to have to play out on ZETA Division's map picks to try to take this to a Game 5 and get that victory here for themselves. So let's see if they can take that first step and get the win here on Colosseo, or if the previous dominance that ZETA Division was able to put up will simply continue.
Interesting to note that Lijiang is staying in. A pretty good first map for the rookie player coming in. Played Winston very well, worked well with his supports. That's all you really want from your dive comp there. So probably going to see that, unless they're just going to say, Lijiang, stay in, play whatever you want. But this used to be a map where you'd run a ton of Orisa, which would be kind of Bernard's hero pool. So yeah, looks like a Winston order of the day.
Alrighty. Straight into it. The fans give their cheers. Fnatic camp maybe a bit more desperate comparatively. As we will see what gets pieced together. And it looks like we might end up with some very similar compositions. Alpha Yi likely just going to be going for the TP4, then swap to the Tracer, triple blink out, yada yada yada.
It's such an interesting map with the changes, because it used to be that you would just both go down here and it was just poke. You would just poke, there'd be a cast in there, and you're kind of just waiting for somebody to get the pick. You can even usually see Hanzo's being played here. But with these sides being opened up, a lot of teams are just taking this sideways, looking for dive angles to dive targets. The team's kind of segmented up between this poke battle that you're seeing here, and then there's going to be a battle off to the side.
Dynamite right here into Knife's face. Explorer looks to take an early lead here towards that Bob, but still early days. So for now, though, HP bars getting kind of shattered here on both sides, but kills not confirmed. So until we see that opening neutral pick, might not be seeing too much action push coming through. Anti out on a floor, but that'll lead the heals will stream back in. Sustained here for both of these teams. Flores on Dynamite going across. Knight has since taken the lead here, but nice headshot just to try to keep these players at bay. But another Bionade. Izayaki really trying to displace this enemy Ashe. Just continues to lob these ones here at his feet, but they just can't quite find the kill on the back end.
Yeah, and you're also getting the kind of cool little squad up of putting your Brig right in front of your Ashe. A little bit of a shield and snipe combination. Oh, that's big though to take down Izayaki. Zeta could push this now if they want. They could just throw in the nano, but
Heesung just dies. They will be able to capitalize on the back of this one, but now Knife finds himself a second kill. The Bob immediately going to be invested with Floor with a dynamite, able to take down Knife, and it's just going to get bloody back and forth. I don't know who's really going to be pushing it all on the back of this one. Is it seems like it will be Fnatic just because Donghak survives with basically 0 HP.
Yeah. That's the actual definition of one. Literally one right there for Donghak. And on a Knife's Edge, they do end up pulling that one out. Didn't even have to really use ultimates. Bob was committed to that. It's, that could be a big deal, especially Bob now with the tank passive. It's a much stronger ultimate than it used to be.
Very true. So far, though, the recorral here from ZETA Division, now 5 ult strong. They only give up 15 meters, so ultimately it's not even that big of an advantage here for the side of Fnatic. Because the fight was so bloody, they can't really pursue too far forward because they just didn't have the rest of the team with them. So Bob opens things up a little bit, buys some space here for them. Slipguard not going to connect, and Izayaki going to be taken down first and foremost once again. Now Lijiang found as well. Before the Primal was even popped, Knife's just going to get juggled around into the health pack, but will not be able to escape. Heesung looking very clean with these Primals, and now the lead is going to be taken here by ZETA Division.
Some solid mechanics out of this Winston, and on Dorado, and now onto Colosseo. Gotta love what you're seeing from your new pickup on the tank to fill this role in a meta that, well, I mean, feels like the Korean meta always requires that you have somebody who can play Winston, so a good sign so far.
A good meta is a Winston meta, as Heesung going to be antied out, woken up, and it's going to be a trade here on the Winston, so both of them going to be taken down as Donghak unable to utilize that Primal to try to get himself out of a bad position. In the meantime, ZETA Division, they say, okay, well, we don't have a tank, but neither do you. We can continue pushing. We have the advantage, and now Pulse Bomb will really expound on that advantage. Alpha Yi taking over, finds both supports, continuing to break things open. Checkpoint not going to be found quite just yet, as I believe Checkmate steals away the bot a little bit. Knife for the headshot there on the floor will add for some additional peel. So for now, the push will come to a conclusion as Donghak with the Primal goes chasing forward, finds Violet, cleaving him down, comes back out towards safety, but Fnatic need to start putting pedal to the metal and getting its own push going.
Yeah, I mean, just stepping back a little bit, you kind of have to wonder where Checkmate was while Alpha Yi hit that bomb, because there was like 3 people knew he was there. They knew Alpha Yi didn't leave, and then he comes back and hits a stick, takes on both supports. You really want to call out to your other Tracer, like, can you go check him so that he doesn't come back and do exactly what he just did? That cost them a lot of push there.
Sung antied for the moment, but widely going to be okay. Nano invested, Donghak going in for the dive, looking for this back line. Violet getting focus fired. It's quite a bit of healing. Is Finn now going to be the target? As Checkmate goes in, cleans up 2. Finn Floor going to take it down. Knife finds a headshot. Violet broken down. Heesung will find 1 as Lijiang will get dropped, but ultimately the push can now resume here for Fnatic. Still considerable amount of distance that they need to cover, though, as they're just shy of 30 meters away from taking the lead in the checkpoint.
Yeah, if they can win this next fight, though, they will take the lead for certain. Just a matter of where do you set up now that the map has been changed a little bit. Can you just hold this high ground and stall? Bob is out.
Bob going to be sent through Flora, still some 6% away from his own, but Checkmate continuing to do wonders here for the team. Finds that elimination. Anti onto Heesung, but doesn't matter. Does have that ultimate ready to go, so Primal will keep him alive as he goes for the juggle here onto Izayaki, but Jikon's doing a good job of offering up some peel and keeping those heals through, so ultimately still cannot be found, but space is going to be created. So ZETA Division once more in control of the bot. Half the time bank now drained. They're in the lead, but only by 10 meters now.
Yeah, if you're Zeta, you kind of want to sit on the ground here and maybe brawl on the cart. You want to get value out of your rally if at all possible. But it was a good job by Heesung to just live through that. A lot of resources went into him. He got sleep, got antied, a lot of focus, able to live through that and pop the Primal. Fnatic's still behind the 8 ball here.
Pulse at the ready, could be a big opener. Checkmate so far has been wondrous to watch here on this Tracer. Alfie very much similarly putting up some solid performances. Find a high value Pulse target, especially perhaps on a Violet. Is okay, Pulse not even going to be necessary, just takes him down. The help of his teammates, Pulse will get Flora. Fnatic once again opening the door as ZETA tries to continue to slam it shut in their faces. They're fighting back, and now looking like they should be able to gain the lead.
Tracer show continues. Really nice there for Fnatic. They should be able to get this lead. They did drop their Brig during that, so it's going to be a long walk. They're only going to have 4, but they equalize on the other side. Checkmate's going wild.
That he is. Violet dead again, just getting death cycle. by this Tracer. Primal up in front, getting the jungle here on the pin, just looking to really make things worse and worse for ZETA Division. As the checkpoint is now going to be obtained, Fnatic forward spawns in their control. 3.5 minutes, 11 meters separating, but Fnatic can now continue to stretch that.
And they've done it while still controlling the support economy too. So now you get the nano in. We'll just buy time with it. Heck in trouble though.
Focus. Very much in trouble. I'm curious as to why he's leaping. Oh, never mind. I'm getting scrambled up here a little bit. He's just trying to make his exit out. Never mind. Flora, though, nice little volley here on the back end. Things are difficult sometimes. That's going to be ZETA Division able to push back, but they're still down 2 players. Alpi obviously quickly rejoin, and Violet wants to be able to get back faster, so he's going to be swapping over onto the Kiriko.
Yeah, for Fnatic, it would have been ideal to get everyone back a little bit earlier, be able to stall this out. They are still going to force out a fight before here to try to maybe make this into a 2-fight scenario, but it does seem that if ZETA can pull off this fight, they will be in a good position to retake the lead, only 15 meters out. So Bob can come in, Checkmate's got it. Fnatic in a pretty good position ultimate-wise.
Alright, getting the touch there, forcing out the recall from Alpha Yi. Nano across onto Heesung. As he looks to push forward, but shield basher from Lijiang into the whip shot, able to just try to keep him at bay, but Bar still continuing to hover lower and lower. Donghak low somewhere off screen as there's the pulse bomb stick, and Violet going to be taken down. Must not have had the Suzu available for himself, and now Finn caught by that bomb. Heesung will be able to find one, but it's just the enemy Tracer. Flora looks to try to equalize a little bit more as Donghak does get taken down, but for now, this is still good for Fnatic. The bot gets held in a neutral position. It is not moving forward, and now with Heesung getting taken out, things continue to get worse and worse, but Flora tries to find the opener. Push back there onto Lijiang, but needs to try to find these eliminations or get himself the hell out of dodge. Forced away from the door. Now the chase coming through as Checkmate tries to hound him down. Looks like the heal will be available, though. They don't want to over-pursue, but again, this is good for Fnatic. They have the lead, and they've just been buying time off the clock.
Yeah, about as scrappy as it gets, and also they're going to be able to hold on to this Nano. And the Nano will, of course, get Donghak the Primal too, so they're in a great stall position now. You don't want to burn both ultimates if you don't have to. Flora takes down Checkmate, who's been a problem for this squad.
Donghak, Nano rolling here on the Winston. Primal still in the back pocket in case he gets into a bit of a dire situation, but would love to hold on to that for a little bit longer. Use it to try to clear out the bot once a push starts coming through, especially when you have these ZETA Division players on that coast side. Trying to get the checkpoint. Bob now going to be invested. It's in deep, but doesn't really have the greatest of line of sight, but now will force a couple players back as Sung moving forward tries to take some of this high ground. Once again, moving for the side of ZETA, but can have that high ground contest coming in. Bit, however, able to find one knife, going to be taken out. Antsy on the Heesung, but Wiley is going to go untouched as Considering Rush gets invested here from the side of Violet. Primal rolling from Donghak, though, disrupting into the back line as Flora tries to keep him at arm's length reach. Heels streaming across. The Nano invested everything. Dumped on the floor just to try to keep this Ashe alive, and it is working a treat that cannot kill this guy. It's absolutely impossible. Heesung in the meantime, able to find two. The headshot to take out Checkmate. They did everything to try to get this one Ashe player, and they couldn't make it happen. Heesung, though, will go punished. He gets taken down, but the lead now has been gained by ZETA Division. The ball in their court with just 15 seconds remaining.
That's enormous of a lead. Now they can just play on the cards, try to stall it out, but even so, Finn goes down by like, okay, this will get flipped the other way as Checkmate comes to bear. This is almost 2 fights you have to win.
Yeah. They do have ults on their side. The Bob not far off there from Knife. Lijiang, the Rally, the Nano nearly built up. ZETA Division, though, just have that one pulse as Heesung's going to be swapping over onto the Malga.
Malga on the field. To me, this comes down to Alpha Yi. Can Alpha Yi get in the back line, get a pick, maybe find Lijiang with a stick, but that will just actually be negated with a rally. Fnatic is actually in a very good spot.
Pulse bomb's been used.
Support ultimates.
It does not manage to find a target. And now going across, Donghak, the recipient. Violet going to be taking low. Flora as well being focus fired as they just go ahead and zap, cleave him away. Violet gets picked off. Heesung now in a bad spot. Cannot escape. Is going to be slapped. Alpha will find one as Izayaki falls, but that's as good as it's going to get. Rally rolling here for Lijiang to try to keep everybody else sustained. Checkmate still harassing, still chasing as the Bionade gets forced out and Finn gets tagged up and taken down. Violet arriving a second too late. Bot now pushing forward. The contest is there. As Donghak now, has he over pursued is the question. Alpha going to be eliminated. The push coming in. Can anybody get the touch? The answer is going to be absolutely not. And somehow, some way, Fnatic managed to clutch it up. It looked like it was completely out of their hands, but this series is not yet over.
I mean, as impressive and fun to watch as it was, the amount of resources they ended up dumping into the Ashe play to keep them alive. Yes, there was a couple nice shots hit, and the Bob comes down. And I think, you know, you're almost forced into that situation, too, because if they don't keep that Ashe alive, they don't get the kills, they don't get the stall, they end up, you know, not even taking the point and putting pressure on, ZETA Division does. So it was really flashy, really nice, but then you're on the back foot and you're trying to win in the neutral because you've expended everything that you have. You've put all of your resources into the Ashe, and yes, it paid off, but push is such that type of game mode that you really do need to hold something back a little bit if you can. The economy plays such a big part in it, and then the swing back from Fnatic to be able to come in with both support ultimates. It almost seemed like the writing was on the wall. It's like, yeah, they have to push it about 70 meters and then win another fight, but it seems like they have everything. As long as they don't botch it, they have everything they needed to do.
Right.
Because even your Brig being like the best stick target there had rally, so you get stuck, and then you just rally and, you know, try to get out of it. So they were in a good spot because of all of the previous fights. So yes, it looked nice at the end for ZETA. Flashy, good play, but overextending resources and, you know, able to pull it back was Fnatic. Good. I didn't want to start on a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but this is not the, you know, the question that we were asking. Can they take that first step? The answer is yes. They get Colosseo, but now they have to try to get through ZETA Division's map picks. We'll see where they opt to take us, as we still have Flashpoint as well as Hybrid available here for them. So we'll see where we end up going when we come back from a quick break. Alright, we are back, and this opening series is not over yet. Some good perseverance from the side of Fnatic. They managed to fight back on Colosseo and scooped up the win in very narrow fashion, but that means that we do get ready to go into a fourth map. Ball, though, is very much in ZETA Division's court, and it looks like they're going to elect to take us over to Old Faithful. It's King's Row.
No one has a bad thing to say about Kings. And actually, people will be like, hot take, I don't like Kings, right? Just to be contrarian. You know you're wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, Kings Row, I don't think we're going to be seeing the old standard, Reinhardt play or Zarya play on it. I think we're still probably going to see dive tanks, Winstons, and the like, largely because there is no substitutions. So if they were going to play a Zarya or a D.Va or something like that, you would imagine that ZETA would be bringing Bernard back into the mix, but Heesung will stay out there. Mixed bag so far, 1-1 so far on the maps for Heesung on the Winston play. But yeah, this is like I said, when a team loses a map, now you're getting their best map. Well, actually not always, because maybe their best map is one mode that's already been played, but usually it's going to favor the team into it. It was an interesting pick by Fnatic to go to Colosseo. Couldn't have been any closer. It was a map that ZETA has been historically very good at, so a gamble that paid off in the end. Teams are very closely matched. Fnatic still looks like they're working out some kinks though here, but that one map win is the step they need to get this reverse sweep.
And very much so. First of many, though. Kings Row, the next barrier here for them. So let's see how they fare as we move into this one. Whether or not the map pick advantage is going to work just as well for the side of ZETA Division. That's certainly what they're going to be hoping for, at the very least. But for now, looks like it is just going to be more of that Winston v. Winston coming through as anticipated, given the lack of roster swaps, as you were saying, Hex. So it should just be a little bit more straight-up gameplay for them. As we see a hover, at least, on a Pharah for now, but something tells me that could will end up, rather, getting changed pretty quickly.
It's not terrible on the offense. You can do it a little bit, maybe get some splash around the corner you can play. There's a couple different angles you can play with it. Again, my only question with it sometimes is the amount of healing it gets, but I think this might be a meta we're settling into. The Ana Brig Winston dive combination, at least as part of the meta, because it seems like that's what teams are favoring so far. It's early yet.
Okay, looks like, well, checkmate. Yeah, he's going to be the one picking it up, of course. So it seems like he will be sticking with it at least for now, so that much more emphasis on Finn and Flora to try to displace this Pharah and take her out of the sky, clip the wings, if you will. He's sunk for now, just looking to try to hold that back statue side. Ultimately will have to leap away as Hex starts to try to go for the contest here onto the high ground. I'll be poking and prodding off on the flank, though, trying to make him think twice about it.
The Pharah essentially funnels the long-range hit scan and even the Ana into the back window, rather than being able to play on the ledge and being able to go towards your team. So, because you're just able to spam out that ledge, there's almost no place for your team to go. So you're going to force them into the window, then the dives are going to come into the window, and you see the result of that.
All right, well, point occupied, that first tick coming through, and it looks like there's going to be many, many more to follow as this opening defense is very much broken down. Fnatic going to have a very nice time bank once again, similar to Dorado with a fast take on A.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say enough good things about what Checkmate has brought to this team and the ability they have to play around his hero pool and what he can add to it. So yeah, Fnatic is going to be going forward. They're going to have the Nano. Now the question is, can Checkmate get in position to do a Nano Pharah again a la Dorado?
I mean, he's going to continue to pop like that. It's already got the barrage nearly ready to go, and it's one way to really help try to keep that Pharah alive through the ultimate channel. So it might just be that combo coming in here from them. But, oh, nice headshot into the finisher. Flora takes him out of the skies. That's a good, solid start here. I see something to be slept. Flora jumped on. Should be hovering a little bit lower. Same here for Violet. Trying to keep everybody topped up. Anti-cross on Heesung means that he will be taken down. Is Iaki they're going to be traded at the same time? So Heesung finding some value before getting picked off and right, dead. So for now, solid defensive setup here from ZETA Division at the choke.
They just pushed him all the way back, and Flora took that flank angle. It got behind the team, between the tank and the rest of the squad. It will get a couple of kills. You can't sit up there too long, you'll just get dove out. But now the question is, again, can Checkmate come to this angle? This rooftop has always been great for Pharah. You can kind of slide over the edge if you need to.
There's the Nano. Ready for the setup here on the barrage, but Flora just takes him out of the sky with an nano of his own. If there's anything you can do, I can do better. Immediately finds a headshot there on the Lijiang, who's pushing forward, trying to take some space, and that's going to be a very clean team fight. Cleanup coming through here from ZETA Division. Alpha E will get taken down, but Yisung finds the punish there on the knife, and man, what an elimination there from Flora.
You gotta love a nano DPS versus nano DPS. It's pure. There's a purity to it. It's an honest fight, and Flora has always been capable of these flourishes, if you will. He can take over a map, but sometimes can be very quiet. It looks like right now on a hero very comfortable with. However, it's not discount Fnatic as they are nearing up every ultimate.
Stacking them up, but still need to try to find the setup in that barrage. So now that the nano's gone, yeah, they hold on to the ultimate. They don't commit it there, but finding a safer setup for it is that much more difficult now for Checkmate. Trying to figure out which way to go for it, it seems. Open over the top, land here from Yisung. Opens up with a barrage, Primal's going to be popping. If Island does get taken down, so value will still be found. Knife at the same time, able to go ahead and hound down Alpha Yi. Yisung with really nowhere else to go. He's going to go leaping out, trying to get towards safety. Donghak considering going for maybe a Primal of his own to try to juggle Finn forward, but it won't even be necessary. The lob in on the Bionade from Izayaki will confirm the kill, and Yisung, any escape? Looks like the answer is inevitably going to be yes. Pushes forward and looks to try to go ahead and start taking some more space back here from ZETA Division, but this opens things up for the push as the cart gets closer and closer to B.
Yeah, Violet with just the terribly timed teleport from the Kiri. He goes right to the Hisung, who's getting barraged at the moment, and Violet's the one who ends up going down there. Violet dead again. Fnatic still pushing. They've done such a great job with their economy, both last map and this map.
Yeah, I'm out 3.5 minutes. Fairly breezy after the initial hold for Fnatic to go ahead and get that push through, and ultimately they haven't had to use much. They used the Bob for the secondary fight. The barrage is all they need to open up for the first one, so they still have their own Primal as well as both support ultimates. So in a decent spot here are Fnatic. The division going to be trying to catch up as much as possible. As Checkmate taking a very deep forward position, just sending in these pot shot rockets, trying to see what kind of connections he can get. Is now just 23% away from another barrage.
Nano does come in.
Comes through. Flora this time unable to find it with his own. Finn had committed it. Considering rush used at the same time there by Violet. And backline ends up getting broken down. So all the focus from Checkmate is there playing forward. Everything else gets taken away from him. The team falls to the wayside. Cleanup comes in. And that's going to be the first semblance of control on this final stretch of the map here for ZETA.
All the support ultimates come out, so that was going to be a critical fight both ways, as both support ultimates will reset on either side. Checkmate gonna swap over to the Widow. This might just be a spawn shot. Yeah, we'll switch over to the Tracer now. The team's about mirrored up, except a Brig versus a Kiri on the other side. So ZETA is staying with this kind of double flex support line that they've tried to run on Colosseo.
2 minutes remaining, 1.5 minutes gone, but Finn taken down, a knife, able to find Alpha Yi. I think the pain might just continue here. So I'm trying to play forward here, try to open things up, but the rest of the team now dead around him. He's playing solo, dives into the back. Gonna be slept, open up. Primal's still gonna be popped though. So he wants to try to keep all eyes on him. I'm sure that they can't continue with this push, and for now, they're not. Kill comes in, Izayaki does get taken down, so he gives his life for that pickup. Is it gonna be enough to maintain control?
I mean, the trades are kind of equidistant right now, so it's not terrible. There's something to stall at the point at the very least. Fnatic's still in a good spot with 90 seconds left. Now they've lost a knife. That is so much pressure, and that means Bob is not on the field either.
Violet, good one to be found there. Bob, though, swiftly going to be built back up. And oh, man, the sleep into the headshot there from Violet. Lijiang now going to be taken down. And with Alpha getting traded out, it doesn't really matter too much. It stops him from building up that pulse bomb a little bit faster, but ultimately, the kill onto the support line, that's precious time buying. That's exactly what ZETA need. Come forward, Primal, getting the juggle here from Donghak, just keeping him contained back towards the spawn room, tucks away for the moment, now look to reaggress as the Nano comes in, hits there on the Finn. Can he escape into the spawn room? Looks like the answer is going to be yes, but they are going to be held back, and Nano this time has to be used over on towards Violet. Still streaming through before, caught out, ends up getting taken down, but Donghak pays for his life with that one. Violet will get traded, Finn down low on HP, Hisung trying to peel here, as the Bob occupies the cart for the time being, but cleanup is going to be there. Let's see if this push can continue. Just 28 seconds remaining as Hisung for now pretty immovable on this D.Va. They haven't been able to break him out of the mech. Donghak going to be swapping over onto the namesake Doomfist, basically. His pulse bomb from Checkmate's going to go wide, but he immediately turns back around off the recall and finds a kill onto Violet. Rally now rolling from Lijiang, keeping everybody nice and sturdy here as they try to continue the push. 10 seconds remaining, and they get across the line. Things get opened up a bit. Heesung rotating up onto the high ground, ends up getting demech'd, and now the contest needs to come in. Alpha Yi dashing forward, makes his way, but has to recall out. Suzu coming across, the spin will get taken down. The cleanup will continue. It's Fnatic. They will have the time bank drained down to 0, but they also make it to the end.
They do stall it out into overtime, as you mentioned. Heesung with a late switch onto D.Va actually got some good work done because you have to be able to contest that high ground. Otherwise, you're just letting an Ashe set up on final point. There's a couple final points in this game where if the hit scan gets set up in the back, that you just have to do something about it and switch. You think about like Gibraltar last, if you set up an Ashe or a Widow, somebody's got to go deal with it. So a necessity there. See Checkmate cleaning up. Violet is such an interesting player because he can play everything. And it was really interesting switches onto the Kiri, and he got a lot done, but he was also dying a lot too. So that's what you get with Violet. You get this aggression that can win you fights and reward fights, but there are also a couple times where he's just going after it and getting picked off really early.
Yeah, I mean, the one seemed to have been just completely out of his hands and fairly happenstance with the recall from Checkmate and just seeing Violet and be like, oh, I can kill this guy.
Thank you. I'll take it.
So,
but they do stall it to overtime. It looked pretty bad, and then ZETA was able to at least stabilize on last point defense. Of course, last point on Kings allows a stabilization a lot of the time. Now, Fnatic, the question is, are they going to run this fur on defense? It's usually a little bit better on offense on Kings Row. You can control where you're going in. You can shut down angles. Defense for far is going to be interesting to see, but I wouldn't put anything past Checkmate at this point.
I mean, at this point, they're committed. He's in.
Yeah.
Body shot going to be found there by Alpha Yi. 2 quick taps, but ultimately will be the swap as he wants to try to really dominate the sky. So will be him coming out here on this Echo. Something that we were seeing find some value earlier on. But now really does need to deliver. ZETA Division. I'd love to at least force out playing for a draw rather than rather than the potential map win for the side of Fnatic. So they need to be able to make it over point C with over a minute remaining in the time bank, but a really good opening kills. Checkmate dead. Now respawning, swaps to the Tracer immediately, knowing that he's not going to be able to win out the fight here, but Sticky Bomb's corralling forward. There's body blocking Donghak within the statue, and that is going to be a very similarly dominant push here on the A point. This time though for the ZETA Division.
I gotta burn right through. Yeah, I just don't love Farah as much on the defense there. You're not able to take the angles that you want, and it does. Checkmate finds himself on the ground looking at Violet, who's holding a knife at him. Not ideal position right there. So, ZETA Division, composition, and allowing Violet this utility and this damage output has really come to bear for them. Alpha Yi on the Echo is interesting. It's just like running the Farah on offense. You're able to take these off angles, kind of skate off the rooftops and really just dive on somebody who doesn't see you coming. Right now, just playing a frontline Echo, though.
Heesung, though, very far forward, nearly finding an elimination as Donghak pushing up, trying to hold the bot in place. Dynamite into the Winston space. It's not going to mean too much there for Heesung, but dive into the back alongside Donghak with that nano means the floor does end up getting taken down, but Heesung still able to find value. Lijiang now Izayaki both taken out. The support's eliminated as Violet. Pops the Suzu, keeps himself alive here for the time being, and for quite some more time, it would seem. Finn will get traded out, however, so one support ends up dying, but they break through the choke, and the cart can now start pushing here for ZETA.
It's just the utility that Kiri brings that essentially this Brig does not. I mean, we've seen a ton of Brig played this series yet, and I can't really remember one really impactful rally, whereas the Kitsune Rush will almost, at the very least, will buy you a corner. And Kings Row is so much about fighting corner to corner that you get a hallway and then you get the next corner. It almost always buys you space, if not kills. It's just a much better ultimate than Rally's been in these situations, especially once you dive in. And, you know, Rally can be good to save yourself and maybe your other support, but it hasn't had the impact that Kitsune Rush has.
This has been fairly pacey here, entire way through towards B. I make ZETA could be monstrous as Primal's going to go out, the juggle here. Looking for the elimination, heals being streamed through the try to keep this player alive, and looks like it's going to work a treat. Knife does not get taken down. Heesung gives his life for that attempt. things going to be slowed up now as Zeta Division going to have to try to pull back, but Violet in a really rough spot. Just trying to stay alive here and fight back against Checkmate. Knows that if he can just get some headshots through, we'll be able to win this one out. And eventually, Checkmate gets corralled around by too many players. Duke now going to be coming through. Alfie adding another Ashe into the mix. A double Ashe DPS lineup as Donghak pushing forward. Going to be slept, created here, taken down. Violet able to find that kill. Now going to be slept himself by Izayaki. Finn going to fall. Lijiang traded it. However, as Heesung finds one, but here's the trade-up. Pushing forward, finds Violet, gets rid of both supports. Similarly, though, Zeta Division still going to be held at bay. Nothing more that Heesung and Alfie can do.
Yeah, some value out of the rally there, finally, Lijiang, but it seems like every time Lijiang pops that rally, he maybe gets a kill, stabilizes, and then dies. It's just not the overwhelming fight-winning ultimate that others have been. However, Fnatic in a good position. It's the worst place to lose a fight on offense because the walkback is so brutal. That's now with 2.5 minutes left. Oh my god.
Okay. Violet hitting some peak Violet shots. As the dive in, the sleep dart not going to connect. I believe the bubble there from Donghak able to block it out. Heesung going to be nanoed up, needs some heals, and looks like he will be able to survive. Was so damn low and antied out, but they just couldn't confirm it. Donghak able to find that mega pack, but still not going to be long for this world, it would seem, as a couple more heals streaming through, keep him alive and sustained for a little bit longer, but with Izzy falling, it becomes that much more difficult to try to maintain presence here in the fight. Donghak eventually will get found, as will the cap here on point B. So it's going to be 3.5 minutes for Zeta Division. And then reminder, need to make it to the end of this map with more than a minute if they want to avoid Fnatic having the opportunity to win this map.
Yeah, Donghak died with about 2% left to go before Primal. Would have been a great stall-out ultimate had they gotten there. Not going to be the case right now. Fnatic a little bit ahead in some of these ultimates, but nothing overwhelming on either side. Both support ultimates about even, both sides, a little bit of ways. So just looking for individual plays in the neutral here. Maybe a Bob comes in from Fnatic on the defense if they need it.
Very well do. Heesung for now, though. Antied out, slept. Has to just leap away here with the Primal, but it's a good amount of space bought already. The cart on the final stretch here of King's Row. Just about 45 seconds committed to this fight. Floor now going to be swapping back over onto the Ashe once again. As Wiley's Zeta Division just waiting for him to rejoin. They go for a disconnect. They call up the fight. So they have time on their side here for the moment. Bob now going to be going through is Fnatic not wanting to give them that opportunity, that moment to rest, to reset. Try to push things forward here up the pace, and Donghak with the Primal will be able to get the juggle onto Flora. A parting gift smack there onto Violet to take him down. He slept and put out of place, but I don't think the punish is going to be able to be found.
Just really smart responses with the ultimates. You see the Ashe switch come onto the field and you already have Bob. You're like, okay, well then I'll just pop this, we'll win the fight, and we'll be even again. Totally fine. Also defensively, Ashe, you should be able to build pretty well, knowing what angles the other team's going to take, and then you answer with your own Primal. So perfectly played from Fnatic. Again, they've done a really good job economically the last two maps.
Anti here on the Donghak, and right now Zeta kind of needed that punish, and they will be able to find it. Rally rolling from Lijiang to try to keep the rest of the team steady. They rush in from Violet, but Finn going to be taken down. This Fnatic trying to fight back. Knife once again, receiving this nano boost. This is Izayaki is under some fire, but the peel comes through as Heesung gets taken down. Violet down to a sliver of HP. A minute and 40 remaining here as Alpha Yi, I think maybe sending the Bob off the side of the map there, off the Duke. Either way, goes back into the Echo form. Floor going to get jumped on, taken down. Izayaki going to be a parting gift kill as he finds it with a beam, but it doesn't matter. They have the run back advantage, and now it's looking like Fnatic are going to get that opportunity maybe just to win it right here on this defense, or at least the chance at winning the map. Zeta Division, just a minute and 19 seconds remaining.
Alfie duping the Ashe has been going for gold each time, and he's just a sliver away from it. The Bob not getting the value, taking way too long to try to kill that Ana, just not able to really pull off what he's trying to go for. It's a high-risk, high-reward duplicate, but just not able to get the value out of it that he really needs. Going to switch off the Echo now onto the Tracer. We're down to it, about a minute left.
Bob sent out from Knife. Checkmate recalls, avoids that anti. He's sung forward, has to pop the Primal to keep himself alive. 48 seconds here remaining. The sleep, though, connecting. He's sung going to be on the floor, antied out and likely taken down. Donghak does get traded out, but able to find one, but Checkmate from beyond the grave. Sends on the pulse bomb, takes out Finn. That's both supports now dead. Zeta Division once again held at bay. The respawns all going to be there for the side of Fnatic. A final 5v5 fight to determine whether or not Zeta make it to the end of this map and has an opportunity to close out the series, or if Fnatic will be extending us to that 5th and final map. Push coming through here onto the high ground. Suzu going to be sent. He's able to be kept alive. Bob at the ready. Sune rush online. Izayaki, though, the nano now in play, and Donghak could be the very likely recipient of it if it doesn't go over to one of the DPS once more. There it is. Donghak just Gonna grab this one. Meteor Strike at the ready. Spinning Rush coming through. He's gonna use this aggressively. Drops down, looks for a kill, but the bubble's in place, so they manage to keep him protected, but no one touches the cart! Fnatic wins the map. Not even overtime rounds. Don't need to see them. Fnatic just keeps everybody occupied and forced out.
ZETA did a really nice job of playing that slowly. They came into the fight about 80% on both of their support ultimates, and as long as they kept everyone alive, they were going to have an opportunity to get Kitsune in there. They were going to be able to get a Bob in there. Kitsune with a Bob in it is usually pretty decent as well, or you can put Bob all the way back and Kitsune up front. They had the hammer and anvil set up there that they needed. But the disruption of the Doomfist, which is what Doomfist excels at so much, is just ruining your plan. Like, oh, we're going to set up this, we're going to do this, and it's always been that way for Doomfist, whether he's a damage hero or a tank. He's just going to ruin your plan. As, oh, you were here, now you're over there, and you hit a wall. And then the ultimate comes in, they have to scramble around that, and during that scramble, people have to bail off of the carts, and that's it. They end up C9ing.
Yep, well, that's a... It's gonna be a hard one to try to bounce back from. ZETA Division, that was our map pick.
Good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good at all. That was our map pick. They got absolutely slaughtered on the point A defense attempt. Good time buying. They get the clock down to 0, but then they can't make it to the end of the map. So that means we go to a map 5. It's their last map pick, but they don't have too many options because Flashpoint is the only available game type. So, you know, which is it going to be? Is it going to be Suravasa? Is it going to be New Junk City? I don't know, but we're going to find out in a few minutes. First, we're going to go to a quick little break, and then we'll see who is going to be victorious here at the end of this series in just a little bit. our first day back of OWCS Korea, our first matchup, and we have a Game 5 certified banger here between ZETA Division and Fnatic. ZETA, a very nice early lead, moving up 2-0, but the run back here, the attempted reverse sweep, has been looking good as Fnatic continue to build up momentum. As we can see here, Bernard is going to be stepping back in.
Yeah, very likely means the tank position will not be a Winston. It's really all we can say with great confidence. Heesung with a pretty decent debut. Nothing was really Heesung's fault there. Actually, I don't even think like ZETA Division's been playing poorly. I think that a lot of people came into this and we saw what Fnatic has done recently, and it's been a downward trend, that there were some questionable plays and they hadn't figured it out, and it looks like they've kind of figured it out even just within this own series. Because the last two maps have been completely different for Fnatic after everyone's like, oh, Fnatic, this is just sad. 3-0, 3-0, it's going to happen. Fnatic has come roaring back, and even if they lose this last map, this is a big sign for them that things are working better together, because they're not overlapping support ultimates, which is something we saw in them as a mistake. They're not using support ultimates in an unadvantageous situation where they're down 3 and they end up support ulting it. Like, their economy has been so good, and it's been, well, you just switched to Ashe, so I'm going to throw my Bob out and we'll start fresh. Like, they've just been working with their economy so well, and I know it sounds like beaten over the top of like, well, yeah, they had more ults, they win, but they have more ults for a reason, and they're winning. And when teams are this close that not one player is dominating the neutral, it's not like one Tracer's taking over and one support's being that much better, it really does come down to your ultimate timings and being able to take advantage of the small ultimate windows that you have, and Fnatic's done great at that for the last two maps.
Yep, they very much have. Now Suravasa going to be all that stands between them and a reverse sweep. Let's see if they're going to be prepared and ready to try to deal with Bernard once again. As could be seeing potentially some Zarya coming through from him here. Curious to see what the ultimate pickup is going to end up looking like here. But for ZETA Division, this could be another tournament, or at least the start of a tournament, I should say. This is a much longer one, and it's not any kind of single limb situation for them, but another one where they're getting very close to being able to close out an important series against a tougher opponent, and then kind of having things just fall apart in the end. So see if they can find that stability. There were, of course, moments from them. You know, they're on King's Row. That entire push up to B was very quick. It was very pacey from them for the most part. They had some nice punishes, but things got slowed down a bit too much on C. Seems like the teams are ready, though, so we'll go ahead and get ready to jump into the action here for the last map of this series as we go into Suravasa.
Now, one advantage I think that ZETA might have here is that this could be a very good map also for if you want to run double flex. Especially, I keep talking over the chant, my bad. We'll get used to it as we work out the kinks here as we start the season. Especially this very first point, this kind of like mid-fight is really good for double flex if it happens. So you can see an Alari come out on this map, but Bernard right now on the Mauga. I thought we might run some Orisa here, but it is going to be Mauga. Both teams going to run out with a Lucio as well. Get to the, well, no, excuse me. ZETA running out with the Lucio, gonna get to the point a lot quicker. Fnatic running the composition that they've run pretty purely for the last 3 maps or so.
Alrighty, here we go. Mauga off the rip, going up against Donghak here with the Winston. Having regular impact with that pick in the front lines, as well as diving into the back. As for now, ZETA Division looking to take some space. They saw the exit jump there from Donghak. Now they want to try to rush forward, get in on top of these players. Sleepdart going to be connecting here on Bernard. It's going to be Violent taken down first and foremost as Donghak is able to find 2. Checkmate. Gets rid of Finn. Bernard is dead, and what a counteraction. Fnatic take 2 steps back. ZETA rushes them down, and they sweep their legs out from beneath them.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. Absolutely get crushed in that first fight, trying to engage. And with how Flashpoint works, I mean, 1 or 2 fights can be absolute game-changing. And like peeking out a little bit and peeking out too far. That's brutal.
Yeah, it does end up getting eliminated here off the rip, and this will be a very fast swoop as far as Flashpoint's concerned here for ZETA Division. Looks like they will just go ahead and grab this one up. Bernard going to be antied here for the moment, but just dancing around this center little wall. Keeps himself protected as Donghak will have to go for the exit, but that's an opportunity now for ZETA to at least tie things up. The Fnatic can have a very pacey retake. They will reroute ever so slightly. Swinging around here, but this is still going to be more time bought for ZETA.
Yeah, I know he's played it a lot, but of all the players to have to play a hero that just seemed discordant. Lijiang on Brig just doesn't seem like it. Just doesn't vibe in my mind. It's you know, he's a playmaker. He wants to be aggressive, and then gets caught out there because he's on Brig. I mean, he's a fine Brig. Don't get me wrong. He's fine.
Oh, nearly with the catch there onto Violet. He does manage to skirt his way out, though. Donghak does manage to go ahead and help clear things out. However, with that, Nano now has the primal available, and the flip comes in, so Fnatic going to be in control of the points. And division set up at 67%, but looking for a fast flip back into their favor so they can try to close things out. Instant rush escorts them forward. The beat now going to be dropped in here by Violet and Bernard. Able to go ahead and run down Knife, get him to stomp to go ahead and find the kill. Cage now going to be dropped in, and that will be the cleanup coming through as everyone gets trapped. Flip comes back into their favor. ZETA Division will very swiftly regain the lead, and from here should just about be able to close things out. Maybe one more fight attempt from Fnatic, but only have a primal to try to get it across the line.
Well, it's really going to depend. Lijiang can get there in touch. He's on the Lucio. Checkmate might be lurking. Yeah, that's exactly what you want. They're going to try to get back into this. There's going to be a touch. So we'll buy enough time that you can even primal onto the point too. Almost did not touch.
No, they did have it. A little skirt around from one of the other players. Does manage to have it, but Checkmate nearly losing his life would have been catastrophic. It's going to be used here from Alpha just to try to get the iframes. Offset Suzu immediately, but Fnatic have gained control, so an opportunity with the fight here. Try to close this out, but a Kitsune Rush about to be available from this dupe. Sends it immediately. 3 seconds to work with here. Zalfi just keeping everybody else sustained. Fin 4 going to be falling low, but there's the counter flip. 99 to 99 on both sides. Izayaki taken down. Alpi with a beam, able to find that elimination. Donghak down to a sliver, and Lijiang under some fire, but Donghak still able to find one. Finds two, and back his Fin will fall. It's equalized ultimately here. Pulse bump from Checkmate going to be going wide. Had he been able to get that stick, it might just be enough for them to be able to close things out, but now the overtime is going to start bleeding down as nobody else can go for the contest. So first flashpoint goes the way of ZETA.
Alfie's duplicate targets have been so creative and so interesting throughout this entire match. I mean, he's gone after Ana, he's gone after Ashe, and then the duplicate target to take the Kiri ult and then get the Kitsune Rush ult, get the healing has been so smart. I mean, his echo play has been outstanding just on an individual mechanical level, but the ultimate usage and the creative ultimate usage has straight up won them fights.
Violet beat available. Lijiang desperately trying to claw his way up. Catch up here was late on the Lucio cycle, but Violet's going to be taken down as Checkmate, able to pursue deep enough to find that melee hit. Duke now out from Knife. Really wanted to seal the deal on this initial lockdown. It goes for the copy here onto the Malga. Rushes into the back line. Bernard and Finn going to be falling to the wayside as cage fight might be built up, but it might not even really matter. We'll just go ahead and drop this one, saying, okay, try to push forward. Walk into this thing, you're going to get caught. We'll go ahead and expire, and ultimately, Fnatic will find the first grab.
Again, another interesting duplicate. It used to always be that you just duplicate the tanks. That used to be the meta immediately, but now I think Echo players have evolved into much more situational awareness there. Absolutely works out. ZETA Division can come back with bold ultimates here. They will open up Kitsune. Kitsune for Kitsune here.
Rush for rush, but cage fight about to be there from Bernard. Beat for beat. Violet. I must have taken a while to hit the floor, and Finn died in transit, but Wiley, the shielding still going to be enough to help them win this out. Bernard is once again keeping everybody trapped in. Some meat grinder here at ZETA Division. Able to win out that fight. Was looking scary for a moment. I saw Violet pull the trigger. I didn't see the shields go out. But he gets it in the end.
Ajax holding his breath. He was a little worried after that. He was like, my namesake. It's all I got left, really. I'm pressed. You can't take this away from me. He's been such a good sport about that whole thing, to be honest. It's going to be really interesting to see what Donghak does on the Maga, too, because it does feel like something that Bernard is very comfortable on. Haven't seen a ton of Donghak on the Maga, but he's nearing the cage fights. Cage fight is one of the best ultimates in the game, especially to combo with anything, but Alpha E will be the Maga now.
Okay, Suzu out. Stomp from Alpha E, getting the hit here on Izayaki and taking him down. Donghak at the same time, falling to Violet's hand. And ZETA Division now running away with this point. Still in control, the lead firmly theirs, and all it takes is one more pick, one more team fight win. Once again, Fnatic in a spot where to see if they can actually try to go for this touch, because this is going to take over very quickly.
They've got everything they need. They've got a duplicate, they've got cage fight, so you can pick whatever you want on the other side of things. The cage fight should be able to win you a fight. I mean, at the very least, stall it out.
Going forward, getting those mini crits. The cage now coming through Bernard. That overheat here as well, but eventually will get hounded down. melted here as Violet, trying to stay alive, will not be able to do so. Alfie does manage to find one, but ultimately this flip is going to be coming through here for Fnatic, so a second lease on life to try to tie things up. Starting out at 52%, so still have to hold this for a decent little while, and now Violet have to have that beat online.
Lijiang should be able to get there as well, so this one does really come down to the Lucio, who gets more value out of the beat, who beats first, who blinks. And both of these support ultimates are going to be critical. Also, either of these Tracers could sway the fight too with Pulse Bomb. Execution is the name of the grain here, yeah.
Just trying to find a target, especially if they can get the Suzu out early. But there's a Kitsune rush match now by Izayaki. Could just end up going beat for beat at the same time. But the dupe comes through. A knife going for the copy, but immediately gets focus fired out of this one. For now, just looks to try to hold them back. 99 to 99. The overtime starting to tick down. Pulse Bomb here from Checkmate. Still held, waiting for a target, waiting for that Soundberry shielding to go away. There's the stick coming across. Bernard going to be taken down. Kill found. Cage Bite still has them locked into position, but Knife is able to find two. That should be Fnatic equalizing the score count here. Not going to be put into a position where they have to reverse sweep the map, end the series. They make it 1-1.
Checkmate's so patient there too. He was lurking behind. He had really good targets, but then the beat comes out and everyone gets all the extra overheals. Does not pulse bomb, even though he for sure would have stuck it. Able to wait it out, get the stick at the guaranteed value. Donghack going to stay on this Maga, but Bernard is the first one to blink. We'll go back to a hero who's a little more comfortable on with the Diva.
Well, relative parity here between the teams. Alpha E, the dupe online, Knife 25% away. This inside track taken by Zeta Division, looking to try to occupy this one, and the dupe target for the Mauga there. Still a solid pickup for Alpha E, gives him a bit more punch and a bit more beakiness to the team. Now those looking to try to take him down in the neutral. The rush forward, the beam, not going to be able to confirm that kill. Alfie, however, does still go for this duplicate. The first cap comes in. Cage Fight going to be dropped in. Donghack trying to lock them in, but immediately is the first one to fall. Izayaki fights back a little bit more though. Finding Finn, equalizing the count a bit. Bernard, however, Pulse Bomb Eat comes through. They break down the cage. Izayaki down to a sliver. It's Alfie gets broken out of that duplicate, but Izayaki will fall. Bernard the Rockets able to find that elimination as Checkmate pursuing off the side of the map to try to go ahead and take down Alfie E. Puts him down to a sliver, but cannot find that kill. Pulse Bomb going to be lobbed in. Checkmate's just fade away, shotting Flory in the face. Finds that elimination. And the flip does come through. Fnatic for now at least going to be in control. Remake?
Oh, gets the remake.
How in the hell? Knife now going to be taken out as Violet returns, and suddenly, I thought Fnatic were going to be able to hold this one, but no, Zeta Division, they swoop right back in and gain control.
Bernard is just kind of on a heater right now. It's actually really, really interesting because the Diva versus Maga matchup is so, like Matrix versus the two guns, and then both teams are like, well, we'll supplement this by duplicating the other tank. So they both duplicate a Diva and then a Maga of their own, so a very brief glimpse of 6x6. There you go, guys. Everyone's been begging for it, but now Donghack over to the Doomfist.
Sticky's widely taken away there. D-Matrix eating up quite a bit of that. Donghack going to be taking down the sound barrier from Lijiang on is far too late. Violets, however, right on time, right when they need it, as they just continue to rush him down. More kills coming through. It's Fnatic. They're going to have to concede this point. No way to force out this overtime this time around. And it's going to be Zeta Division now getting up to map and match point.
Those fights are the ones that hurt the most to lose, when everyone ends up using their ultimates, when you double support up and you just don't get it on time. And you're right, it was Violet getting all the full value out of that sound barrier, where Lijiang did not, lost the tank, ends up throwing it in there. And what has been such a strong point for Fnatic in the previous maps ends up coming back to bite them there, where they lose out on the support ultimate trades. Zeta Division right now, Alpha E with duplicate about up. The only ult note on the field, unless Checkmate can stick something, but Bernard's been eating everything up.
That self-destruct still here in the back pocket. Support ultimates a world away here from both of the teams. A lot more emphasis here on the DPS. Or recalling out. Bombs connecting, down to 55, managing to get that heal as Duplicate comes through from Knife. Copies here onto the Tracer, trying to build up towards that Pulse Bomb. It's just about ready to have it, sends it. Elimination not going to be found. Floor, however, sitting one of his own. As we have 3 Pulse Bombs going out here in this fight. Now a 4th as Knife builds up another one. And it's going to be Violet taken down. He himself, though, at risk. Ends up falling, been eliminated. The trade-ups start coming through. Alfie tries to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one. That should be the cleanup here as Bernard will get demeched eventually. We'll have to just go ahead and give up on this. Not worth trying to send in for that self-destruct.
Self-destruct is so largely used just for a remech anyway. When you're in a bad position, just smash that Q at the end. It's not really the, you know, plat games that we're in. We've sent it over the top and get 5 kills. That I'm in, I'm not going to speak for you. But Bernard has been a menace. Had they had control at that point and wrestled it away, I think he might have, and just to stall it out. It's so critical there, but Kitsune is out.
Kitsune coming through.
Almost flips it.
The beat is available here, and yep, they will be able to get in control. 34% currently built up from Fnatic as Donghak has to exit with that Meteor Strike, but beat cannot come in now as Lijiang is able to get the better of Violet. Now they're about to have a beat of their own if they need it, but with Finn falling, spoilers here, our ZETA division, that is just going to be a very fast flip into their favor. Fnatic going to be maintaining the lead.
Yeah, great play there from Lijiang to be able to take down his counterparts, and then obviously if you can get another kill, the last thing in the world you want to do is have to burn that beat and throws it in. So now it does come down to these Lucio players again. It does feel like this map ends up being so Lucio-centric, so support ultimate-centric. Violet and Lijiang. Aggressive beat.
Pulse bomb stick there from Checkmate. Violet going to be taken down. I believe that's an Ajax.
I think he got it off before.
Did he? I didn't quite see it.
Yeah.
I might have my brain might have just absolutely melted, but either way, Violet dead.
You're just waiting for it. You're just waiting for Violet's Ajax. But I think it was a response right away to Lijiang.
Okay, perhaps.
I could be wrong.
That could be a misfire from me. So if it is, apologies. I'll go back and double check it just to cover my bases. Either way, the fight continues. This knife goes for the duplicate here onto that enemy Diva. Finn now going to fall, just cycling one by one. These supports back into the respawn room here are Fnatic. They look to tie us up completely and utterly as Violet. He returns, but he's greeted by a fist and a wall. Donghak cleans him up, finds Flora. Alfie continues to try to fight, but Bernard going to be broken out of the mech, and Alfie cannot escape. He will fall, and that is now tied up 2-2. This is anyone's game.
It all comes down to this. This whole series comes down to a single flashpoint point. Alpha Yi with duplicate is going to be critical. Bernard playing the hero I thought they might pick, especially if it was going to be New Junk City. I thought it was definitely going to be this Orisa, one of his better heroes. The Orisa comes out now. Donghak on his home hero too. Everyone kind of on comfort picks at this moment.
I took the downtime to scrub back through on the YouTube VOD. It was not an Ajax. That's my bad. Sorry, Violet. Didn't mean to BM you like that, but, you know, there's some recency bias. Taking to this guys there is Alpha Yi. Goes for the copy here onto the Tracer, trying to keep himself alive. Moving up swiftly, trying to get a false bomb. Donghak tries to get the pin there onto Violet. Takes him low, but maybe has overstepped a little bit. Still relatively healthy. The Checkmate taking down a lot of the firepower is eliminated on the side of Fnatic, so they will have to go ahead and start backing away. False bomb locked in. Not going to find the connection, but Donghak will still die.
The echo play in this game has just been phenomenal from both sides. Alpha Yi gets a lot of work done there, but Bernard back onto this Orisa, opens the fight up with a pick. And now in control of the points, it's such a nice hero to be able to play defensively. We'll see. I mean, the Kitsune Rush is available for both sides. Violet's going to have beat. Fnatic needs to play this a little bit slow. You kind of want to get a beat of your own here. You have to be tracking and know that Violet has not used beat, that you're going to have to be playing into it, so you can't go right just yet. Now the window's open because you assume you're going to get beat here.
Yeah, supposed to having that one available. Kitsune Rush going to be coming through. Alfie tanked up for a brief little moment there. I believe a spear connected with Donghak falling low. Beat going to be dropped in here on both sides. Shields get across. Everybody receiving them here. Now it's going to be these follow-up ultimates. Flora, the first one to come through. The pulse bomb ends up going wide. Lijiang finding the punish. Shuts him down. Duke out onto the Orisa, just trying to stay alive. Build up towards that Terra Surge, but Bernard pulls the trigger on his own. Everybody backs away for the most part. We'll still get the break here on the Duke, but Knife fine with that one. Offers up the beam. It's quite a bit of damage. It helps take down that enemy Orisa as Donghak's able to collect 2 kills of his own. 99% force out here for ZETA Division. They do have time on their side, but Fnatic win out the fight and they get a second lease on life.
Fnatic's going to have the only ult of note coming into this last fight, as well as Donghak will build up to that Terra Surge. Bernard is now off it, back onto the Diva. If ZETA can pull out one more fight, they will win this map. Might need 2 holds for Fnatic, but the way Flashpoint goes, if they can stall out a little bit, this could be the final fight. Alpha has got to get there with Duplicate. He's been so good at clutching out, picking the right hero to win fights.
See though, for now, Izzyaki 20% away. from that Kitsune rush. Finn rather trying to catch up. Violet trying to stay alive. Finn here from Donghak. The Terror Surge going to be pulled in desperation, but the iframes come through off that dupe. Bernard does end up getting demexed, but Uppy has the cleanup. Donghak going to be taken down the front line, broken open here on Fnatic as Duke to Terror Surge gets a smattering of damage. The spear going to be going wide. The jump forward as Knife desperately wants to try to find a pick. Bernard able to pistol his way back into that mech as City Rush ends up coming through. Alpi finding the beam kill. Lijiang pulls the trigger on that sound barrier, but widely only catches onto the support, and then he's dead on the backhand. The flip is back through. A retouch, try to force out this overtime for a little bit longer. Checkmate doing his damnedest to try to get them in this one, but Donghak, as he rejoins the Doom Fist, ends up falling. Checkmate's dead, and Zeta Division pushed to the very limits, pushed into a game 5. They are going to be victorious at the end of it all. 3-2 on Suravasa and 3-2 in the series.
The Alpha Yi dupe onto Orisa there was so good. I mean, you didn't see any kills. The Terror Surge came down. He kind of just fired and forget it, but it got everyone so low. He pushed them off to that corner, off to the low grounds, and never let them really get comfortable. So everyone was low. The Kitsune rush comes down in that area where he had forced everyone to, and then they just leave. They just leave and play on point into their own Kitsune rush, and so the onus is on Fnatic to come fight the point. They have to at that point in time, and now they have to fight into the other team's Kitsune rush, just using the advantage that they already had there to build it up and to be able to play defense there. Alpi's echo and duplicate choices were phenomenal the entire time, and the last fight was no different, duplicating the Orisa, holding the space, forcing them to use a Kitsune rush in a space where Zeta could just completely disengage from it, and they got no value out of that last rush. A little bit better support ultimates from Zeta, and that's all it came down to, is a couple of small support ultimate advantages in the end for Zeta Division, but Fnatic took a big step forward today.
That they did. This was a lot more competitive than we might have anticipated, just given the history between these teams. But let's go ahead and see who got our player of the match, because I think that ultimately, given how scrappy everything was here, it's difficult to really land on a singular player, but it's going to be Finn who comes away with the most votes.
Yeah, and we also vote like very early in the matches sometimes. You know, when a team is up 2-0, and that happened to be after the first 2 maps, I think you could make a case for a lot of the players. Alpha U did come to mind. He got some votes for this squad. But I think early on, Finn in the first 2 maps that Zeta won, the reason they used my vote was that he just won fights for them at the end, was hitting the ultimate, individual headshots on the Kiri play that won them fights in the first 2 maps. He got them up 2-0. And then Alpha Yi, obviously, we've sung their praises on the Echo. But when things are close, I always defer to the support players. Finn played really well, and even the Kitsune at the very end really helped his squad out. So kind of one of the unsung heroes on Zeta. We talk a lot about their damage line, talk a lot about their other support, but Finn held it down for his team today.
And he did. Solid efforts here from that back line, but I think that, if we had enough time to kind of reassess that Suravasa, maybe Alpha Yi ends up getting a slightly larger shout.
Probably.
To, what we had been seeing earlier on. Bernard as well, putting in some very good work with that Diva at the beginning of Suravasa. But, Finn, able to go ahead and pick that one up. So a solid start here for the side of Zeta Division to OWCS Korea Stage 2. And they're able to find that opening victory, but I think the future very much is looking bright for Fnatic, and I'm looking forward to seeing more and more of this team. I think kind of from this display, gone are the days of us talking about them, then Yeti, as the, a dark horse team. It looks like they're just going to be a good team that can, contend to those top spots.
Yeah, I mean, it did look really rough in the beginning, where it's just like, oh no, not Fnatic, not this Fnatic again, because they're coming off a couple of rough tournaments. They just didn't look great, right? And there were some questions, because it's a retooled team, and then you're wondering how the backline looked. Backline looked pretty decent today. Izayaki played fine, didn't really call his name good nor bad, but, played okay. Lijiang, I don't love seeing him on Brig, but you need to run it. I think he's much better on the Lucio, obviously, bigger playmaker. But yeah, I think, again, I sing the praises of Checkmate, but yeah, a lot of good players for this squad.
Alrighty, well, it's time to hear from our player of the match, so we'll get ready to hold it down, or send it down to the stage and hand it over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are back with the first POTM interview of the day. My name is Quest, and today we have on stage Finn from Zeta Division.
핀 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Please introduce yourself. And I am the support player for Zeta Division, Finn.
네, 핀 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그런데 오늘 POTM을 수상하게 되셨는데 왜 이렇게 목소리가 안 좋죠?
So why are you not full of energy despite receiving the POTM? And he says it's been a very long match.
재밌는 광경을 보실 수 있습니다. 자, 스테이지 2 첫 경기 첫 승리로 시작을 하게 되었어요.
So you kicked
소감
off
들어볼까요?
Stage 2 with a victory. So how do you feel about the win?
저희 또 신인이다 보니까 희성이가 좀 살짝씩 못 듣고 하는 게 있어서
There were a couple of misplays and miscommunication because Heesung is still relatively new and he's still a rookie.
고쳐나갈 것 같고
And I think it'll be something that we'll work on going into the future.
좀 기분은 좋긴 하네요.
I'm still very happy about the win, getting the win for on the opening match.
모자라서 이제 따뜻한 마음까지 전달을 해 주셨는데요. 자, 푸나틱 상대로 전승을 잡아내고 있는 제타 디비전입니다.
So ZETA division so far is undefeated versus Fnatic. So tell us about how the match went for the team.
실력 차이가 좀 많이 나서 좀 쉽게 이겼는데
At first, I thought there was a huge skill gap, so that's why I think we won the first two maps. But again, due to our misplays, it became rough towards the end, but we still managed to capture the win.
사실 뭐 이제 맵마다 조합이 달라가지고 마지막 맵은 또 그 베르나르가 뛰기 때문에.
And of course, in terms of the last map, Bernard was subbed in from map 5. So in terms of our team mentality, it wasn't off or anything like that. But again, because of Bernard getting the break and being subbed in, I think that's what closed the deal. So of course, you received POTM today because of your Anna and Kiriko. So what's the support hero that you recommend for ranked/competitive? I think he said Zenyatta is top tier, and for the second choice it should be Baptiste. So now it's time for what everyone's been waiting. It's the time for the celebration dance, which he promised during the video interview before the match. Did Heesung teach you the dance pretty well? If there's music, I can do the dance perfectly, but I can only do a little bit of it without the music. So the crowd's gonna clap, and so they're counting down. I don't know what that dance is, but I assume that's pretty popular on TikTok, I think. Lots of claps from the crowd.
자, 이렇게 피 선수의 춤선도 만나봤고요. 그렇다면 마지막으로 팬분들께
And lastly, please say a few words to the fans of thank you. It's actually very hot in the arena right now and outside as well. So, and I want to thank you to everyone that's watching, whether they're in the arena or at home. And because of them, we are able to keep going. So, thank you very much. He's gonna speak in Japanese. Unfortunately, I don't speak Japanese, so I have no idea what he's saying. But I'm assuming he's saying thank you very much to the fans for the Japanese, to the Japanese fans.
이렇게 직관을 오시면 팬분들의 따스한 사랑도 느낄 수 있고, 그리고 이렇게 멋진 춤선도 보실 수 있습니다.
And of course, if you buy a ticket and go there, you can watch dances like that. And that's the end of the first POTM interview. And before we head into the next match, I'm gonna send it back to Kilios and Hex.
Thank you very much, Quest, for translating through there. And don't worry, we don't speak Japanese either, nor do we understand the dances. But we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, oh boy, we get to see some old familiar faces. But we'll be back in just a bit, so enjoy the highlights for now.
모든 사람한테 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠? 와, 미쳤다.
이거 하면 안 돼요? 똑같은 모드가 나오면 저희가
생각해보고 계실까요? 이거 할게요.
Alrighty, we are back, and it's now time to go to our second series of the evening, and this is one that myself, Hex, any longtime watchers of Overwatch Esports should be excited for, because we have the return of the original GOAT, Lijiang, going to be taken to the stage once more.
I believe the document I have, the research has been done for me, says 1,500 plus days since an official competitive match.
That sounds
correct.
correct.
Yeah, it's some years. Obviously, the pedigree of this player is amazing. The initial name of this team, it is now Old Ocean, but it was going to be Old Man in the Sea, which was, obviously a Hemingway reference. Apparently, the Hemingway estate was something they didn't want to trifle with copyright-wise. I'm not sure what kind of esports fans are in that estate, but, good old Ernest running with the Bulls in spirit is now living on in Old Ocean here. It's such an interesting roster. Of course, Jaehong is going to be there too, and a lot of players that are kind of coming back. And I think the story was they're just all paying homage to Jaehong. Like, they want to come back and see if they can still play and see how it works. And it's a pretty good draw for them to open up with Vec, a team that struggled. There's no other way about it. They finished last in the first stage at 0-8, 0-9, something like 0-8. I don't think they won a map. A team that struggled. They're retooling as well. There's some players on this team, but I mean, if you're gonna kind of just get your feet back in the water, Old Ocean appropriately enough, this would be a good squad to do it against.
Yeah, I would agree with that one, but for the side of Vec, it's about proving a point. So like, okay, yeah, you guys are outdated. You haven't played in a very long time, and it's time for for you to move on. I'll put that in quotations. I think that's kind of going to be the message that Beck wants to send, because you don't want to be coming into this and then end up losing against, a Jaehong, as prestigious of a player as he may be and as short as his career is. You don't want to be dropping a series to a guy who hasn't been in a competitive game in like 5 years. That's not something that you realistically want to see yourself doing. But let's go ahead and zoom in, because as you mentioned, there have been some changes.
Yeah, Gurum, I believe, left the roster, came back to the roster. Farmer is the new addition on tank for this team, so we'll see what they can do. I think, when we watched back last stage, it was generally, we talked a lot about like how Dart and Minute are fine. They can still play. It's a pretty solid damage line. I think Lego was added as support too to try to bolster this roster, so that they're making changes at least, which is something I always like to see from a team that struggled. Like, you don't just sit there and say like, okay, well, I guess we'll try it again. At least try something different and see what you can get going. So support line has been changed, tank options have changed. The only things that really stay exactly the same are Dart and Minute staying in there, and they were fine for this squad. So some changes, an uphill battle, but you want to win a map.
VEC 대전에서 팀장이자 또 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 전용민 구름이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 힐러 맡고 있는 레고 이도현이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 미닛 서민서입니다.
VEC 대전에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 다트 고민혁입니다.
DAEJEON 대전에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 진성이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 파머라고 합니다.
이번 시즌에 제가 VEC 대전에 합류하게 되었는데, 원래 오랫동안 알고 있던 선수들이기도 하고 좀 잘한다고 생각하는 선수들이어서 많이 연습했는데 생각보다 더 좋게 나오는 것 같아요.
VEC 대전에 들어오게 되면서 새로운 팀원들과 함께하게 되었는데, 경험이 많이 없는 선수다 보니까 많이 서툴긴 하지만 그래도 열심히 하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
새로운 선수들과 합을 맞추기 위해서 열심히 하고 있습니다.
솔직히 전 시즌에 정말 참담한 결과를 나왔는데, 이번 시즌은 정말 다르다라는 모습을 보여주려고 지금 새로운 팀원들과 함께 정말 열심히 연습하고,
저희가 대회 끝나고 한 4월 말부터 지금까지 계속 쉬지 않고 연습해가지고 아마도 이번에는 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
이번 대회를 하면서 무조건 이길 수 있는 팀이라고 생각했고요. 가볍게 이기겠습니다.
월드오션의 유재용 선수 옛날부터 굉장히 팬이었고, 아나 그 자체라고 생각하지만 아나는 조금 제가 밀릴 수도 있어도 키리코로 칼퇴근 시켜드리겠습니다.
무조건 3대0으로 바를 것 같고요. 아마 응원해주시는 팬들 많으실 텐데 죄송하네요, 그분들께는.
사실 저도 대전에 살았는데 그런 만큼 이 대전에 대해 되게 애정이 있으니까 시민분들께 e스포츠 쪽으로 되게 좋은 팀이구나 라는 인식을 강하게 남겨드리고 싶네요. 아무래도
최대한 많은 경험을 하고 더 높은 곳으로 가기 위해 열심히 노력하겠습니다.
팬분들이나 경기를 보시는 분들께 아마 저희 팀은 저 시즌 성적이 많이 안 좋았어서 약한 팀 이미지를 지금 쓰고 있는데 이번 시즌에는 그런 이미지를 탈출해 보도록 해보겠습니다.
이번 시즌은 우리가 얼마나 잘할 수 있는지를 보여주자라는 각오로 이번 시즌 정말 열심히 임하겠습니다.
대회 관심 가져주셔서 감사하고 좋은 모습으로 보답하겠습니다.
팬분들께 일단 맨날 시간도 내주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 계속 응원해 주시면 정말 감사하겠습니다.
항상 관심 가져주시고 시간 써주시는 우리 팬분들 감사하고 사랑합니다.
VC 대전 화이팅!
All right, well, in fact, DAEJEON, they will make their way out here onto the stage. And, we heard him talk about it right there. They said, yeah, we think this is kind of the team that we should be able to take down. So now they will get ready to try and prove it.
Coming out with a little bit of some gear on. I really like when a team is self-aware, though. Like, my favorite line was like, to be honest, we were abysmal, So it's like, at least, hey, it wasn't good, and we're looking to fix that. So you got to respect that self-awareness. Obviously made a bunch of changes across the board, and I think knowing where, like, what they are, like, hey, we're a young team, we're looking to gel together, we've got new pieces, we're ready to go. So I think the mindset, the attitude is right. But like I said, it's stage 2 now. You got to win a map. You got to get on the board. You got to take that 0 off the left side of the column.
For sure. Well, now to zoom in here on some very familiar faces. Probe, Becky, Taejong, Kalios, Ruler, Faith, and Ryu Jae-hong.
I mean, it's a lot of names that you probably recognize, but you're like, oh, where do I recognize them from? Oh, Becky played on Valiant that one time, like Pro was there. Kalios actually played rather recently, and as did Faith, so it's not everyone who's like not played in forever.
Sure.
Ruler, kind of a new face. Taejong had been playing, I believe, in OWCS NA for Pirates in Pajamas, and they didn't have a very good showing even in the NA region, so yeah, a lot of names and faces you recognize, but obviously the big one on the far right there, the, Emperor of Ana, Ryu Jae-hong, just a great player, all-time legacy player. So, just the king is back, as the graphic says.
Yeah, and for the longest time, that was exactly what he was known as. This guy was the original GOAT.
포지션을 맡고 있는 류재홍이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션을 맡고 있는 태종이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 페이스 김홍기라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 베키 김이라라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 맡고 있는 프로비라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 포지션 맡고 있는 룰러 김이건이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 맡고 있는 칼리오스 신우열이라고 합니다.
솔직히 좀 제 바램으로 한 건데 한 번 더 이런 경기장을 와보고 싶어서 마침 팀원들도 다 한다고 해줘가지고 저는 고맙게 어떻게 보면 제 이기적인 생각으로 시작된 거긴 해요. 기대감이 더 크긴 해요. 다시 뭔가 무대의 느낌 그거를 느끼니까 기대감이 더 크긴 해요.
좋은 멤버들과 이렇게 같이 오프라인을 할 수 있어서 너무 큰 영광이라고 생각하고 저도 열심히 할 거고 저희 팀도 모두 열심히 해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내도록 노력하겠습니다.
잘하는 형들과 함께해서 정말 기쁘고 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
저는 페이스 선수 좀 눈여겨봐 주셨으면 좋겠는데 펄스를 너무 못 막아가지고 얼마나 펄스에 죽는지 좀 세주셨으면 좋겠어요. 비트 끊기는 거. 네, 비트 끊기는 것도요.
전 저라고 생각합니다. 전 잘해요.
저도 저라고 생각합니다. 저도 잘해요.
근데 저희가 지면 큰일 나는 거네요.
약간 상하이 같은 느낌.
그런 경기인 만큼 저희가 좀 이겨서 저희도 좀 잘한다 뭐 이런 느낌을 보여줘야 되지 않나.
저는 리그 찍먹 한 번 했는데 그분들은 한 번도 못하지 않았나?
쉽게 이길 수 있을 것 같아요, 저희가 충분히.
새로운 멤버들과 최선을 다해서 좋은 추억, 좋은 결과 만들도록 해보겠습니다.
저는 그냥 열심히 말고 열심히 잘해보겠습니다.
어쨌든 본선 무대에 왔으니까 제가 좀 팀에 민폐 끼치지 않도록 열심히 하고 완전 좋은 성적은 못 거둘 수 있겠지만은 그래도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 테니까 재홍이 형 보러 많이 와주세요.
현장에 오셔서 저 보시면 무섭다고 말 안 거시는 분들 많으신데 그냥 말 거십시오. 별로 무서운 사람 아닙니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 저희도 그 환호성에 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다. 저희가 좀 멀리들 살아가지고 팀원들이 좀 경비를 충당할 수 있도록 스폰서를 구하고 있습니다. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 거 도와드리고 저희도 도움을 받고 싶은 상황이라 많은 관심 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 제발 부탁드립니다.
저 왔다 갔다 버스비만 60 드는데
KTX 경비 다 합치면 한 40 조금 넘게 나오는데 도와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
비행기값 너무 비싸요. 도와주세요.
저는 별로 안 드는데 다들 힘들다고 하니까 도와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
올드오션 파이팅!
All right, I think maybe a little bit of exaggeration with some of the prices being stated there, because that's fair. They're not going to be that high, I don't believe. But unless they're taking a hell of a lot of buses. But either way, this is a team new on the scene in quotations, but full of familiar faces. And they're looking to make some waves. They're looking to find some impact, to kind of relive some of the old glory days here, perhaps, especially for the likes of Jaehong there, who says, I hope I'm not too much of a burden on my team.
Right. That would hurt. That would hurt my soul getting a little bit older. I'm like, yep, I resonate with that. Just don't want to be any trouble. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really have no idea what to expect from this match. You don't want to question how serious are you taking it, but these guys are kind of coming back for another time around. It's just really an interesting storyline to see how it all goes. But there are players with a ton of experience on that roster, and they even mentioned it. A lot of Overwatch League experience for that squad, and back a team that, like I said, if you're going to come into this and look for a way to, break back in, get at ease on stage, back as the team you want to play, they've just struggled. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah. Well, taking a look here, starting lineup, it's going to be Guramin instead of Farmer. So let's see what the meta looks like between these two squads. That's where my interest really lies, I think, because when you look at the upper echelons here of Korea, when you look at your Zetas, your Crazy Raccoons, your Falcons, etc., you've got so much depth and a lot of flexibility. This matchup, you've got a bunch of people who haven't competed in a couple years or haven't competed in a main event at all, really, going up against a team that has, but wasn't able to win a single map. This is where things can get a lot more scrappy.
Yeah, and like I said, just, you look at the experience of this squad. Probe was on San Francisco Shock, O2 Blast, Poker Face recently. Kalios has been playing extremely recently as well. Becky was Valiant, Panthera, then Poker Face. Faith has been around. The only person who hasn't really played at a super high level recently is Jaehong. So you just wonder, how that's going to work. However, some of his best heroes are kind of in the meta still, so it shouldn't be a big issue. But yeah, it's a big old question mark, and I'm just here for the show, really.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Does he come out the gate? I'm playing basically nothing but Ana. We had seen in season 2 onward, even in season 1, Jaehong, starting to try to learn some of the other heroes that he really needed to play. But we're not done quite just yet. We're not ready to get into the action, because first we have to hear from our team representatives. So let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the second team rep interview of the day between VEC DAEJEON versus OWCS. And of course, on VEC side,
안녕하세요. VEC
we
대전에서
have 진성.
서브일러를 맡고 있는 정진성이라고 합니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 진성 선수 반갑습니다.
And of course, on the other side,
자, 그렇다면
with a lot of fans in the crowd,
부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 올드오션의 류재용입니다.
we have Ryu Jaehong on stage.
네, 류재영 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 우리 올드오션 팀 이번
The first question goes to OWCS.
선수분 류재영 선수분이
Of course,
계시는
Ryu Jaehong
팀이기도
is
하죠.
the one player that everyone is talking about.
오랜만에 뛰는 경기.
So how do you feel about returning to the competitive stage after so long?
여기 경기장 오기 전까지 실감이 안 났는데
So I couldn't really feel the energy before I came here.
이 떨리는 마음 좀 제대로
But
다잡아서
when I
첫 단추
arrived,
잘
I can really
끼워보도록
feel the
하겠습니다.
excitement and
많은
the
응원
nerves as
부탁드립니다.
well. So please support our team.
아무래도 팬분들을
Please cheer us
보니까
on.
더 떨리는 마음이지 않을까 또 싶은데요. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 경기 예상 스코어를 들어볼 수 있을까요?
What is the predicted score for today's match?
저희가 3, 상대팀한테 1.
I think it'll be a 3-1 victory.
네. 너무 3대 0이면 좀
If it's 3-0, it's you know,
자, 이렇게 좀
it's kind of rude.
점선한 모습
That's what he
보여주셨는데
says.
자, 만만치 않습니다. 우리 진성 선수는 류재영
And the
선수의
next question goes to
오랜
Jin-sung.
팬이라고 들었어요.
Of course, in the video interview, he said that he's been a long-time Lijiang fan, but
강하게 말씀하셨습니다.
after that,
아무래도
he also said that he's going to send Lijiang home early
좋아하는 그런
with his
선수를
Kiriko.
골딱 먹이고 싶은 마음이 살짝 있기 마련인데 그렇다면 오늘 키리코 상태 어떤가요?
So,
준비됐나요?
how is your Kiriko today? How do you feel
하면서
about your
키리코를
Kiriko today?
해봤는데 오늘 조금 많이 잘 쓰는 것 같아서
And I think my aim is on
이길
point
수 있을 것
today,
같습니다.
and I tried it, you know, warming up, and so I think we're going to be able to
이기는
win.
기분은 어떨까? 좀 팬분들의 마음으로 한번 다가가 보겠습니다. 그렇다면 류재용 선수에게도 한마디 부탁드려도
So,
될까요?
can you please say a few words to Lijiang, you know, because you're a big fan?
재홍님 옛날부터
Hi,
너무
재홍.
떨려하시는데요. 네.
되게 팬이었는데
I've been a long-time fan.
만나서 정말 영광이고
I'm honored to meet you.
이번에
괜찮아요, 괜찮아.
This time he's a little nervous, so Lijiang says it's okay, it's okay.
드리도록 하겠습니다.
And
자,
after,
그렇다면 스테이지 2에서
he's gonna get some time to hug it out with him.
응원의 한마디도 들어보고 싶은데요.
So, can you please say a few words to the
저희
fans
팀을
as
응원해
well?
주시는 분들 다들
So
감사드리고요.
thank you so much for supporting our team.
못한다는 평이 많지만 그래도
And
열심히 해서 좀 좋은
People
모습
say that we're
보여드릴 수
bad,
있도록
but we're gonna work hard to
많은
prove them
응원
wrong. So
부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
please, we would appreciate all the support that you give
그렇다면
us.
VC
Thank you very
대전은요?
much. And on VC
저희가
side,
약팀이라고 평가받는 이유를 잘 모르겠긴 한데
I'm not really sure why we're
저희는
considered the weak
이제
team.
중위권에서 조금 더 올라갈 수 있는
But
팀이라
I believe that we're at least in the middle of the pack or we can aim for the higher spots.
자,
So
이렇게
please
승리에
continue
대한
to cheer us on and
열망이
watch
의리를
us.
피어오르는 오늘입니다. 자, 그렇다면 승리한다면 이제 세레머니를 안 볼 수가 없는데요.
So,
자, 오늘은 어떤 세레머니가
What kind of
팬들을 기다리고
ceremony
있을지
would you
궁금합니다.
would you put on for the fans if you win?
저희는
On
토끼기
VC side,
포즈를 해보겠습니다.
아, 춤과 함께 토끼기 포즈를 보여주시겠나요?
he said some pose. I'm not sure what that pose is, but it's going to be some meme
알겠습니다.
pose.
TOTM 받은 선수가
And,
하기 때문에
plus a
너무
dance as well.
그렇게 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 자, 그렇다면
And
우리
on the
올드
Old Ocean side,
저희가
what do you promise to the fans?
아니, 준비를 못했는데
We actually didn't prepare anything.
앞 경기를 보니까 삐끼삐끼를 추더라고요.
But
저희도
they did that dance
싫어요?
earlier.
그럼 안 하고.
In the first match, after the first match.
네, 자, 마라탕으로 들었습니다.
and-
자, 이렇게 오늘 경기
I'm not really sure why they're cheering. Something about Malatang, Hulu. It's some sort of meme. But look forward to it. And that's the team rep interview between VC and Old Ocean. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to Achilleos and Hex.
Alrighty, well, once again, I'm contemplating my mortality and the misunderstanding of the youth, I suppose, because I also have no idea what is going on there, but all I know is that we're heading into Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, the fellow kids moment there. Yeah, it's, you know, it's just whenever you hear someone start talking about like music artists and musical acts, and then now you just have to like quietly nod and be like, yeah, sure, I know Little Doggy or whatever it is. Yeah, so yeah, you're old. I'm old. It's fine. Jaehong's old, but we'll see if he wins. Lijiang Tower, we're gonna kick it off there. It's since there's no higher seed, this one's just randomly selected. So nice to go to a control map and. Expectations, it was kind of interesting to see, like, we, you know, Vex said we expect to be, you know, the better team here, and it's like, well, why? I mean, I like the confidence, and then they said they're middle of the pack, and it's like, you got to start proving that, though. And so I think it's actually ends up being a really important matchup for both of these teams.
No, it very much does. I mean, Jaehong saying like, oh, I think it's going to be, you know, a 3-1. I think that a 3-0 is mean. And even if that is the case, that will have been the first map win here for this Vex squad. So I think that even if they lose a series, that would be at least a takeaway for them. But they do feel confident. They said this is the matchup. This is the team that we're pretty sure we're going to be able to beat.
Yeah, you would hope so. I mean, I think the thing is, depending on the level of play, right? We're kind of just hoping for some cleaner Overwatch. You don't want it to be real sloppy on either side, but it's going to be really hard to tell like where these teams are at, regardless of the outcome. We need to see them play somebody who is like maybe a poker face, you know, somebody who is genuinely middle of the pack before I can really tell you what's going on.
That is a classic Lunatic High Jaehong jersey, as well as I believe one of the fan signs that would have been given away, like a little banner back in the day. So yeah, you could tell how many people, us included, are very excited to see this guy back on stage once more. It's just any piece of memorabilia that has ever existed, it's pretty much being represented here in the audience.
It's a great throwback. It's a great storyline to be adding into this, and you know, I think a lot of people are just I don't know that the expectations are really super high, so it's kind of playing with house money here for Jaehong. If he comes out and like ends up hitting sleep, you're gonna hear this crowd. Like you could watch this game without watching it, just listening to the audio, and you'll know when Jaehong hits a sleep. Like 100% you'll know. You'll hear the crowd. So it's gonna be just super fun for that aspect. And then back with the unfortunate task of like really just playing against a fan favorite. Everyone's rooting for this Old Ocean team right now. I do want to just go into the crowd and find like the 2 or 3 Vec fans who are just like gonna cheer against this team. Gotta be a lonely feeling out there right now.
I mean, but that is the thing, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, but that is always the greatest thing about the fandom for Overwatch and just esports in general in Korea, is that you will pretty much always have fans, even if the English audience, I'm sure there's people being like, who are these squads? I've never heard of them, yada, yada, yada. There are still going to be people in that audience with fan signs cheering for these players. So even if they are relative unknowns, somebody's out there watching this stream, following their career, and supporting them. And that's always awesome. The overwhelming majority of the crowd here on his side. So looks like we're just doing a quick little audio check, make sure that everything is going to be good to go, and then we'll be getting this underway, and we can see if in fact we are going to be having that Ana coming out here once again to go ahead and start things off.
Yeah, I mean, Becky getting a little love too. Look, this roster, I mean, Jaehong aside, obviously the star of this roster, kind of the impetus to even put this roster together was Jaehong wanting to play. That's just really well drawn. But a lot of these players played very recently. You think of like Kalios, especially Faith, especially, Probe and Becky have been playing. These are not completely... They're players not maybe at their peak. There's maybe not a super high expectation for them, but these are players that have played at the highest level of the game. So it's not just Jaehong and a bunch of his friends from ranked. It's Jaehong and a bunch of professional Overwatch players. So this team should have some high expectations. It's just a matter of how well they gel together, how long have they been practicing, things like that. So who knows? I mean, we use the term dark horse sometimes, but we'll have to see. I think for them to be truly considered as a threat to any of the top 4 or 5 teams, they'd have to come out here and dominate.
Alrighty, well, we'll see if either team is going to be able to come out and dominate here in this set, or if it is going to be a very scrappy back and forth here between these two squads, because it very well could be the case. Jaehong said, I just want to, have a good performance. I want us to put on an entertaining show, and I think that we are going to be getting that pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, it's just so funny to look at this roster and think about all these players and the different fanfares that they arrived in the Overwatch League with and different tournaments with. Kalios has always been a player that I've spoke about this ad nauseum word. I've always underrate them and overlook them, and it almost always surprises me that Kalios is still very good on a lot of different heroes. Sure. It's just always been like a kind of flown under the radar a little bit and comes in and it's like, wow, I forgot Kalios was this good. For Vec, to me, it's the players that we've known from this team that are sticking around, Dart and Minute. They're decent players. They got chances.
You hear that?
I will not.
That roar coming through there, and of course that was for Old Ocean. I'm sure a lot of these fans didn't think that they were going to have this opportunity, and for now, you hear the cheers. Is it fan service? Is it for real, given that Kali's on the Winston? I think it's going to be the latter, as Jaehong will be starting off on that Ana. Quick TP forward here from Becky, swaps over onto the Tracers. So some very different looks here between the squads, as Goodham's going to be coming out on that Diva.
Already, that is is not the hero you expect your Echo to die to as the first death.
No, definitely not. Kalios able to just find him grounded. Robin on that bio nade, not going to connect. Holding the sleep here for now is pushing forward. Looking to try to take some space here. For now, inside track comes in. Old Ocean can just go ahead and get the first lockdown to the point and will be able to do so. Probe nearly taken down, but heals will stream across.
Yeah, Old Ocean's in a, they're able to play the meta, kind of. As early as it is, this does feel like it's going to be at least a component of the meta.
He's off the side.
I'm able to play their best heroes, yes.
Good push up from Lego, able to find the punish there. Probe and Becky nearly getting taken down. Now the former will fall, but Kalio's able to zap down too. Jinsung and Minute both going to be taken out. In the meantime, Beck have not been able to gain control at this point, so Old Ocean continue to tick up as they're going to have to go for a reset. So even though they're able to go ahead and take down Lijiang, they can't find too much else in the back end of that fight.
Yeah, Lego a new addition to this team, someone to look out for as well, as Vec tries to retool. Get back into it, but Old Ocean has been all over this point so far. Like I said, there's really no one playing their off heroes right now. Probe and Becky totally fine on these heroes as well. Faith always been known as a pretty solid brig, so the meta as it stands is favoring them.
For a push forward here, but Kalios now primal out, finds Dart once again, cleaving him down, looking for a little bit more, dives into the back line, trying to find a juggle there onto Lego, can't quite make that happen. Sydney Rush going to be coming through though, and Durham with a nice eat will take away Becky's pulse bomb. Rally rolling from Faith to try to get them a little bit more staying power, but there's the stick, there's the kill. Minute get into that back line and take every Jaehong, and now Faith will fall. Minute doing some solid work here, but they still have to make their way over to the point. The cap now starting to come through, but just over 80% for Old Ocean going to be built up.
Yeah, aside from the Dart getting killed again by Winston, which shouldn't have been happening, kind of a little bit disrespect there from Old Ocean. They just walked right into the Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush was down, they could have just walked away around the corner, they decided to fight into it, and Minute was able to get the punish on it.
Alrighty, well, let's see how the recontest looks here for the side of Old Ocean. Lob in on the Bionade, but eaten there by the D-Matrix. Jaehong once again getting the focus fire target. The Dynamite from the stoop will be able to take him down. Kalios narrowly able to stay alive, but Probe, he actually commits the bomb to this, and now he's also at risk of falling. Minute's able to find the kill here as Duke Bob will come through. Lasting for too much longer, but for now, DAEJEON pushing forward, looking for some additional staggers, and they will be found.
Able to push it through, still a bit behind the 8-ball with about 40% and counting up. Kalios had to switch to the Doom here. Yeah, right now, like I told you, Vec has damage players that can hold their own.
They do, but
just curse that false bomb.
They can't find that stick. Jaehong once again gonna be taken down. The ritual sacrifice has been made, it would seem. Lijiang still need to make their way over to this point. So chasing, hunting, Dart, dancing around, takes to the skies, will eventually be found as the Dynamite takes him out, and once again, Goodham finds the eat here on the Becky's Pulse Bomb. Point now going to be contested. Back in a position to try to gain the lead here for themselves. Kalio trying to lead the charge, the rally going to be rolling. Probe taking down about half HP, but Jinsung, Sydney Rush is available, and he sends it immediately, and Probe will fall. Rockets out from Goodham, taking down the enemy Ashe. To break down this team a little bit more now. Lijiang also falls to the wayside as Lego once again finds the elimination. That means that DAEJEON are going to be able to hold this point and likely take this round.
Yeah, really nice play there. The Kitsune Rushes have gotten super value for this Vec squad, and the support line revamped looks really solid for them right now.
That's a denial on the touch.
Yeah, Gurm's been a mainstay for this team. Been on and off this roster a couple times, but on and looking pretty solid. And Lijiang just kind of got beat up a little bit. And look, it's not elder abuse. They're not targeting him. It's just that it's an Ana. You always want to bully the Ana, so I guess in a way it is elder abuse. But like, it's not just going after Jaehong. It's not a kind of a kill the streamer kind of moment. It's, well, kill the Ana always. You always want to dive the Ana.
Sure. But I think that, there is a little bit more emphasis.
Maybe
a little slightly behind there, but looks like we will have a quick little pause as we get ready to go into the second round of Lijiang Tower. So it is going to be Gardens, and this is where, Ana can still play decently well on this submap. So I don't think that we're going to be seeing any changes. I don't think they're going to be fully necessary, but I'm going to see if there's going to be some improved impact coming through. But Looks like that audio issue is rearing its ugly head here once more, this time in the Dart camp. So we'll get our tech guy out on stage and hopefully sum this up very quickly and take a look back at the replays first.
Yeah, this is the Kitsune where Ginseng lives, and then they just power through it right away. And this is where the Diva comes alive as well. So really nice play. Also, I mean, one of the questions for Old Ocean is that coordination, that teamwork, and a lot of times you can see it with engages and disengages, and Old Ocean kind of refused to disengage when Kitsune was coming down, and not just that fight, but also one of the middle fights there that happened too, where they just fought right into a Kitsune rush. They had them pushed into the corner, the Kitsune rush came out and could have just left, and they chose not to, and they got abused by Minute during that. That kind of turned the tides, as it were. There's going to be a lot of water-related puns, I believe, on accident, at least for Ocean. And yeah, it's right now the disengagements weren't there for Old Ocean.
Alrighty. Now, looks like everything's been taken care of, so we'll go into this one. Faith going to be showing Lucio here for now. I think in all likelihood we just see Becky swapping back over onto the Tracer at the TP4, but looks like, okay, no, Faith going to change up, goes for this Brig as well, so a bit more dive brawly support here. There's a Dart pushing forward, looking to take some space here, but ultimately doesn't want to die to Kalios once again.
Dart,
okay, it's fine now. I thought he was going to get punished, but it seems like he's going to be okay. Oh, Lego's done it again, dude. Down off the side of the map, Drum now feeling more than free to go ahead and start pushing forward. Does manage to find the pick up there on the Faith. Kalio's going to be taken down as well, and it's just the Lucio traded out, so it's going to be the first cap coming in for DAEJEON.
They were playing with fire, sitting on that bridge for way too long. They're getting kind of pushed around by the Diva, and that wasn't enough to send them packing to go a different direction. They sit there too long, and eventually Lego comes in, does get the poop off, and puts Jaehong into the drink. Rotation through White Room now for Old Ocean, deciding, hey, that bridge did not work out well for us.
Yeah, much safer approach here for the team. Big issues, though, is that Kitsune rush is nearly online. It's only just 7% away here. Final couple heals across onto Dart will go ahead and give them the ultimate, and that's going to be the go button to hit. Instant cleanse from the Suzu as well, as now Minute rotating around the back, looking for the tracking here on a probably trying to take down this enemy Ashe. Push forward from Gurm. Matrix coming through, denying away a lot of this damage, and Jaehong going to be taken down as the pulse bomb connects. Kalios as well, similarly falling, and Becky unable to find that similar value here with his own pulse. Doesn't get eaten, but doesn't find the kills. A little minor trade back as the DPS duel will be taken away here from Beck, but ultimately just going to be a pullback over onto the point where Becker's still in control.
That is a really late bob. You'd like to get some more value out of Robert there if at all possible, and they just throw it in, and that fight had already been lost, and now a late commitment to the Primal as well. I'm not in love with some of these ultimates.
He gets the stomp there on the Lego, forced out the beat. There's a chance to try to turn this one around here as it's going to be Deny coming through. A really nice right-click zap from Kalios. Stops that remake from coming through. Jaehong going to be dead again as Dart is able to find it. Duke's Bomb now going to be sent over to try to keep things contested, but the flip is in. Old Ocean now in control.
Yeah, Kalios able to get value out of that Primal at the end. It looked like good money after bad after the Bob was late coming in, but it did buy them enough time to get Kalios out of the point and flip that one back over. That said and done, Beck is one fight away from probably taking the stage and map. They're going to rotate through White Room, and they should just be waiting for Kitsune. It's been their bread and butter so far.
Now comes through, Jaehong investing that over towards Kalios. Jinsen just trying to escape. Using the Kitsune rush widely to be able to try to pull back. Gets he had connected on the two, but Punish can't be found fully off the back of that one, but Jinsung still will end up falling as Probe finds that kill. Kalios taken down, but Dart as well gone. So the trade-up is there. Old Ocean now can maintain control.
Able to get that Nano into the Winston and really force the Kitsune out in a terrible spot. It might have been better to hold that and wait to use it in the way that they've been able to use it so successfully so far, but Old Ocean finds a window of supports and ultimates to be able to use and force the hand of Beck, and Beck ends up using what has been their fight-winning ultimate in a bad spot, and I don't know if I've ever seen an Echo die this many times to a tank.
Well, the Winston is certainly putting in some work. Kalios kind of just having a bit of free reign. Minute with the Pulse Bomb will be able to find a Probe, but Gurm and Lego just going to be going for a quick little reset here, knowing that they're going to be giving up this lead, but still have enough time to try to go for a recontest.
Old Ocean, though, I mean, they've got everything in the bank that they want. Any sort of rush that comes in, they can just rally and deny it. A Bob to be able to deny. Becky's got Pulse Bomb, so they've got everything in their toolkit to be able to win this stage.
All right, well, another White Room approach. Rally at the ready. Lego needing to try to get this beat up here quickly. But I'm just trying to keep Becky honest. The recall puts him right back into the line of sight. His way out on the dash. Bob has been committed. Primal from Kalios can buy some time. He goes in, goes down to about 100 HP. Now looks for the juggle, but Kiriko not going to be the best target. For now, the flip gets ready to come through. Kalios landing, gets himself planted here on the point, keeping things contested for the time being. But no, they bounce out of there. So the flip does come in. So it's going to be Becky in control for the moment. But once again, Drum denied that remake. Probe going huge in the fight. Gets him right back into it. And now it's looking like it's going to be a third and final round as Minute is nowhere realistically to go. Lego goes forward, keeps it contested, ends up dying, and Becky gets the dip there onto Minute. So into the third and final round we shall head. As Control Center will decide which team is going to the map win.
Much more coordinated there look from Old Ocean as far as their disengages and engagements, where really it wasn't, they didn't have to disengage that often. They were the aggressors in a lot of those fights, especially after the first fight where they got knocked off the bridge from just milling about too often. They decided to just go all-out aggression, which I think is always the right tactic for a team that maybe is not the most well played together. So they just kind of ended up throwing wrenches in the gears of what Beck was trying to do. So Lego gets a beat off, but it's too late. They've already lost Jinsung, so then Jinsung can't stay alive, can't get Kitsune Rush, which has been part of their best plan, and just really nice from Old Ocean, all-out aggression. Pro was hitting some good shots. Becky was a nuisance, so a different team than the first stage for sure. We'll see who takes this map here.
Very different compositions as well. It's going to be the Main Reaper with the Ramatra. Bit of a throwback here from DAEJEON. Old Ocean, similarly different looks, I should say, as Becky up into the skies here with that bar up. Rocket's going to be flying down here, just trying to pepper throw it up, take him low, but push back. Becky ends up getting eliminated. Lego, once again, finding these opening kills. Has been very good about that, but this time will get punished as Faith pushes forward, is able to take him down. Wall comes up, Kalio's going to be cut off, however, and Goodham's able to eliminate him with a melee hit. Spec look for the opening cap once more, and with Pro falling, they will confirm it.
Becky's going to stay on this Pharah. It can be a decent stage for a Pharah. It's just a matter of the consistent healing Becky's going to get. You kind of have to sit in spots where that Jaehong's going to be able to hit you with the Baptiste. So it should be an interesting play here. But yeah, I actually like Vex's composition. This is a perfect point for it.
Slow building here towards these annihilations, but Kalios with a slight little lead, rushing forward to Nemesis forms, sending out some punches and taking down Gunham, getting the better of him. Ball does come up, pins him into the corner, but has the shield to rely on, and Becky comes to the rescue, taking down Dart. As Old Ocean should be able to go ahead and confirm this flip. Will be Kalios taken down here at the very end, the back end of that fight, but Lego similarly dropped in mid-transit in mid-air as Probe is accurate as ever.
Had Dart committed Blizzard to that too, it got absolutely nothing. And that was an interesting play from Dart because he didn't have Ice Block up, and it looked like Kalios was retreating and he was trying to get away, and Dart put a wall up behind him and then just died to him immediately. It's like you just didn't have the survivability. Why do you want to fight when you're going to die like that? They can open with just Coalescence, a Fire and Forget It ult. You just gotta pop it in right here.
Come through the wall, gets cleared out. Bob invests from Probe. Try to force in a little bit of additional damage. Pulse Pump from Becky, not going to be connecting there as Immortality Kill comes down to keep Kalios alive. Sound Barrier still held, but now matching the opposite side as Lego has his ready to go. Widely, DAEJEON still going to be saved off. They have to pull back away. Things like that Death Blossom that could be critical in trying to break open this point for the flip. It's just not quite available yet. Matrix now going to be coming through, and the approach will be that much more difficult, so the Sound Barrier has to come in as they go ahead and try to get in on top of these players. Jaehong going to be taken low, Immortality Field comes in to keep himself alive for a little bit longer, but Minute eventually does find that elimination. Now Death Blossom ready to go. It's a little bit of damage, but the flip gets ready to come through, and the contest is not going to be in, so that for now is going to be in control and still holding 2 ults.
Hey, good to hold the Blossom there, but
got out.
Leading out some players, though. I'm gonna say so far, Lego has been great for this team. He's actually been their best player so far.
He's been great, but I mean, you saw that right there. Faith nearly getting the back half fraction of a second away from having that one, and making things a little bit more complicated for the side effect DAEJEON, who now are about to have 4 ultimates in the bank. Ocean are in a pretty dire spot.
They're good ultimates to get in the whatever position they want to. I mean, you open with Coalescence, the team can back up, and then that lets you play defense if you want. Then you can like play a Blizzard on defense. Just gonna go at it.
Yeah, they're gonna just try to run them down. The Mortality Field forced out, cleared by the Blossom. Wall comes up. Kalio's cut off, taken out. Minute able to find that kill. Now it's gonna be 90% hit, but Becky, Probe, one apiece. Lego and Dart end up getting taken down. Becky, though, in a bad spot, does not have that recall, works his way up onto the high ground, looks for that mega pack. Bob sent forward to go ahead and get this point contested and force out the OT. They're under a bit of fire, taken low, trying to survive. Becky up over the top, able to find it, still holds on to the pulse, and now the flip is in. Old Ocean in control, and that might just be enough for them to turn the tides of this one and win out the map. Becky able to find Minute on the back end.
What a teammate Becky is, allowing Probe to come back and get the mega health pack. That's something you don't always see from Tracer players, so great job. Vec does have ultimates to come back in, though. They can try to open it up with Annihilation to get some space, and they need to get into a good spot to set up a Blizzard. Also, Lego with Beat is about 5 or 6% ahead of Faith. Probably negligible.
He's trying to force out that Wraith Walk, but can't quite get it out of Minute, so not the best pulse target for him. Sends it, but again, Stick not going to connect. Still not going to be found. Beat comes through. Faith now, his online, but it's going to be too late to try to save Jaehong's life. He ends up getting taken down. Good him again. They're going to try to focus fire that back line, and Kalios will get melted. Faith falling low. Probe eliminated, and it looks like on the return here, DAEJEON just a bit too much to try to chew through here for Old Ocean. They will fall to the wayside, and Beck will find their first map victory here in OWCS Korea.
Very close, but finally Dart gets some value out of the Blizzard, as earlier Blizzard's got nothing done, able to get committed there. So it was Annihilation and Beat for both sides, but the Blizzard was the one that swapped it out. They was able to freeze up the opposing Ramatra, so the Annihilation wasn't getting any value. They were able to take down that Ramatra, then your Ramatra's up. Saw the punches come through. Very, very close. I mean, we know that Becky and Probe can go off. They've played damage dealer at the highest level in the Overwatch League, and they've had moments against the best players in the world, so not a surprise there to see them pull it back for Vec. But I want to give Vec some props. Some of these retoolings that they've done look really good.
Yeah, I mean, and Gunham having some nice performances as well in his own right. I mean, we saw those pulse bomb meets coming through to start things off over on Night Market as well as on Gardens. So solid performance across the board here, but this was about as scrappy, I think, as I could have anticipated. There was quite a bit of back and forth. These are some long rounds coming through here on Lijiang, but for Old Ocean, they now are going to have their map pick, and I'm really curious what that looks like, because we don't have a read on, you know, what map types they're going to be favoring, where they think that they're going to be the strongest. I think that all we can really expect is that, you know, we're going to be seeing some Baptiste, some Ana from the side of Jaehong.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good bet. So yeah, the core of the dive composition is usually an Ana, Brig, and then a Winston. Probably a map that's conducive to that, which is a lot of maps, actually.
Very true. Well, we'll see which one it's going to be when we come back, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few. Alrighty, we are back, and DAEJEON are off to a hot start. Victory for them over on Lijiang Tower, 2-1. The scoreline pick up as they're able to find their first win of OWCS Korea. So first hurdle is jumped, and Old Ocean, like somewhere that I didn't necessarily anticipate. They're going to be taking us to Paraiso.
Not a map we see a ton of. Not a map I consider teams picking really necessarily. Yeah. It's weird because we generally these things play out where the meta gets established and teams just have maps they like, and sometimes there's no rhyme or reason of like, oh, we just like this map, so we play on it and we practice it more. But Paraiso is definitely not one that comes to mind for it. It's an interesting map. It's definitely a map that you can play the Ana on, and you can play Dive on. You can play actually a ton of different comps. You can play Ramatra. The third point plays a little bit differently than the first two, obviously as a hybrid. So an interesting pick. We'll see what side that they're going to choose as well. So interesting stuff here from Old Ocean as we try to gauge where these teams are at. I will just say though, overall, like the new additions, the support line for Vec looks vastly improved.
Oh yeah, I mean, incredibly good, especially first picks from the side of Lego. That was just consistently coming up with value. Yeah, we did see him get punished on the back end of it there on Control Center, but still able to come away with the win, getting a nicely timed beat to go ahead and really round things out at the very end. So I will be in full agreement with you there.
Well, also, the Jinsung Kiriko. Yeah, Jinsung's Kiriko looked pretty good as well. So yeah, that's a line that they've almost completely replaced. So yeah, good on them. Gearing, like I said, is been on this roster before, then left, and then came back. So not a brand new player for this team. And then obviously the old standbys for this squad have been Dart and Minute, who didn't have their best games and kind of got outclassed by their counterparts here, but very early in the stage and series even to make sweeping generalizations, but we're just trying to get a gauge on where both of these teams are at. It did seem like, definitely targeting down the Jaehong early, but you always want to pick on the Ana if you can, but maybe a little extra juice going his way. Kind of have to. It's like, yes, I love you, you're my mentor, but I must destroy you. I apologize.
It's the Sith storyline. That's how you take over. But we'll see what the bounce back looks like here for the side of Old Ocean now that they do have their map pick. I am just not even just surprised by the Paraiso pick, but also the hybrid, because we don't see a lot of teams going for hybrid right off the rip. It has been a lot of teams just leaning in towards things like Escort, Flashpoint, push pretty much everything other than hybrid as that second map. So this feels a bit more classic. Maybe this is Jaehong in his old ways, where it's like, okay, well, we always the series goes, you have to play control and then you have to play hybrid. That's always the second map.
Yeah, fair enough. I would have thought perhaps a Flashpoint, because it is just a little more brawly. Everyone play their own thing, get on your best hero, and we'll see what happens. It's a little less of a set play game plan kind of thing. Not zero, but lesser so. It's just let's fight and see who wins fights. Whereas hybrid can be a little bit different.
All right, well. Get ready to go into this one. As Colosseo coming out here with the Winston, not going to be too shocking. I mean, this kind of just feels like a bit of old Paraiso meta as well. So, yeah, looks like widely they're going to be sticking with some of the same stuff, but do have Probe here on this Ashe. Becky going to be going back in for the Echo rather than the Tracer.
Yeah, also just having seen, the most recent tournaments and highest level competitive play is like the Ana Brig Winston package is always part of it. Now, your DPS can play different things. That's probably been the most variable, but it's kind of like, part of our package is going to be this dive kit. Now, what we pair with it might be different across the board, but it almost always starts out this way.
Oh, Mercy boosted Widow for the attempted shot, and looks like ultimately it's going to be not quite a match in composition, as Dart is going to be saying there on that Tracer. Just the sky control is going to be the one thing that's really differentiating the two teams.
I don't dislike it from Dart. Also, Dart, I think, had a pretty bad run on Echo in the first map, so he might just want to just not feeling it today. Sometimes that happens where you just have a hero that you're usually good at. You're just, I don't know what's happening. I can't play it.
Well, Jaehong getting some revenge. Not going to be taken down off the rip here by Lego. This time he will be able to find that kill. Gets himself on the board looking for a little bit more as Kalio's trying to hold the line, but Probe with that headshot, taking down Goodham. Minute going to fall. I'm curious to see if Vec are going to be making any changes here to the composition as they wait for the respawn. But Dart in a bad spot, trying to stay alive as that recall. It ultimately will be able to keep his life intact.
Yeah, Hybrid can be one of those where you, you know, this might also be a map that Vec doesn't practice very often too. Maybe that's part of the strategy here from Old Ocean, is just throw curveballs at teams. Maybe they're not prepared for it, but Hybrid can be one of those really frustrating maps that first point, you can see full holds. I haven't seen enough Paraiso lately to know if that's the case, but you think of maps like, what am I thinking of? Anyway, the Hybrids are a map where you can definitely get just goosed on first point.
Oh, for sure. Jaehong now, Nano about to be online. Jinsung was able to get his a little bit faster, sends it over here towards Goodham. And so widely, everybody has to play back here from Old Ocean, but there's the leap in, there's the Nano, send. Kalio's seeking a target. Swings around the backhand side. He's got multiple targets now, and they're playing towards that coast, and here comes the Primal. Becky diving in as well, is able to get those sticky bombs lobbed in. Minute going to be taken down, Lego under fire. As the wake-up comes through here onto the Winston, that'll be the kill coming across, and the enemy Ana set off the side of the map. Dart will be able to take down Ryu Jaehong, but ultimately that might just end up being it. But no, Pro will also fall, so Old Ocean at a little bit of risk here, but Dart has to pull back, grab this mini pack, so widely they do have to go for a full reset.
Yeah, the walkback is definitely going to be tough for Old Ocean, but they are going to have plenty of ultimates to come back and contest with. It's really going to be kind of dueling rallies here.
There's the drop down, looking to intercept. Mob going to be sent out. There's the rally and the shield bash. Probe now in a very poor spot, but the heals start coming across. Jaehong tries to keep him alive, but Lego eventually able to find his mark. Sleep Dart there onto the enemy Brig, but Jaehong crumbling under the pressure as Dart is able to take him down. It's just a bloodbath off the point. The cap not even really being focused on here by the side of DAEJEON. They're just looking for these eliminations, but they do still suffer some losses themselves. Becky with the dupe, going to be expiring here pretty soon, and rolled out. Taken out of that one as Dart is able to find the kill, but Kalios on the return gets rid of Guram, and now suddenly the hold continues. It was looking so good there for Vec for a moment, but they just don't get any progress at this point.
Yeah, really interesting by Vec to just kind of isolate and wrap around with a nice Brig and Tracer dive, but then they weren't able to get out. They weren't able to execute a retreat to try to find a new target. They ended up getting cleaned up themselves, and it's been completely back and forth, completely scrappy. And I mean, yes, usually offense has the spawn advantage and it's closer, but I mean, this map is kind of, you know, it's not the closest offensive spawn either. So the respawns are coming in. Old Ocean's fine. We're down to final fight here. Jaehong's gonna have Nano.
Kalios is gonna have Primal. That's one of the big differences here. Is Guram is still a ways away from having that online. Nano now invested. I mean, minutes. HP bars is absolutely melted. Sleep Dart will connect. Kalios going to be put to bed for a brief little moment, but now can wake up. Once again, it's this backline fight coming through, but this time they do have somebody playing on the point. The first tick is going to be snatched up, but here comes the re-aggression. Skirm gets taken down. Minute in desperation going to be swapping here over onto the Widowmaker, trying to do this Carpe impersonation, but I just don't know if they're going to have the time because you need the touch. Dart goes in, goes down, and that should be it. The full hold coming to completion here, as we now know why Old Ocean opted into this map.
Yeah, as good as Lego was on the Lucio on the first map on Control, looked absolutely lost on the Brig. Even that last death, I was wondering, how did Lego even get in that position? Why is a Brig up on the bridge alone? And that was the second time that it happened. I mean, the first rally came in and it's kind of covered up by the fact that, like, he got a kill or two pushing in, but it was Brig pushing in alone in the backline, just happened to get help from the Tracer and get a couple kills, but looked a little bit lost on that Brig on how to push, and this might just be a map that's just a confusing thing where a team, if they're not practiced on it, is just not going to look great. Yeah, Gurm in there alone. It just seemed like a lot of uneven fights, and yeah, why is... I don't know. Maybe I missed something, but I don't know why the Brig was there.
Well,
it just seemed like whenever Vec went in, it ended up being a 2v4 or a 2v5. Right. It just seemed like they were never at full force, and even the people in long distance weren't in the right sight lines, and yeah, it just seemed like they never took a fair fight, which is good for Old Ocean, I guess.
All right, well, 46.7% is what Old Ocean need to get in order to go ahead and tie things up at 1-1. This would be heartbreaking if it ended up leading to an even fuller hold. But it seems like the odds are very much stacked in Old Ocean's favor, so go ahead and give us that 1-1 setup. Like Probe, similarly going to be looking for an opening shot with the Widow. Up over the top, but a Winston bubble there in anticipation, and it's a solid volley out. They nearly take him down.
Yeah, no one's getting fooled there.
Well, now the real defense does begin. Bionade going to be used there. Just go ahead, boost up that healing onto Goodham. Decent damage on the Kalios nice and early. Well, not really bothered too much here by it. Just seeking target, looking for somebody that can consistently zap, and now that's going to be Goodham. Dynamite not going to find the connection there. Pushing slow on this approach. Bionade not going to clip in.
Probe does find first blood, though. Dart goes down again. Not been Dart's best series so far.
No, it has not. Now Goodham very much is at risk of doing their damage to try to keep him alive, but it's just not going to work out. Becky will find Jinsung. Lego will fall after getting a whip shot on the Becky, but that's going to be the point now occupied. No one really there for the contest, so at least that tick going to be coming through, but Minute with that late death, that should basically do it. Dash forward into the sleep dart. DAEJEON putting them down, saying, this is our map, you can't take it away from us. And that's going to be us tied up at 1-1.
Just seems like a much better understanding of the map and the tempo. And also, I want to give Kalios a lot of credit. A lot of really kind of gutsy jump-ins, knowing that he's going to have the healing in the back pocket. But he burned out so many resources every time he went in. He'd get in, and there comes Coach Gun. Here comes double blink away. Here comes a nade that doesn't hit. You know, like, he was just burning out resources, and eventually that scale was going to tip one side or the other. So really well played by Kalios. Like I said, there's a lot of talent on this team. It was just a matter of, like, if they could gel, if they could play. Seems like they have their map pick figured out there. You know, like I said earlier, the team that loses control, like, you should be getting their best map right after that, because you're not restricted by modes. You're not restricted by anything, even though we went to hybrid. But your best map should be, you know, after whatever you lose on control. So well played there. A little bit of a surprising play there, but Jaehong stayed alive. Kalios got a ton more value out of that Winston, and, you know, on the other side, Vec just looked really lost on their offense.
Yeah, I'd say it was a much more measured approach to the map compared to what we were seeing, you know, on control. That was scrappy from both teams, with Vec being able to persevere. This one, very solid understanding about how to play the map, knowing what the limitations were going to be, and just basically playing it to absolute perfection. But now Vec, they're going to have their map pick, and similar to what we were just, our quandary about Old Ocean is, what does this look like? What do they like to favor? Because we never got to see a map win from Vec. We always got to kind of see their picks, but it never resulted in a victory. Now that they do look a little bit more reinvigorated, reinforced here by this support lineup, what do they opt to go for? We're going to find out, but first we'll go to another quick break. All right, we are back and we're tied up at 1-1. Vec got the better of Old Ocean over on Lijiang Tower, but Old Ocean come out looking dominant on Paraiso, pulling off a full hold into a relatively easy push. But now it seems Vec wanting to test this squad a little bit more, saying, okay, you've been playing a lot of Winston, Kalios has been looking good. How's your Sigma look?
It's one of the maps that has its own meta. I love it, and you go into it knowing pretty much exactly what you're going to see. You're going to see Sigma, of course, some Zen, often. Teams will roll that as a little bit of a wrinkle. Some Widow, or you can run a Ashe if you're not super thrilled about your Widow. Or there's teams that will just like try to full hold you with like a Mei or a Sim, something like that. So there could be a lot of different wrinkles. The one thing that's pretty much been 100% of the time has usually been Sigma pretty much since this map's been released. So the question is, does Vec bring in the new tank that they signed in Farmer? Is Kalios' Sigma good? So there's some questions that could be answered here on Circuit Royale. And then, obviously, the long-range hit scan battle is always going to be something that's fun to watch.
That it will be. I'm curious about the flexibility on the side of Old Ocean. They often say old age, flexibility don't really go hand in hand, and I think that can apply to esports somewhat, maybe a bit less so than joint strength is concerned. But I'm very curious to see how they pilot this one and whether or not we see some big differences in the picks here for this team.
Yeah, definitely start doing yoga in your mid-20s. It'll help you out later in life, I promise you. Get their flexibility going. Maybe not in your games, but it'll help your lower back. As this Old Ocean team is going to be put to the test as, they get into this match. So it's a really interesting pick from Vec. And, I don't know if we have any subs right now. I think we're dealing with a little bit of a technical issue on stage. We'll keep you updated as that goes on. But, Old Ocean, not really a ton of roster options and flexibility here. Obviously not on tank. I think they've got DAEJEON on the bench if they want to put DPS. Actually, they have Ruler on this team too. A younger tank player, new tank player for this team. So we'll wait until we get everything sorted out to figure out who's coming in and kind of we're going to get answers to some questions. That's the thing I'm excited about for Circuit Royale.
Alrighty, well, we're waiting for an update here. I'll let you guys know if this is how long this is going to take approximately. I don't see any admins on the stage, so looks like things have been resolved. So we're just getting some final checks to make sure that the teams are in fact good to go, and then we can get this circuit underway. Now that we head over to this screen, it looks like we have the ready checks confirmed.
Okay, perfect. And it does seem like there are no substitutions. So, these teams have options with players that they've signed on benches and stuff, but it seems like they're going to roll with it. And now, this question is who ends up playing the Widow for this team. And I mean, really, it's a Sigma battle. Also, I do wonder if you do try to roll in maybe some of the Zenyatta play too. Zen Bap has been really good on this map before as well. You can still play Brig too, but you almost always play Bap. You don't necessarily always play Ana. So we'll see what Jaehong wants to run here.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, at least in the past, have been within his wheelhouse. Let's see what he decides to bring out. Looks like it might just end up being that Bap Zen, as Old Ocean will be first here on the attack. Opting to go for defense, so wanting to try to have a firm hold into an easy push for themselves. It looks like we're going to get some minute versus probe.
I was really hoping for the Life Weaver. And it's not even a troll pick. It has been played on this map before. You play it with a Pharah, let Pharah go nuts on your defense, and then just pull her back whenever you need a chance. And also, Tree of Life is really good around the corner. I mean, this map is so much about this first horseshoe, right? Just who can play corners, and you get one fighter on the first corner, then you get to take the second corner, and then the second point fight begins. But it's so much about this first horseshoe. Probe first minute in the Widow battle.
It looks like Becky ending up here on the Pharah. Ooh, a little bit of a pivot there. Near 180 from minute, just trying to seek target. As Kalios going to be coming out here with that Sigma. And matching, so big difference is obviously just going to be this adventure here for Dart. Faith going to be taken down as the Grecian comes across, going to be able to find a nice opening kill. Jaehong looking down low a little bit as the push forward comes through. DAEJEON hungry for some additional kills, but looks like widely they'll be denied away.
Push back early. The Venture's an interesting pick, allows you kind of brawl a little bit with the team. So when you do get those initial picks, also helps you kind of sit with your Sigma too. Right behind to get the AoE damage.
He's completely surrounded here now. Solid push up onto the high ground though. Dart able to find one, but he gets on top of Minute, so trade on those Widowmakers and an overall trade up here in the fight. Drill dash and Start just trying to take down Jaehong. Will set up an alley-oop kill there for Jinsung, so it's not without its own costs, but Cart widely opened up here for the side of Old Ocean. They now start the push.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, almost got a couple of parting kills. Did Dart on the way out. There should be at least another fight here. But I mean, this is why the Pharah can be so good. You're able to take this angle and you're able to deny them. So once they get set up on this top high ground, you can actually go for a really aggressive jump and really deny the long range hit scan.
Target here. These Widows fairly slow on the build-up here to try to get these ults online for the Infra site. Dart trying to get in on top of Becky, but has to pull back away, but then just re-peaks as soon as the barrage is gone. And Matrix is going to be invested here from Jinsung. Rally rolling from Faith on the opposite side and trying to keep things going, trying to keep them in this fight. Very well, committing in with that immortality field, keeps himself alive here for the moment. Now has his own Matrix as the drop down off that Flux, and Kill comes in onto Goodham. Still, though, have to try to push things forward, and Dart is starting to take over this Venture.
Get some work done.
Yeah, looking very good as he finds himself a third elimination. Looking for a little bit more. Becky will finally be able to put him down, but damage is dealt. Kaleo still standing, however. We're going to try to continue to break through. With that kill in the Jinsung, might just be able to do so because Minute cannot play this card.
You don't think that the Widow is going to win this 1v1 for Sigma?
Yeah, he's going to hold it in place for a little bit longer as Goodham does come back.
Bad.
Okay, yeah.
Nice time.
Not bad at all. Now the return coming through, the shield bash in, and now it's Kalios who's too far forward. So a decent little time by there just to get Goodham back into position.
And I was being, way overlooking that Widow's possibility. Just staying alive was so clutch to be able to buy time to get the Sigma back into it, and now they're fine. Now there's a minute left. They've taken the one corner, but not the second.
Got a decent amount of time buying here as Infosites available on both sides. The Flux built up here for the side of Goodham. He's going to have to pull the trigger on that sooner rather than later because with all of that extended fighting, Kalios was able to build up quite a bit towards his next one, 65% already. His first Infosight comes through. Probe now going to be matching. Rockets up over the top, taking Minute down 29 HP, but not confirming the kill. Still have to be worried about this Widow. Kalios eats a dink, but still is layering in quite a bit of damage. Flux on the drop down, finds a little bit, but the accretion goes wide. Got him now in a pretty poor spot, just trying to stay alive. Net of Grass keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Probe finds a headshot, and Dart's Reign of Terror comes to an end. And Matrix now comes through. The pickup is there. Accretion cannot get the interrupt, but Immortality Field comes down, but there's a barrage in from behind as Jinsung will fall. Cleanup is going to be good, and that's going to be the cap now on A. So full hold cannot come to fruition, but they still do a decent amount of damage to the time bank.
Becky was just raining in so much damage while Vec was trying to push through that doorway, which is a popular place to just have everyone spam through your damage. Of course, the Sigma can volley the rocks around the corner, or there's orbs around the corner, and just kind of blind and shoot rocks in there, but Becky has been getting a ton of damage done, always sacrificing their life for it, but it's been totally worth it. And then right here, it's like, what are you even going to do? How do you get out of this?
Difficult spot. I'm just in so deep. Faith, however, will fall. Lego, his rally still rolling, and Becky headshot his Minute starting to come alive. Once again, 3 quick kills for him. And the cart going to be halted. Gets about halfway at the start of this final ramp. There's now some swaps going to be coming through. Becky saying, okay, I'm not having as much fun. I'm going to go for the May.
2 minutes left, and now you're in a great position here to be able to hold corner again. They don't like it. They can always just back up around the bend, still take high ground. It's a huge defender's advantage still. Minute with another kill.
Another solid one. Becky taken down. Cleanup can now ensue here on the opposite side. Continue to push forward. Probe at risk. Kalios, yeah, that accretion will go ahead and confirm the elimination. And but I'm not going to be overextending far enough to actually get punished. Jaehong actually used the Amp Matrix there to try to fight back, but is he going to swap is the question. I don't think he really can.
Yeah, that's a tough one. They're holding so far forward now. I don't know if I've seen a team really hold this spawn in a long time.
I got a little bit of it in the last tournament, but this is still pretty brutal. Flux committed. Tones him out. Stun coming through, but he's still being pumped forward. Gonna can continue to play in this spot. Flux now going to be committed here from Kalios. Gets to pick up the Immortality Field. To be coming in, no, but Jinsung going to be dead in mid-air, but trade out onto Jaehong, and Minute continues to just do absolute wonders. Becky gone again. Faith will be able to find Goodham. That could be them finally breaking through as the rally does get popped. Shield's going to be raised here. Diving into the back line is Faith. I mean, he's running for the previous spawn, and Probe is finally able to peel off this venture.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the impetus of why people are holding there now. It's just, you barely lose anything. You are losing this little high ground here, but you still have the benefit usually of the ramp if you can get out here quick enough and you don't lose people too far forward like they did. So right now, Vec is still in a decent spot. They're going to have their Matrix because Jaehong did end up burning his through that last time. See if Dart can get something done with this venture. Probe finally shows up.
That he does. Minute taken down. He's been such a thorn in the side here for the side of Old Ocean, so that is a big opener to find. But Probe similarly going to be taken down as Dart is able to find him with the ult. Faith's now gone. Becky dead. And that looks like it's going to be the push falling apart here for the side of Old Ocean. Close to be, but no cigar. Will be held at bay, and DAEJEON get themselves a win condition here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, as poorly as Dart played on that Echo, I mean, Dart's got this weird hero pool, right? Plays almost everything, plays kind of just like, you know, whatever Minute's not playing, essentially, is what Dart's playing, and, you know, pretty poor Echo showing on the very first map, okay on the second, but the Venture play really seemed like it threw off Old Ocean. It just was isolating people, even, like, that very first life around the first points where kind of isolated, was able to take 2 with him, almost 3, so just mechanically just really good. And this was a troubling thing from Old Ocean, is because they didn't really break out as a team. They just kept kind of getting one person out and taken out, and it just seemed like their coordination to break a spawn camp wasn't necessarily there.
Well, solid hold there from Beck, trying to give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine from what happened back over on Paraiso. Old Ocean, though, needing to now basically replicate that performance they had on Paraiso if they want to be victorious. Is he playing any actual piano tune? No. Not everybody. Not every player can do it.
No, you can always tell who's going to do it. Like, I think the Alari is the best piano player hero, right? You just use the heal, I think it does. It's either Alari or Moira.
Yeah, Moira's a good one. Alari is a solid one. Anybody with, like, pinpoint accurate shots, obviously.
Yeah.
For now, let's see how this push comes to fruition. There's a Probe needing to be big here on this defense. Does have defensive sight lines, so in theory, these should be able to have a performance compared to what happened on the attack.
Yeah, playing this much more standard than perhaps Vec did. Vec wanted to hold the very first corner, whereas Old Ocean playing it, you know, as most teams usually did conservatively around the first bend, but Venture puts such a such a wrench in that, like pushes them all the way back. You have to account for it.
Probe now already playing up here onto the high ground, and Becky is so far forward. How in the hell and why in the hell did he get into that position? Ends up going to take it down. Jaehong dead as soon as the Immortality Clip gets cleared out, and that's just going to be A taken here. Kalios chumped out into the open as the cart will continue moving forward, and this is going to be a monster of a time bank available here for DAEJEON.
The Venture is such a cool play in this instance, too, because you can just burrow past where the team wants to hold, and if they don't come back and peel, then you just get the Widow for free. It really just requires a response, and, you know, Dart has been mechanically good enough that they have to deal with something every time. It just buys so much space.
Very well, Becky making up for the previous blundered position. Does manage to find one as Dart gets taken down. Still a lot more that they need to do, though, try to open up this defense, start really draining down that clock. The push forward, shield bash going to be coming in, but a full pile in down into the lower ground. Just disrespecting that AM Matrix, shoving past it with their own rally rolling. Means that Old Ocean are able to win out the fight. Solid cleanup coming through, but they need to keep doing that for the next 4.5 minutes.
Puts them on a good side of the ultimate economy, at least, because there was 2 ults burned for Vec, where Old Ocean is able to hold on to their amplification matrix. Now they're going to do a little forward hold of themselves.
Okay, probe, solid headshot, and then going to be taken down, and this is, yeah, the forward hold coming through. How long can they continue to occupy this space? That is the big question that we have to ask, but it's a very solid start as they find the team kill. 30 more seconds taken away. Flux, Ant Matrix, dupe at the ready here. Bombs from up above, the stun coming in, the beam coming down. Immortality Field, however, does protect Gundam, so he's able to backpedal. As they get the spot out here over onto Dart, but they find the elimination. That's going to be the question. Narrow margins, you can see that Probe is playing around there. As Flux gets used by Gundam and Kalios ends up falling. Thank you with the dupe, however, adds another Sigma into the mix, trying to reinforce that front line, but now Faith gets caught up in the crossfire. Becky trying to backpedal. Flux going to be used, pick up onto Gundam, but there's the interrupt, the solid accretion as Dart finds Probe. Becky gets broken out and now has nowhere realistically to go. Will take Minute down with him, but Jaehong also dead. They have to go for this reset quickly. The cart already moving.
Yeah, really nice breakout there from Vec. We are going to be exchanging Infrasight here momentarily. Becky's going to switch off of it. Dart with an ultimate ready to go. So Kalios is going to have to get some value here. Not just the interrupt.
Side up. Oh no. Well, I was just getting geared up, ready to jump into the
I know.
Jump into the
I
team
can hear
fight.
you revving up.
Well, the engine immediately stalled. I revved it once.
You flooded it.
Yeah.
You flooded the engine.
Yeah. Well, that's an awkward way for that to go.
That's exactly. Again, I'm vibing with this crowd. It's exactly how I feel right now.
Yeah.
Just want to pick up my phone and be like, whatever that was. Moving on.
Little bit of a Charlie Niner being put on display there. It happens, I guess. Welcome back to the stage, Jaehong.
It happened in the first match too. It's really not exceedingly rare. I feel like it used to be rarer. I don't know, maybe because it used to feel like maybe Overwatch League Season 2 teams had kind of like figured out. I guess when you stick teams in an 8x10 room and make them practice 6 hours a day, you don't Charlie Niner as often. But now teams have freedom, so
You also have to be a little bit more Johnny on the spot. You don't have that sixth player to be able to rely on. That kind of thing. So
Very
it's
different.
One fewer players.
But yeah, I feel like I see it a lot more now. Or maybe now just we have a fun name for it that everyone's looking for it. That's a tough one.
It
is. They had pretty much everyone alive, because too many times people are like, oh, Charlie Niner. And it's like, well, there was one person alive. It didn't, who cares? But you had 5. That should have been a fight. That's pure Charlie Niner. And that is the question with this team. Is like, how coordinated are they? How used are they practicing? And stuff like that's going to happen until they gel more, I guess, as a roster.
Yep, very much so. But anyway, let's go to a quick little break. And when we come back, we'll get right back into the action. And we are back. Old Ocean going to be trying to forget what just occurred there on that last map, the very end of Circuit Royale. But all you need to know is that DAEJEON were able to pick up the win and now have match point here in their hands. We knew that this game was going to be scrappy. We knew it was going to be messy. And now we'll see if it's going to be Old Ocean able to take us into another 5-map set. Suravasa is going to be their pick. Seems like we're likely going to be seeing a bit more of that Winston Ana here from this squad once more. But can they hold out hope and take this all the way to 5?
It's a reasonable pick. You know, Flashpoint is a mode that's, I mean, it's been pretty popular in this region overall. I see when in tournaments where you get to pick maps, it just feels like, you know, the Korean region just likes to fight. They just like to go on maps where you fight a lot, and obviously Flashpoint works out well for that. Saw a lot of variation of different heroes played earlier on Flashpoint though, so maybe Suravasa particularly in our first set of the evening. So we had some Orisa, we had some Maga, D.Va was a big play, Winston is a big play obviously, but it was just a ton of counter picking. So the question is, who's got the more versatile tank, who's got the more versatile roster, because counter picking did come in big in the very first Suravasa that went to the brink.
Alrighty, well, everything to play for here for the side of Old Ocean. Jong was saying, you know what, we're going to give him a 3-1. That's no longer possible. Now we'll have to see if he can even back up the claim that they will be able to have the victory, or if it will be DAEJEON who were correct in their pregame trash talk, saying, you know what, we got this. This is the team that we can beat.
Yeah, I mean, look, so it's a different VEC team, you know, largely. I mean, the support line is completely revamped. Gurum is back, of course, but it's been a different looking team. But, I mean, it's got to be rough for Old Ocean to, you know, look, this is the worst team in the stage, or in the tournament by far. Last stage was VEC. I mean, not even close. They were the worst team. So to come in and not look good against this team does not bode well, and it's kind of back to the drawing board. However, it's been self-inflicted, a couple of these wounds for Old Ocean.
Sure. Certainly happen. Well, let's see if they can go ahead and patch up those wounds, or if they will just continue to bleed here. As for now, Gurum looking like he's just going to be coming out with that D.Va off the rip. Yeah, I know what you guys are going to do on the opposite side.
Yeah. I like this for VEC because I like the Kiriko on these maps a lot. Just based on the utility, based on the damage that Kira can do, and the Kitsune rushes end up winning these points a lot of times. And with how fast the clock ticks up, winning a single fight on Flashpoint can win you that point.
The early target here for Old Ocean. Feeling back down to half, but able to find the pop quite just yet. Actual fight might just end up likely determine the opening cap here of this Flashpoint. For now, DAEJEON do have the inside track here as Kalios has to back away. Points unlocked. First step is coming through. Beck looking to go ahead and snatch this one up, but HP bars hovering a bit low. In on that nade. Good, I'm going to be antied out. The push forward onto the corner, looking for the break on that one, but he still hasn't been able to confirm it. Heals actually come in. Good, I'm going to be sustained here for the moment. That's going to be a lot of ult charge going over towards Lego and Jinsung. Start trying to get cheeky here with the beam, trying to go ahead and take down Kalios, but is not able to do so. Becky, however, will fall. Another good anti going to be lobbed in. That holds minute and Good, I'm back here for the moment. Old Ocean haven't able to seal this one away and gain the lead for themselves, but they jump in position to go ahead and get a fast flip, and Lego, a very fast speed about to come online.
I just cannot believe that Gurum's still alive. That just twice just brought down absolutely to nothing, and now Vec's still in this. They might just throw the feed at it when they get the chance. They're going to double support ultimate.
Yep, they just send it all here in the kitchen sink. They want to be able to stretch this lead, and stretch that they shall, as 3 quick kills going to be coming through. Probe going to die on the back end of that one as Gurum is able to find the kill. So double support ult's going to be committed. Could come back to bite them in the rear here, perhaps. We'll see how they pilot out the rest of this. To be reliant on some neutral picks here, but Art's about to have the dupe online, and Minute has been holding this pulse.
Yeah, super patient. It's really interesting to see Jaehyung's playstyle on Ana compared to some of the other Anas that we've seen. Generally, like, the nades have been fine, just tossing him in, try to get value, but he's one of the few Anas that I've seen lately who are just throwing in blind sleeps. Usually that's a defensive, you know, ability kept in reserve, but he'll just fire it, hope to get somebody across the map.
Dial himself trying to stay alive. Nano as well here on the Faith. And Kalios, he certainly would have liked to have been the recipient of that one for now. They will be able to go ahead and pop him back up. They have the rally here for the back end of the fight. Dorado gets taken down, cleaned up. Lego, Tinfeng now going to fall. It's 99% reach here for the side of DAEJEON, but it'll be Old Ocean grabbing the control. But it's just that rally. That's all they have in the tank.
I mean, conversely, on the other side, there's not a whole lot for Vec either. You're not going to try to open up with a self-destruct or anything. So really, it's this Pulse Bomb. Can you get it on Faith, you know, or can you get it on Jaehong really would be your ideal target. So kind of a neutral fight for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a long one, kind of long and drawn out while teams try to build up their ultimate, because Vec is going to be close enough to a barrier that you think about just waiting it out.
And it's trying to be sneaky like here, creeping along the flank, but just get noted, forced to recall out. So I'm trying to lead that charge. Does have that something to try to rely on, but Darda's going to be jumped on. Kalios able to take him out. 99 to 99, the flip getting threatened there for a brief little moment, but now point contested by Old Ocean. Kalios just trying to limit this and keep himself alive, trying to get this break on the mech, and self-destruct will be sent out. Maybe even going to be killed off, and Pro able to find a follow-up there on the Jinsung, but still some answers back as Jaehong and Pro both get taken down. 3v3 here on the point. This sound very shielding going to expire. Lego, he himself eliminated as he finds the melee, hit the dashboard, the cleanup, but it's gone, and Old Ocean can be able to go ahead and close out this first flashpoint.
Yeah, with relative ease, I do like that Dart has switched off the Echo. It has not been their hero today. Yet another time that Dart finds themselves too far in, on the ground, and taken out by a Winston. It happened a lot in the first map. It happened there again. Dart goes over to the Venture, which not only is good on this map, but has been their best hero so far today. Also a switch from Gurum. Gurum's going to go onto the Mauga instead. So the Venture Mauga, much more of a, we're going to get in your face and dive. You're going to see the initiations coming hard. So this is where Jaehong needs to be holding his Sleep Dart defensively. You can't just be firing around corners hoping you find something.
Kalios is a more patient man than I saw Lego really low on HP. I thought he was going to go for the jump in, given that he does have that primal as well as a backup tool, but Opposite played this out a little bit more patiently. Jumps in here, the rest of the team, and now primal's going to be popped. They are playing on that coast side and at risk. Lego going to be eliminated, but Dart comes up big. Managing to find two. Both supports going to be taken down. Going to be able to find Becky there at the same time, and now it's just Kalios with the primal expired. It's going to be Beck doing a solid job to be able to go ahead and grab this first lockdown. Kalios leaps out, tries to escape, and will not be able to do so as Minute hounds him down.
Yeah, nice hunt down. This composition also works really well with Jinsung, who's been, probably their most consistent player so far in this revamped Beck roster. Like I said, the Kitsune Rush can be so good on this map, should win you points, and allows you to throw it in there with the Venture, with the Mauga. You're not winning that.
Oh, now once again.
I really like that dive style. Yeah. Kalios has gone over to the D.Va now. That's really just to negate the Mauga. You can't run a Winston, jump on the Mauga. It's impossible.
It's a really difficult spot to be in, so I like to swap up here for the most part. Let's see, though, there's Beck for now, still remaining in the driver's seat, moving past 60%, and very quickly will be able to get themselves up to 99. And I'm going to go across. Kalios recipient of that. Dart now popping the ult. Finding any eliminations quite just yet, as Minute nearly tagged down. Rally from Faith, keep everybody alive here for the moment. A little bit of space spot. Right of that flip, getting ready to come through. Can anybody recontest against? It's going to be yes. The dive forward there from Minute as well as Goodham, but pulse bomb stick going out. Sound barrier shielding, however, comes through from Lego to go ahead and keep everybody alive. He himself has to backpedal. Kalios on the chase forward, shoves back the enemy Lucio, but Dart gets the better of Pro. Jaehong now in a bad spot. Looking for the pulse bomb stick there on the Jaehong. Cannot make it happen, but he's still so very low in the neutral, but he's actually lost his target for a brief second. Goes for the reload, jumps to the back, and Minute will find his mark in the end. Looks like Kalios will find one. He'll get back into the neck, but this is still dire straits here for the side of Old Ocean. He's trying to come up big. Finds one. Dart going to be taken down, but Lego on the rejoin. Gets rid of the enemy Tracer. As this D.Va out from Kalios, kind of the last man standing, just trying to buy some time. Going to tiptoe back and forth, trying to keep things extended. Minute going to be taken low. As the overtime continues to bleed down, but Probe has made his way back through. The headshot connects. Lego going to be taken down, and this point is not decided quite just yet.
You see the buff of the D.Va really coming in big there, because it's just Lego and Minute on the point. It's just Lucio Tracer, and it's just like, when are they ever going to find enough window to do enough damage to demat Kalios? And the answer was never. And Probe comes back and brings it back for his squad. In those kind of low number fights, when you've only got two heroes on either side, the D.Va reigns supreme because you just can't damage
the Bob had actually been displaced a bit there. So let's kind of slide down, but still does manage to find Lego. And that's right after Jinsung decides to pull the trigger here on this Kitsune Rush. Dart will be good for one as Zhenghong falls, but the cleanup is looking swift and just here for the side of Old Ocean, who will be able to maintain control of this point. Wrapper on the back, got him trying to go for the reset. The Rockets chase him down. And now suddenly, one fight away, a couple straight picks here. And Old Ocean will be getting this up to map point.
Yeah, you got Becky lurking here, trying to just spot out. I mean, Vec does have the types of heroes to be able to get to this point. Shouldn't be an issue with progressing.
A minute is there.
Contesting.
Pulse Bomb nearly online. Minor tag from Jaehong, who would love to have this nano available right now rather than later. But Probe doing it again, finding the kill. Rally, rolling, Anti coming across. Godum's going to get caught right as that cage fight comes through, and Faith is able to find Dart. Have they over pursued? Point still being contested here. Becky gets taken down, but so too does Godum. And that should be Old Ocean moving up now 2-0, stealing this one away. It feels like DAEJEON in control for so very long, but that staying power from Kalios is just absolutely unmatched.
Well, that's just a brutal initiation from Vac. Not only to lose somebody early, but then even when you lose somebody early, they never got in and used the ultimates that they needed to together. You have Cage Fight, and you've got Venture's ultimate, you've got Pulse Bomb. Like, those should win you fights. Cage Fight is one of the best combo ultimates in the entire game. It's why Cass was so strong for a while. It's why Pharah got back into the metas, because you could Cage Fight and no one can move, and you're just dumping damage into them. It's like a really good ultimate. And to never be able to get the value out of it and lose somebody before that fight is just a really brutal initiation from Vec. Apparently there were some audio issues for their side, and let's just blame that initiation on that, I guess.
Alrighty. Well, it's just been a consistent thorn in our side here, it would seem. Hopefully, though, like all of the previous ones, it'll be a very quick little cleanup here so that we can continue on our merry way. But now, there's one flashpoint away from being able to take us into another Game 5. Old Ocean fighting back and looking good here on their map picks at the very least.
Yeah, and you got to give Kalios a ton of credit too. That Diva stall, you mentioned they stole the point. Essentially that, but with Diva being as strong as she is and the amplification matrix getting its buff, like, I think a lot of people look at that, and I mean, even people who maybe don't play at the highest level were just like, really? Another half second? That seems like a lot. And you saw it there, because you got a Lucio Tracer, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, yeah, when are you gonna do damage? You're just not gonna be able to put out the damage there too. And they weren't able to do enough damage, and it bought them so much time. Really bought them that second point, so different story. And now as we go into the final points, it's just the Lucio ult on the side of Vec. Old Ocean sit there with the nano, and I think you just hold on to it. You can use it defensively.
Righty, well, potentially final flashpoint here. Vec needing to pull up the reverse sweep on Suravasa if they want to be able to close out this series and not give Old Ocean another way back in. Becky lets up the pulse bomb. Still not going to be found. Vec pulling back, throwing their way here onto the point. Still dash forward. Kalios going to be forced to now use that self-destruct, just tucking in behind the mech, trying to stay alive, trying to get back into it. It looks like he will just about be able to do so. Faith now going to be netted up as they try to keep this ring alive. Dive forward coming through, and Jaehong widely the target. Can they find him? They absolutely can. It's going to be Lego able to claim that one, but he might just lose his life for it. Does as Kalios comes up with the elimination, but with 3 players gone, now have to call for the exit of the reset.
Yeah, Keller is smart to just reset there. You don't want to get demac'd and kind of tossed about. No reason for it. So back really nice there, good initiation. Able to use the Venture ultimate as well and get some good work done. Dart's Venture has been his best hero tonight. Been looking so good, getting a lot of work done. Not real great value out of that nano that you would have liked. And now Vec in a great position with the Kitsune Rush, which I guess mentioned before, so good on this map type. As long as they don't lose anyone early. Dart was in danger there. We'll get a little bit of overview though.
Seeking target. Becky eliminated. Dart able to find it. Solid start here as they're already at 80%. And Kalios nearly demec'd, nearly taken out. Needs desperately some healing here. As the Bob does manage to find one, but Kalios does get taken down. But Minute losing his life. The touch needing to come through. They need to try to work their way over onto the point. The touch is there at the very last split second. The cleanup is swift on the back end here as well. Kalios able to survive, trying to pistol his way back in. Old Ocean not going down without a fight.
Back onto it, and it's a little bit different point because of all the high ground that surrounds it. You're going to see Probe take advantage of that too. not only just the scouting information of where they're coming from, but going to be trying to get some pot shots in and build up some damage. No support ultimates to speak of on either side. Kalios throws a self-destruct in, just for fun, I guess. There was a remake, I'm not sure if I didn't see it.
Now, Old Ocean. Let's see if they can try to bring this one to a conclusion, or if Vec will be able to elongate this map a little bit further. They attempt to bring the series to an end. Oh, they just have evacuated the point. Flip is there. Overtime starting to tick down. Lego under some fire, though, falling low. Gets a little bit of healing coming through, but Minute now going to be caught up in the crossfire. Space with the whip shot is able to take him down. The reflip coming back through here in Old Ocean's favor. Full health bars remaining low is Godam able to get on top of the rope to find that kill, but Kalios doing some work. Cleans up Dart. Godam going to be taken down. Cannot get back into the mech after the self-destructs. They get rid of the ult. They get rid of that tank. And now they have time on their side. The respawn's still getting ready to come through. DAEJEON, they need some heroics to try to elongate this. The minute he's been noted. Taken low, nearly taken down, cannot make it to the point. Kalios, so wise to his positioning, comes up with that kill, and that means that we're not done yet.
Yeah, obviously earlier just a remix. Sorry, his match has got me so confused of what's happening with so many of these different players.
A lot of scrappiness.
Kalios' diva, yeah, Kalios' diva was the superior diva, and most of that map just really smart. Like, you know, it goes back to that second fight too, and this has been a kind of knockdown, drag-out scrappiness, which I don't know if that's good or bad for Old Ocean, which I think is the team that we're trying to really gauge of where they're at here. We kind of, well, we know what Old Vec is. New Vec is got some interesting stuff going on too, but yeah, I mean, there's just some shades of Old Vec coming through at times here of like when they're able to initiate, when they're using ultimates, and like some of it's better. The support play has been much better. Some of the tank initiation is still bad. Some of the losing DPS on the way into a fight is still bad. So those things still need to be cleaned up. Those are the parts of Old Vec that are still around. But the new players have brought a new shine to this team. Yeah. But yeah, it's been kind of sloppy on both sides. And but I think when you look at the Old Ocean roster, you expect them to clean it up faster based on their history and the pro experience that these guys have, that they should be able to clean some of this up, like that C9, obviously clean those up, and just some of these little missteps by each player. I think they'll hold each other accountable. And yeah, I mean, Vec has finally won some maps, but it's Old Ocean who we're trying to gauge here. And hey, another map 5, why not? Let's do it.
Yep, back-to-back map 5 series to kick off OWCS Korea here in Stage 2. But now it is going to be DAEJEON's map pick once again. We'll see if it's going to be good enough to go ahead and bring this series to a conclusion. It's going to be push. Where they decide to take us, we do not know, but we're about to find out, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we're going into another map 5 here in our second series. As Old Ocean able to persevere, closing out on Suravasa. Now we head to New Queen Street, the final map pick here from the side of DAEJEON to determine whether or not this young upstart team, this squad that is incapable of winning maps in Stage 1, if they can get their first series victory as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of that story of the young upstarts versus the old salty dogs from the ocean. So an interesting little wrinkle there. Yeah, I mean, it's very. I'm just thinking of it. Jaehong has never professionally played push. So it's been about 3 years or 5 years since Jaehong has played a professional match. So interesting stuff. I'm sure he's played the map. Just a fun little thing to think about. New Queen Street, not something we usually see a lot, especially in the Korean region. It was generally a Colosseo kind of region, generally always pick that. So New Queen Street going to be an interesting wrinkle here. See how teams played it. It's been a map that has, you can run a lot of, like almost anything on it. It's actually been a map that's almost always favored Junker Queen of all heroes. It's always been kind of brawly. Diva is going to work on almost any map. You can run Dive on any map. You can run Orisa. It's a map that allows a lot of different playstyles. It's actually one of the few maps that you'll see a Soldier 76 on, but I think that would be taken over by the Ashe in this instance. So really excited to see what either of these teams do. It's not always a great flyer map though, so I don't think we'll see Echoes or Pharas.
Well, time will tell.
I don't know at this point.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the comfort lies here. If Becky's feeling it, we know that his Echo can absolutely dominate, so might just be able to see it, but a lot of it's going to depend on that first opening fight, because, you get that, you're going in blind, you're not necessarily sure what the enemy team is going to be using. I think for DAEJEON now, you're wondering, okay, is it going to be some kind of Diva composition that Kalios brings out, considering how good he was looking there on Suravasa, or do they just go back over onto the Winston? And then if you lose that opening fight, then you have to just go ahead and start making those adjustments. But the map is ready, the players are set. So go ahead and jump into New Queen Street. And let's see what they have prepared for us. As for now, good, I'm going to be hovering here on this Sigma.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like definitely a slower composition with the Sigma. No surprise we'll see Ashes. I think both teams are going to roll out, and you're going to see the upper platforms being dueled back and forth. And then I'm guessing both Dart and Becky are going to switch. It's just a matter of... Yeah, okay. Tracers on both sides. I thought Dart might go to the Venture. He's had success with it so far. Not going to be the case.
I mean, could always be a bit of an adjustment here later on, but the team's now going to be confirming the compositions of their opponents. Lobbing on the bio nade, not going to find a connection there for Jaehong to start things off. For now, it's just going to be slow poking and prodding as Grove going to have his work cut out for him. He's been looking very clean overall on this Ashe thus far, but let's see who has minute when it comes down to the snipers, but it's going to be Becky who does manage to find the opening kill as Dart will get taken out.
Yeah, it's 4v4 up top, and the Tracers just meet at the bots, and Becky gets the much better engagement part of that. So now
they're under fire.
Becky can come and come help the team.
Okay, well, Kalios does get taken down, and Becky starting to go crazy. Finds himself a third kill. As will finally fall. Faith coming up with a second as well, as that's going to be a bit of an extended team wipe, and Old Ocean will start the push.
Well, that's the ultimate benefit of winning that Tracer 1v1, is you don't have to worry about the Tracer checking you. You're free to take any single angle that you want and able to help your team out in the pickup. So it's a 5v4, but also, the Beck composition wants to all be looking one way. They don't have to worry about what's behind them, and without Dart to check Becky to come from that back angle, then Becky just runs wild, and you see it there for 3-piece.
Pulse bomb now at the ready. Dart just halfway there. Having gotten punished a couple times here. Bot gets very, very close to the checkpoint, but ultimately they will go ahead and back away, leap up onto the high ground from Kalios. Just go ahead and get some TLC here and get Jaehong. This Nano does have it at the ready. When does he decide to pull the trigger is going to be the question. For now, the bot going to be locked in place here next to the bus. Going to push back forward as Kalios goes leaping in. Now Primal gets popped. Lego taken down. Darkness managed to find one probe going to fall. But Kalios looking for the juggle, smacks them down. Both supports cleaned up. Go to him now. Last man standing, but not for very long. Checkpoint going to be obtained as Old Ocean looking very much alive and well.
You know, I just want to bring it up because I think I do every time I see him play. I always forget how good Kalios can be. I always forget. Like, he's got the mechanics, can play good heroes, got a decent pool on it. Like, he's never talked about as the best tanks because he probably isn't ever been the best tank in the world. He's never been, you know, the MVP level tank. But he always surprises me somehow. I don't know why. I keep forgetting that Kalios can play the Winston at this high level, can play, you know, it just... It always seems like teams are always looking to upgrade and move on from Kalios, but he's fine. He's just very, very solid tank player.
It's very much like a Bernard scenario. You think about the greats out there, and I think like up until stage 1, people weren't really considering Bernard, but it's always been rock steady. Has always been putting up solid performances and has a fairly deep hero pool as well. For now, Pulse Bomb from Becky, not going to find anything. A little bit short there, but Old Ocean, I think, more than happy with the early progress they've been able to get. But Dart, with a really nice Pulse Bomb stick, will be able to take down Pro.
Yep. And if you're Becky, you want to win this just on that. You'd like to keep everything else if you can.
Well, the Christian going to be going wide.
They came into it with a huge advantage.
They did, and for now, they're trying to backpedal here, but there's the pickup for the Flux drop down. Faith staying alive for a little bit longer there, but Dart eventually able to go ahead and collapse in, finds that elimination. Now the cleanup continues as Minute gets himself 2 kills here on the back end. So the actual push for the side of DAEJEON can just get started.
Okay, not terrible to have to, make sure that you win the fight handily there. It did seem like Old Ocean was poising for a comeback. They were about to have Nano too, so throwing in the grab Flux is not terrible there. Sure they win that. Minute almost goes down. They need to keep him alive because this Bob can really hold on to the point for Rally.
Rally gonna be popped. Nano there on to Kalios. Another Bob now into the mix. Taking us back to 6v6, and there's some Bob on Bob action as Minutes is going to be taken down. Kalios now with another Primal, just juggling him around so Faith can go ahead and collect the kill. Jinsung going to be taken out. Bot stolen away. Becky looking to escort that one forward. Does get held in place as he gets forced back and actually taken down. Good on ball screen. We'll be able to find that kill, but Probe nearby enough to go ahead and get the trade out. So Tank ends up falling. The bot can once again be snatched up here by Old Ocean as Jaehong gets the cleanup.
Another great juggle from Kalios, and yeah, Gurm is going to bust out the Junker Queen. It's been a staple on New Queen Street ever since release for both the map and the hero. I see a lot of JQ on this map. It's very good because it's brawly. It's not super high ground centric. Obviously the high ground is pretty accessible to anyone as well, so it's not necessary to run the dive. Also going to be a very good counter to this Winston as well, get some displacement. So looking for answers here because so far Kalios has kind of just been running over this team.
Very much has been. He's right back into the front lines, tagged up a little bit, but as the rally comes through, starts pushing forward. Trade out here, but Ash for a tank. You take that trade pretty much any day, but not the trade up. Minute able to find the headshot, takes out Becky, but finally does get brought here under wraps by Kalios. He needs to find value and build up towards these ultimates very quickly. A third Primal nearly online. Dart eliminated the bot, now continuing to push forward as you see here. DAEJEON in such a poor spot, very much segregated away from their spawn. Zap's coming down, Jinsung grabbing that health pack, trying to stay alive. Lego trying to come to the rescue. For the smack off the side of the map, not going to work too well here, so you do have that Swift Step available. A quick TP out, he stays protected, and Primal ultimately does end up getting wasted a bit there by Kalios.
Yeah, I think Kalios believed that the teleport was already on cooldown, but it's not going to be the case necessarily, not getting that first juggle off the map. Dart has switched over as well. Dart's on the Venture now, so much more Brawl style for back. The problem with this Brawl, too, is, if you try to Brawl in, the Venture and the Junker Queen go forward, Kalios is just going to jump your back line. So Lego and Jinsung are going to have to keep each other alive.
Well, bot not being allowed to move forward. Fancy out on the Jinsung. Quick cleanse there from the Suzu as the beat gets dropped. Lego shielding up the team. But somehow not the recipient of these shields, but still being sustained here for the time being, as now that Sune Rush does come into play from Jinsung and Kalios ends up getting taken down. Becky, a bit of fire somewhere off screens. The burrow comes through. You can see everybody just backpedaling away from Dart, and given what he's been able to pull off with this venture, I do not blame him whatsoever. So finally, some space offered up and some brief little stagger here on the bot, rather, as Becky tries to delay, but ends up giving his life for that one to try to get a reset from the rest of the team as Kalios now comes back through with an Orisa.
Yeah, you saw with Kalios dead that would really open up the window for them to push forward with the Venture and the Junker Queen. Now it's critical that they hold on to this, otherwise forward spawns are going to be had by Vec.
Fortify has been used. Kalios not much more at risk as the Rampage goes across. Taking this Marissa low, and the Axe will go ahead and put him down in the grave. Bob now going to be sent out from Probe to try to keep things extended here on this defense and stop that checkpoint from coming through. But Becky, Ball, and Rally rolling just to try to keep the supports and Probe alive, but ultimately they have to backpedal. Dart once again threatening them back away with that burrow. So checkpoint will be obtained. Means that DAEJEON now is 25 meters away from getting the lead.
That was faced with the rally too, and he got burned, not able to hold them back. Beck is now nearing every single ultimate they want, and they win this next fight, they should be able to take a lead. They just have to be a little bit patient. You're waiting for Rush here.
He's sealing the bot. He's taking it away. Finally does get intercepted as Dart dashing around the side, looking to try to get in on top of this Tracer, who's desperately trying to backpedal. Kalios, however, coming to the rescue, ends up being the one falling in his stead. Minute able to collect that kill off the back of the Kitsune Rush, and that's a solid punishment for the side of DAEJEON, opening up more space for them now for the taking. Closer and closer now, just 12 meters away from gaining the lead for themselves with a minute and 40 remaining. And Dart finding one, finding two. Faith taken down, the drill dash forward. Jaehong eliminated. And now it's going to be Old Ocean in all likelihood here on the back foot. Just 5 meters left to go for that lead.
And you see the moment Kalios goes down, that's the go button for Vec. They keep pushing in, Lijiang's had this nano boost for a second now, but no real great targets unless you wanted to throw it on your Brigitte, but that was never going to be a great option. And now the jump back into the backline again from Dart.
I mean, gets antied, but Dart does not really care too much. He does manage to find the kill there on the Jaehong, trades his life forward, but Faith also down low. Push forward, knockdown in on top of this Lucio. Probe eventually able to find Lego, but the lead has been gained here for the side of DAEJEON, so now they can really just try to play this clock. Final kill is going to be found, but this is not a lot of time and a lot of work that Old Ocean need to try to do here.
Well, Vec need one fight on the defense. That's it. And they should be able to maybe get 2 fights too, because 25 meters, you should be able to get respawns, and where they're going to fight, they definitely will be able to get respawns. So, Lego!
Okay, well, that's a solid pick to try to open up space a little bit more. Burrow looking for Probe. There's the pop out, there's the jump, the pulse bomb lobbed in, softening up Probe. He does end up falling his minute. He's able to collect the kill, but Dorado and Dart going to be traded out. Big victory here in the end for the side of Old Ocean. The extended team kill coming through. They get the blob out, but Probe now going to be swapping over onto the Tracer just to get back that much faster.
Yeah, it was the nano used, so now you're going to have to look at Giro. Maybe getting this Rampage online is going to be critical. Again, Vec, if they can just be patient with it, they have won almost every fight they have for Kitsune Rush. It has been their best ultimate. They play around it really well. They're pretty close to it, 25% away on
Becky with the dupe. Junker Queen could be a big target, getting that anti out alongside the Ana. A lot more staying power for now to make up for 14 meters. Bot locked in position, overtime ticking, Faith getting closer and closer to that sound barrier. Lego still a bit of a world away, halfway to having that online, but the Kitsune Rush is in and it is popped. Kalios trying to lead the charge. Knife goes forward, Becky with a copy, gets this, and the Rampage is monstrous. The shielding comes in, Faith able to drop the beat, but can they survive? Kalios going low, Faith as well, down low. Rampage used, catches on the 3 players on the opposite side. Lego bleeding out, going down. Trying to get the break here. Becky now going to be taken out as Jaehong is dead. It's just Becky and Probe to try to win the day. Now, just the aforementioned Tracer pops the recall, finds one. Jinsung going to be taken down, but there's so much more work to do, and it just doesn't have the means to do it. The lead stolen away and the victory found. DAEJEON will get their first ever match victory here in OWCS Korea. They get 3 maps, and that is them taking down Old Ocean. They called it out in the opening roll. They said, yep, we think we can beat this team, and prove it they have.
Yeah, the Junker Queen comes in huge at the end of the Rampage. Even though Faith was able to save everyone with a beat, it was a hair's edge, but as soon as those overhealths went away, everyone was so low, healing not there, able to clean up, and it's really nice play. Dart was a menace on that Venture, and it seemed like they just never really had a great answer for it. It forces them not to be able to run dive, because then Venture's just going to come in and deal with the backline, so Kalios has to get off of the Winston, which has been so good. It's really good for Vec. I think I learned a lot about their new players. I think the support line is just vastly improved. I can't say enough about that. I thought the Curie play was one of the big reasons why they were able to swing fights in their direction, so that's something to look forward to for Jinsung's flex support. And yeah, at the end of the day though, Seth, if I'm honest, I don't know what I learned from this match.
I mean, I think we learned that Vec is a bit new and improved here. That they do have a much more reliable backline, I should say, and that Dart, if he's going to be playing on the Venture, is a force to be reckoned with. The Echo, it left us a bit to be desired at the very start of the series on Lijiang Tower, but every time he was picking up that Venture, he was playing so much value. Our MVP, though, our player of the match, is going to be Minute at the end of it all, though. Had some really great moments. That Circuit Royale from him on the Widowmaker, incredible to see, as well as some good moments scattered throughout, whether he was playing on Tracer Ash, etc.
I think the thing with Minute that is really helpful for this team, when you have a player like Dart who was so up and down, like the Echo was just really odd and kind of just straight up bad in some of those situations from Dart, counterbalanced by the Echo. Minute was consistently getting damage done, not feeding, not in the worst positions, and then ended up having a couple moments on Circuit Royale where they just absolutely took over the map. So you need somebody who's going to be consistent for you, and especially to be able to play hit scan at the highest levels against teams with great hit scan. You need someone like Minute to be able to step up and play that Tracer, especially when maybe your other DPS is having a rough go of it on some other hero. So Minute was super consistent with super high peaks and really no low lows, and that's what you need for a team like Vec. You need a consistent base to be able to play around.
Yeah, so some solid picks coming through there. As we'll take a look back at it, I mean, just started off with a roar. I mean, Minute was just constantly finding these kills here onto the back line, especially on DAEJEON. But I liked the kind of unexpected pivots that we also got to see here, as I'm now remembering them, to be frank, because that map felt like it was a world, a while ago. But, opting to go for that very classic Ramantra Brawl with that May Reaper, being able to just pivot over and say, okay, we're going to play musical heroes a little bit, go for that Malga to try to get the advantage, go for this Jungle Queen to be able to close out the map in the end. This was very narrow margins here between both of these teams, but hey, for Vec, it's got to be a time for celebration. First map victories, first series victory here in OWCS, and now we get to hear from our player of the match.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are back with the second POTM interview of the night. My name is Quest, and we have Minute from Vec on stage.
축하드립니다. 오늘의 POTM 선수는 바로 미니 선수인데요. 자기소개 부탁드려요.
Please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. VC 메인 딜러.
And I am the main DPS for Vec. Minute.
네, 미니 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 정말 초접전 끝에
It was a very close match today. And Vec finally breaks the long losing streak, the 24-match losing streak, to pick up their first victory in their OWCS. How do you feel? I really wanted to beat them today because it was very winnable. And we told ourselves to really prepare hard for the stage. So we've been working very hard, and I think our efforts bore fruit.
많이 노력했다라는 게 느껴지는 오늘 경기였는데요. VC 대전만의 플레이를 보여줬어요.
So
그런데
Vec
스테이지 1 때보다
obviously
더
put
다양한
on
영웅조합으로
their own
돌아온
game
것으로
plan
봐서
and
정말
executed it
준비를 많이 했을
well.
것 같은데 얼마나 준비했고 또 어떻게
So
준비했을지
can you tell us about the preparation process of it all?
저희가 저번 시즌이 아마 3월 말쯤에 끝났을 텐데.
Our last stage ended us towards at the end of March, and we took a month break, and we've been practicing ever since late April. So I think everyone in our team prepared really hard, and that's why the results came out the way it did today.
오늘 승리로까지 이어지지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 그런데 플래시 포인트에서 99포인트로
Of course, we have to talk about flashpoints. It was 99-0 at one point, but it obviously got flipped. How did you recollect yourself mentally after that?
코치님께서 다시 무대에
So
올라갈
after
때
that map,
텐션 올려보자.
our coaches told us, kind of encouraged us that we can do better next map. So I think we gained energy from, or we received a morale boost from that.
POTM을 차지하게 되었는데요. 위도우메이커 그리고 트레이서로
Of course, the reason behind the POTM, him receiving POTM is because of his performance on Widowmaker and Tracer. So how did the team react when you picked up the multi-kills in the clutch
믿을
moments.
수 없는 표정으로 쳐다봤고
My teammate looked at me
그냥
as if it was
팀원들이
unbelievable,
칭찬 많이 해줘가지고
and my teammates
잘할
cheered me
잘할 수
on.
있었던 것 같습니다.
So I think I received a lot of energy from them as well.
칭찬해주고 으쌰으쌰 해줘서 오늘 이렇게 좋은 결과가 나오지 않았나 싶습니다. 자 그렇다면 우리 진성 선수가
So
사전에
we have to talk about the fan service.
세레모니 약속을
Jin-sung in the
하고
video
갔어요.
interview,
네.
he promised
이거
a fan
어떻게
service
받아들여야
ceremony.
뭐 열심히 해봐야죠.
So
알겠습니다.
he's going to put on the fan service. So
어떤 세레머니를 하고 싶나요?
what is? Can you tell me about it?
많이 추천해주신 탕후루 한번 하겠습니다.
네.
Some TikTok dance, something about tanghurus.
노래를 불러주시면 됩니다.
I'm so sorry. I'm not really. I'm too old for such internet memes. Tang tang huru. Yeah. Claps in the chat.
위도우 메이커로 탕탕 쏘셨는데
Claps in the crowd as well.
팬분들의 마음을 탕탕 저격을 할 것 같습니다. 자 그리고 끝까지 응원해준 팬분들께도 한마디
And lastly, please say
부탁드려요.
a few words to the fans that have been cheering you on.
팬분들 되게 저희 팀 승리를 많이 원하셨을 것
Fans have been waiting a very long time for our victory, so and I'm very thrilled to have delivered that today. And please continue to cheer us on.
너무너무 노력하셨고 또 팬분들도 끝까지 응원해주신 덕분에 오늘 승리가 더 값지지 않을까 싶습니다. 지금까지
And that is it for the POTM interview with Minute from VEC. And before the next match, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
포커페이스와 크레이지 라쿤의 경기가 기다리고 있으니까요. 조금만 기다려주세요.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we have, in fact, one more series. We're not done yet on this very long day, but Crazy Raccoon are going to look to try to speed run through this one. Poker Face to try to fight back. It's the best team in the world versus a young upstart squad. Let's see who comes out on top when we come back.
모든 사람은 이렇게 하신 거 아니죠?
와 미쳤다.
아, 이거 하나 안 보세요? 똑같은 모드가 나오면 저희가 좀 생각해볼 수 있을까요? 이거 할게요.
All right, we are back, and it's now time for our final series of the evening. We've got Crazy Raccoon, and right now they're looking like the absolute best team in the world, but they're going to be going up against Poker Face, and we're going to see if they can rise to the occasion and try to get the upset.
It's pretty much a brand new Poker Face squad, too. They added a lot of new players. I think there's only about 3 remaining. It's like Simple, Proud, and Jasmine from the previous stage. But even all the new players that they've added, they've been playing together as a team in different tournaments. And I think they won a very recent one, and they took second in the one previous. So yes, they've revamped their lineup. Yes, there's a whole lot of new players, but they're playing together, and they're playing in tournaments. So it's a ton of good practice. So I really don't know what to expect from this Poker Face team. What I do expect is that they're not going to beat Crazy Raccoon. No one beats Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon like dominates Team Falcon. Like Falcons is the only team that's beat them, and then Crazy Raccoon ran it back out of the lower bracket and beat them for the tournament too. So they're just on a whole different level right now than everybody else on the planet. The only team I think that comes close is Falcons. And yeah, it's a tough road to hoe, but it's one of those things where I think it's a really good measuring stick for where this new Poker Face roster is.
Sure. I mean, if they can come in and you can play, even moderately competitively versus Crazy Raccoon, because they are just that good. We're not just putting them on a pedestal for the sake of putting them on a pedestal. They have proven time and time again that people can't even
won
really
every
come
major
close.
tournament.
Yeah.
They've won every major tournament in OWCS, period. OWCS is a new system this year, and they've won every major tournament.
They have been the team to beat. But we'll see if Poker Face is going to be up to the occasion. But there are still plenty of familiar faces. Belosria, the part of the, from what is now ZETA Division, has joined in with this squad alongside Jasmine in the tank role. You've got Colosseo, who's going to be there alongside Jwoo and Proud. You've got Simple, Karu, as well as Fixa. So there are some very known quantities on this team. How does it all come together? That's the big question.
That is the big question. Choice1 has been the bright spot of a lot of bad teams in their career, so it's good to see what this roster is going to do. But, I mean, almost enough players to run internal scrims, get a couple ringers, and you can just keep playing 5v5s all day, I guess. Just a ton of new players. Like I said, only 3 holdovers from the previous Poker Face team, but a lot of flexibility here. How is that new support line going to look? I think the DPS line is much upgraded. I thought Proud was always a good player for this team, so it's really smart to keep them. And then Belosria comes in. So a lot of good stuff for this squad, and we'll see what they had to say.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 심플입니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 재우입니다.
DPS 맡고 있는 최사입니다.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 자스민입니다.
메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프라우드라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 벨로스라라고 합니다.
포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 픽사라고 합니다.
힐러를 맡고 있는 카루입니다.
전에 있던 팀이 제타였는데 제타보다 훨씬 더 있기 전에 있었던 팀이 포커페이스라서 딱히 적응하는데 문제는 없었던 것 같습니다.
심플 선수가 오면은 우승 시켜준다고 하길래 고민도 안 하고 바로 왔습니다.
제가 다 팰 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 말했던 것 같아요.
전체적으로 템포가 좀 더 코리아 쪽이 빠른 편이고 피지컬 차이가 전체적으로 나는 것 같습니다. 그래서 재팬 때보다는 코리아 시즌에서 좀 더 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
부상은 이제 시간도 많이 지났고 이제 잘 회복이 되었고요. 이제 마침 포커페이스란 팀에서 이제 저한테 함께하지 않겠냐는 제안과 함께 이제 다시 도전해볼 마음이 생겨가지고 이제 다시 처음에 도전할 때는 이제 어려움이 분명히 있었지만 좋은 선수와 좋은 스태프진 아주 좋은 팀이라서 제가 다시 복귀해서 적응하는데 큰 문제 없었던 것 같습니다.
지난 시즌엔 나이 제한 때문에 못 뛰었는데 이번엔 나이 제한도 풀려서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 잘하겠습니다.
다른 팀에 비해 로스터 인원수가 좀 많기 때문에 아마 감독님이 행복한 고민을 하시지 않을까 싶고요. 또 모든 조합을 구현이 가능한 멤버들이기 때문에 아마 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다.
저희 감독님이 라쿤 정도는 이길 수 있다고 생각해서 이기도록 하겠습니다.
자, 심플 제외 선수 일동 저희와 아무 연관이 없음을 밝힙니다.
크레이지 라쿤의 립 선수 세계 최고 메인 딜러 자리를 뺏으러 가겠습니다.
수민아, 머리도 잘랐으니까 얼굴 안 믿고 이제 게임 열심히 해줄게.
첫 경기 이기고 POTM 받으면 다 같이 노래 부르겠습니다.
여태까지 해왔던 것처럼 항상 최선을 다해서 열심히 할 생각이고요. 좋은 팀원들 만난 것 같아서 개인적으로 기대가 좀 큰 시즌입니다.
저번에 프나틱을 저희가 올려드렸는데
이번 시즌에 푸나틱은 꼭 잡고 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에서 제타는 꼭 이기고 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 1등 하겠습니다. 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번 시즌에 심플님이 1등 시켜준다고 했으니까 열심히 해서 좋은 성적으로 보답드리도록 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
얘들아 나 믿어. 내가 우승시켜줄게.
하나, 둘, 셋. 포커페이스 화이팅!
All right, well, Pokerface fighting against the best of the best as the players will go ahead and make their way out on the stage. But I mean, hey, there's some stakes on the line here. Not only if they get the win, will they have taken down the best team in the world, they're also all going to sing.
And yeah, good on them. I refuse to do math on stream or sing or do anything joyous of any sort to belie my character. So good on them. I'll take a song. I've not understood any of the dancing that's gone on, so I don't, I'm all for a song for this squad. A lot of interesting stuff in that interview. Like I say, it's a brand new team. I think Karu said, something about the difference between Korea and all the other regions is that the tempo is just faster, and it really is. It's what I've always said about this region. If you just visually watch it, the game is just faster. Like if you put two unnamed matches side by side to me, I could tell you which one was NA, EU, or Korea. It's just like that. Here's the best team in the world, no doubt about it, and the best players in the world. I don't know. What do you have to say about this? What more could you say about this team, Sam?
Just really very good. That's what I got, because I mean we've kind of said everything that needs to be said. And yeah, we're running out of ways to kind of praise this squad, I think, but there's no shortcomings here. I mean, every single player is absolutely stacked. Junbin is the best ball player in the world right now. Max is just good at everything. Lip is Lip. Like there's no flaw. You can't say, like they're so good, but there's that one thing that they kind of do poorly. Like they just are right. They're basically just exactly what you want to see.
크레이지 라쿤에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
크레이지 라쿤에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
CR 초롱입니다. CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리지언입니다.
CR 준비지입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 이상입니다.
로스터 안 바꾸고 그 로스터로 쭉 가면 팀업이 더 맞는 건 사실이기도 하고,
팀업이라는 걸 중요하게 생각하는 사람이기 때문에 같은 팀원과 오랜 시간 동안 같이 하면 당연히 그걸 바탕으로 다른 팀들보다 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있는 것 같아요. 이번 스테이지는 저라고 생각합니다. 메인 힐러이다 보니까 약간 좀 잘 안 잡히는 게 있긴 하더라고요.
주목을 받아야 할 선수는 희상이라고 생각합니다. 이번 팔콘전 할 때 희상이가 유독 많이 떨어가지고 이제 긴장이 다 풀린 모습을 기대해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
일단 제 개인적인 생각으로는 왜 사람들이 팔콘과 저희를 라이벌로 엮는지를 잘 이해를 못하겠더라고요. 솔직히 저는 팔콘보다 제타나 푸나틱이 저희랑 좀 라이벌 구도로 좀 되지 않을까, 이번 시즌은. 팔콘 쪽도 솔직히 의아해하긴 할 거예요, 왜 계속 짓는지.
영향력은 이제 100%라고 생각하고, 이기면 이제 코치 차이고 지면은 코치 차이입니다.
상대가 뭐 누가 와든 일단 저희한테 절대 안 되고, 저희 상대는 항상 말하지만 저라고 생각합니다.
포커페이스전 되게 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
규태야, 너 나랑 동갑인데 계속 빠른 전생 하지 말고 잘 먹을게. 규태야.
세환이 형 이제 나이도 먹었으니까 빨리 군대 가고.
WCS 첫 번째 때는 저희가 코리아 우승을 못했는데, 이번에 시즌2는 저희가 무조건 먹고 열심히 해가지고 스톡홀름 가가지고 열심히 해서 우승하겠습니다.
이번에 코리아든 아시아든 스톡홀름이든 셋 중에 하나는 무실세트 우승을 한번 해보고 싶습니다. 시상이만 좀 잘하면 꾸준하게 1왕을 하지 않을까. 제가 항상 대회 전에 하는 말이 있거든요. 너만 잘하면 이긴다. 너가 해야 된다.
유미 형이 뭐 하려 하지 않고 아무것도 안 하면 이길 것 같습니다.
그 맞긴 해.
폭탄 돌리기 합니다.
팬분들 덕분에 계속 우승하는 것 같아서 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 이때까지 응원해 주신 만큼 보답을 해드렸으니까 앞으로도 똑같이 응원해 주시면 그거에 맞는 보답으로 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
사우디 월드컵을 할 때 저희가 홈팬이 너무 없어가지고 이제 좀 서러웠거든요. 근데 다시 이제 한국에서 대회 할 수 있게 되어가지고 여러분들 응원 들으면서 더 노력하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
있지 니 산 크레이지 라쿤 간바테.
오우엔 시테쿠다 사테 아리가또 고자이마스.
다음에 우리 팀이 일본에서 경기할 수 있는 기회가 있었으면 좋겠고 그때 한번 만나서 이제 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
신할 화이팅! Well, we found a way to drag more information, I suppose, out of this team that we seemingly knew everything about, but there's a little bit more discussion here from them as they will make their way out onto the stage. Crazy Raccoon seemed to be, and even though they said, oh, you know, he was feeling a little bit nervous in their recent game versus Falcons, I don't think that translated whatsoever into the performance that we witnessed.
No, I think they're actually even playing a little bit of mind games with the Falcons too, because they also said, you know, I think the Falcons are confused why they keep losing as well. We don't even consider them rivals. I think Fnatic and ZETA are rivals. Like, kind of going at this squad a little bit. And you can. I'll also mean some of the best trash talk we've seen so far too. So very interesting from this team. And you know, we've talked about this roster on end, and there's really nothing left to do but to do it. PokerFace has a lot of decisions to make when they field a roster, though. So Choice1 and Jwoo are going to come in, the new damage players for PokerFace. Bells Rio play tank instead of Jasmine, and support Simple and Fixa. Karu will remain on the bench for now.
Well, interesting to see here. I'm curious how Bellas Rio's performance is going to be, because obviously, you know, there's been some polarizing moments, but the things that we think about for Bellas Rio are typically going to be the Orisa first and foremost, and then of course the wrecking ball here for him. Are those the picks that come out? Is he going to be playing something like the Winston instead, or do we start really expanding the hero pool outward a bit?
I mean, I think you're going to have some sort of versatility. I think Jasmine, I mean, I want to say Jasmine was playing a lot of Junker Queen very early in Stage 1, but I think Bellas Rio is going to be who they rely on for the most part. You know, that's why you get a new roster, you get a new tank, is to add some of those wrinkles to it. Really interesting for me. I want to see what Jwoo plays as well coming in. I know Choice1 is very flexible, can play a lot of, I think Genji's and Echoes are some of his best heroes, so maybe Jwoo will be playing the damage for him, or the hit scan rather, and Crazy Raccoon really just has to decide which great tank do you want to play. Other than that, this is going to be their roster. Junbin will start it off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Moon's life has ever been easier. But hey, you know what? He earned it. He had to go through all the Valiant days with Custa, right? So you know that was hard times for him. Had to bench a guy because his brain was too big. But Moon living large now with these 5 players right here on your screen. Fellas Max in the back end, but we'll now get ready to hear from the player representatives and see what else they have to say ahead of the match starting.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. And we are back with the final player rep interview of the night. Of course, between PokerFace and Crazy Raccoon. On PokerFace's side,
포커페이스에서 메인 딜러를 맡고 있는
we have
프라우드라고
Proud.
합니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 프라우드 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 크레이지 라쿤 팀도
And for
만나볼까요?
Crazy Raccoon,
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 서빌러를 맡고 있는
we have
슈라바사.
Shu on stage.
네, 슈 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 프라우드 선수.
So the first question goes to Proud. In the video interview earlier, despite CR being the undisputed #1 team, you said that you're confident in your victory. So can you tell us the reason behind such confidence?
일단 저희 팀의 상하이의 연패를 끊고 우승시킨 감독님이 계시고
So we have our head coach broke the incredible losing streak from the Shanghai Dragons and
감독님의 전략에서 비롯된
helped them win a championship. So
자신감이다라고 말씀을
I think
해주셨습니다.
our confidence stems from
오늘
that.
예상 스코어도 들어볼까요?
And what is the
3대1 정도로
predicted score for
1점
today?
정도는 내줄 수 있다.
And he says 3-1.
네, 1점 정도는 내주겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 이에 반해서 현 시점 오버워치
Of course, the next question goes to Crazy Raccoon. Of course, CR is undoubtedly the #1 team
승리할 수 있을까요?
in the current Overwatch. So will the team kick off stage 2 to a great start?
상하이 연패 끄는 감독이 있다는데 저희는 우승 제일
While
많은
their
감독이
team
있기
may
때문에
have the head coach that broke the Shanghai's losing streak, we have Moon. So
네,
I
자,
think we're
양대
stronger.
선수분들의 감독님들 사랑이 아주 대단합니다. 자, 그렇다면 예상 스코어도 들어볼까요?
So what is the predicted score?
3대 0이죠 저희는.
자,
For today,
3대
tonight's
1,
match,
1 정도
and
내줄
Shu
수 없고
says
3대
3-0.
0이라고 말씀을
Not 3-1,
하셨습니다.
but 3-0.
자, 스테이지 1 최강팀과 그리고 이 최강팀을 부술 포커페이스
course,
팀입니다.
now-
자, 스테이지 2에서의 첫 경기인 만큼 팬분들의
This is the
많은
first
응원이 필요할 텐데요.
match
팬분들께도 한마디
for
부탁드려요.
both teams in stage 2, so please say a few words to the fans.
아시아 스테이지 올라가지 못했지만
In the last
이번
stage, we
스테이지는
failed to
좋은
make it
성적 낼 수
to
있도록
OWCS
열심히
Asia,
하도록 하겠습니다.
but
항상
this time we'll make
응원
sure to qualify for OWCS Asia
네,
and
그렇다면
beyond.
크레이지
Thank you very much.
라쿤 팀 좀 해외 경기가 있을 때는 한국 팬분들이 없으셔가지고 조금
And
좀
in the
서러웠다라고
earlier
말씀을
interview,
해주셨는데
she said that
팬분들께도
he
한마디
was a little bit
부탁드려요.
sad because there weren't Korean fans in
많이
the
했다고
international
방심하지
tournaments.
말고 또
So a few
코리아든
words to the
아시아든
fans.
스콜렘이든 다 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다.
We won't get complacent and we'll make sure to
네,
win
방심하지 않고 항상
all the
좋은
tournaments that are coming
경기력으로
up.
보답하겠다라고
Thank you
말씀을
very much.
해주셨습니다. 지금까지 포커페이스의
And that was the
프라우드
player
선수,
rep
크레이지
interview
라쿤의
between
슈
Crazy
선수와
Raccoon's
인터뷰를
Shu
나눠봤는데요.
and
마지막
Pokerface and
경기
Proud.
많은 기대 부탁드리면서
Please look
두 팀의
forward to the last
경기가
match of the night.
치러질 첫
And
번째
before we
네,
head into it, I'm going to
확인해
send it back to Achilles and Hex.
Alrighty, well, let's see where we're going to be headed. It's going to be Nepal once again to kick off controls. I'm not seeing Samoa here today. But we will be jumping into this one and seeing whether or not Pokerface is going to be able to back up their talk because, you know, I think it was bold to be like, oh, you know, we've got the coach that broke the losing streak. It's like, well, like Shu said, they do have Moon.
Yeah, it is one of those things where any map win that Pokerface possibly pulls off would be considered an upset at this point. I mean, that's the level of expectations we have for Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon is also one of those teams, and we talked about this a little bit during the break, is they don't really give up maps that they shouldn't. You know, there's been some great teams in Overwatch history that are the best team, but they'll still drop a map that they shouldn't to teams, and that's never, I mean, in the short history of Crazy Raccoon, that's never really been their MO. Like, if they're supposed to beat a team, they beat the team, and then they move on with their life. So any sort of victory for Pokerface would be a surprise, but I think this is going to tell us more about where Pokerface is than anything about Crazy Raccoon. I think everyone knows just how good Crazy Raccoon is. They've got arguably two of the top 5 players of all time in Shu and Lip. You know, the tanks are up and coming, and then you've got guys like Heesang and Chorong, who are just, I mean, you can't, we've spoken enough about them. They're the best team in the world. So really, it's just what can we learn about Pokerface in pretty much a brand new roster here?
Yep, a couple of holdovers there, but we are about to find out. But I mean, even then, even if Crazy Raccoon just comes out here to do Crazy Raccoon things, I don't know that we necessarily glean too much about the overall power level of Pokerface, just because we anticipate that Crazy Raccoon is going to be so damn good. But see here some fans for Bellows-Ria showing their support and expecting maybe some wrecking ball. Perhaps if we're going to start things off on Shrine, we could see that coming through. Did see
a little bit of the Bellows-Ria.
Yeah, saw Magician doing wonders in the series yesterday. In the Pacific broadcast, and it was on Nepal to start things off, and he looked incredibly good. So it is a map where you can have that ball coming through. But I mean, if we want to get a Ballas-Ria head-to-head versus Junbin, then I'm down. That sounds pretty sick.
Right. You know, the funny thing about like that, when you say it's like a ball head-to-head, it's almost like when people are saying like, you know, a quarterback head-to-head. It's like, well, they're not playing each other, right? They're rarely going to see each other.
Mostly going to be seeing each other's back lines as they just go diving forward, looking for those pile drivers.
Wave to each other as they pass by. It used to be like when you'd have Winston dive mirrors. That was always so funny. Like if they both dove in at the same time, they're just, you know, ships passing in the night. It's like, hey, good luck to you. I'll see you. I'm going to go to your back line. Same to you. So it's really interesting when you have dive tank matchups like that, especially Ball, though, because it feels like Ball's never with their team. Yeah, so I'm down for it. I really just want to see like what Pokerface is able to run now, because I think with their previous roster there were some limitations, and now I want to see, you know, the new damage players. Obviously, I think Chosewan has been a great player on some poor teams coming up through, and on some decent teams, but I think like really early on, Ellie Valiant after the color changes, you know, always a bright spot for them.
Sure.
Very good Genji. Haven't seen any Genji tonight, oddly enough, but definitely can play the Echo. And then I want to see what Jaywu plays. I'd imagine hit scan or tracer for this team, and then Choice1 will play everything else.
Fans here across the board to show their support. Got the Soul Infernal jersey as well as some nice little artwork to go along with it. So it's good to see Fix Up back here on the stage. I'm sure he's going to be feeling right at home here once more. But we're just waiting for the final audio checks to come through, and once the players give the thumbs up and we know that everything's good to go, we're going to be jumping into the action here to see how much of a fight PokerFace are going to be able to put up here, if not be able to win the map itself. And what a way to really inspire the players and get motivated, if, other than to just come out here and take down the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting team because it does feel like this is a roster of a bunch of players who have something to prove. In a way, Bellisria has been cast off a little bit before. Fixa coming back from an injury. Choice1 has never really been able to reach the full potential. You've got Jaywu just came of age. Proud, who still has a roster spot, says he's going to be the best damage player in the world. And look, I've seen Proud have some maps in some lives that you think that you have that potential for sure. You are still going up against Lip, but yeah, a team with a lot to prove coming in against the team that you would want to prove it all against.
Yeah, I mean, Jaehong might be kind of like the ultimate idol within, for a lot of young players, but this is the team that you would want to idolize and look, aspire to reach the heights of. But the game is ready. We're going to load up on Nepal as we see PokerFace versus Crazy Raccoon for our final series of the night. Already a little flash there. Bellisria on that wrecking ball. But is it for real? And this is the sub-map for it, so perhaps we get that head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, the meta was looking pretty stable, so, when I'm seeing some of these heroes, I'm like, haven't seen any cast tonight, haven't seen, there's been, it's been a pretty limited hero pool so far. But it looks like we will have a ball-to-ball.
Alright, TP forward there from Lip, goes for the Tracer, try to get everybody out towards the point a little bit faster. As Jinbin will go ahead and confirm the suspicion, but we do still have a little bit of differentiation. So DPS tank going to be the same, but we have that Lucio Ana here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect Shu to just play his absolute best hero, which is Ana, and it's not a great advantage one way or the other for either team. I mean, I guess the cleanse is nice. Simple can go with Bellisria.
Choice1, okay, he finds the opening kill. Shu's HP bar has been hovering lower here. Looks like he will find some stability, but that is a solid opening kill found, and PokerFace going to go ahead and start ticking up. Very good start here for them, as the Beam will go ahead and confirm a kill on the Chorong as well. So now Staggers coming through. Choice1 getting some kills streaming in. Bellisria going to be taking a nap, but Lip is dead. There's no hope for punish, and this is a very excellent start for PokerFace.
And they can't be losing people on the way out either. Like, this is a full-on reset. You got to be going home. Bellisria will die, though. He does collect his pound of flesh. But Shu has gone down in the meantime, so this is going to be PokerFace through and through. They do lose 2 PokerFace, but they're 2 who can get back almost immediately.
Yeah, fast returns here for them, but with a kill on the Fixa, that's going to hurt things a little bit more as Crazy Raccoon do start tanking up here on this percentage. Maybe just a bit of an overextension. It was some good kills, but Turnfire coming in, Chorong being able to take down Jaywu, that definitely hurts.
Yes, tough exit there. Crazy Raccoon will take it back over. So far, though, PokerFace is just kind of winning their 1v1s in the sky. Both DPS have won their 1v1s, which is enormous for them to, especially just to gain some confidence.
Definitely start building that up here as much as humanly possible. As Pulse Bomb at the ready. He doesn't want to send it here for that Kiriko, because it's just going to be the cleanse coming through. Choice1 once again able to find Heesong, but Chorong gets a better fix, so we just have some mirrored action going on here between.
It's just mirror matches. Let's just do 1v1s to decide this map.
Yeah, just kill your counterpart, that's the goal. Incendiary Rush in here from Simple. Dupe out from Choice1 as well, trying to build up towards this Pulse Bomb. Lip going to be noted and dealt with. Choice1, an absolute menace at the moment, and straight back over here towards the point to try to join in with the rest of the team, where Chorong does manage to find Fixa once again. So this cycle him back as the beat's about to be available. Jinbin gets Bellisria. So the mirrored matchups do continue here. He's kind of breaking the pattern a little bit as Pulse Bomb stops the retreat there for a brief moment. Heesung unable to find the kill. We'll just go ahead and have that dupe expire, but Crazy Raccoon now up to 70%.
Even the Echoes are taking Tracer v Tracers. Alright, it's just a wild sequence of events here, but as it stands, Crazy Raccoon at about 80% and counting up. It's going to be final fight for Poker Face. They're going to have to get something in. They can engage with Beat, but there's going to be a Beat on the other side. Some cool tech from Junbin just chilling up top.
Oh, the hot shot from Shu. Suravasa going to be taken down out of the sky. Beat now in. Fixit dropping his. Just on a 3. Bellisria going to be taking a nap. Building expired here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, but Overtime getting ready to roll through. Fixa maybe looking for the tag there. Either way, Overtime will be forced out. Return fire is going to be decent though, but Junbin intercepts and takes out Suravasa. Grabs the Mega Pack and roll back over onto the point itself. But they try to interrupt here as the minefield does come down. Seems a bit more unassailable for Bellisria as well as Jwoo. Flip pushing forward, taking a bit of damage. Pops that recall. It's going to be a bit of a rough patch, but dashes back, forces the recall out of Jwoo, continues to eat some damage, and will be forced away as Bellisria comes crashing across. But again, Anti's there, the Sleep Dart connects. Bellisria now going to be burnt down as Heesung finds that elimination. Knock up from Junbin over onto this Kiriko. Tries to find the execution, hasn't meant to make it happen yet, but Crazy Raccoon, they clear out the point long enough for the flip to come through, but both supports now are going to be taken down. Bellisria swapping over here onto the Doomfist to try to get back over to the point fast enough, but the flip comes in. And now they have to just go ahead and isolate this Doomfist. Already have him corralled into the corner. Isaac Slam not going to be getting much off of that one as Heesung collects the final 2 kills, and that will be Shrine going the way of Crazy Raccoon.
Bellisria does, in the end, go down to the Doomfist, but it's too late. I mean, just the ball play from Junbin, the tech is so crazy. I think that's why people enjoy Wrecking Ball, at least spectating Wrecking Ball, is because high-level Wrecking Ball is just a completely different language. It is incomprehensible to what most people could do on the hero. The tech, the mechanics are just insanity. And while Bellisria is very good at it, Junbin, I feel, is just on a different level of some of the things that they're able to pull off. There was some really cool tech towards the end. He's just like barely off the edge and then gets back onto the ledge, but gets the damage there. He's timing it. There's patience there. And then, I mean, Shu just hitting that one shot at a Choice A1 really just felt like demoralizing. Across the map to get flanked by Nana like that is just unexpected.
Alright, well, now he's taking the disguise. Is here on that Pharah. I mean, should be anticipating the Choice A1's going to stick with that Echo, which should somewhat give him the advantageous fight, but granted, you do have Shu there. Just go ahead and continue to pocket that Pharah, keep him alive, and Junbin is going to keep doing this, trying to harass him down out of the skies. Loves to play around with that verticality. This guy's at Vaultec has just been absolutely fantastic to watch. Junbin going to go ahead and dip out. Crazy Raccoon looking for the initial lockdown. As Choice A1 will fall. Junbin eventually finds his mark. Bellisria taken low, just trying to exit.
Yeah, Junbin has been actually just kind of targeting down Choice A1. The spawn camp previously on him too is you don't expect to be the target of Ball's ire as your Echo. You feel like you live on different planes of existence, but not when Junbin's on the ball.
Yep. Goes ahead, gets to retract, pulls himself up onto the high ground. Just you can't really helm this guy down. It's just so damn quick. Bellisria now forced to swap over here onto the Diva. Not something that we really think about when we think about Bellisria's play. Needs something to try to mitigate this Pharah damage. Pile Driver going to be going wide though. As Flip does come through, Crazy Raccoon only up to 28%. As Lip is about to be at the ready. Let's see if he can try to break things open to go ahead and get a fast retake here. Smashing forward, lobs it in. Stick not going to be coming through. Very good damage here in the neutral as Nano about to come online for Shu. Just taking pot shots, dodges out on that pulse. Be a bit of a whip there on the Sleep Dart, but of the recalls of Jwoo not really putting that pressure down onto him anymore. Rockets getting some good connections, but cannot finish the job here. Kim Heesung doesn't want able to get the better of him as the beam comes across, and now Lip is going to be taken down. DPS duo dealt with Shu under fire, trying to backpedal here. Sleep Dart will peel off a little bit, but the chase continues as Bellisria is able to get in on top of him. Fix now will fall. I'll trade back onto 1, but still, the fight victory is there for Poker Face, as is the lead.
Yeah, objective-based game. This fight's been dragging out for a while, but Poker Face able to flip it really early in that and able to contest it the entire way through. Now up at 50% and counting up. Junbin's got mines, but on the other side, Poker Face is going to have plenty to clear it out. The mines will drop.
Press them up, scratches across, knocking Bellisria back. Beat now going to be dropped. Recall force on the Lip. Continues to take an immense amount of damage. Jwoo just tries to keep this man honest. Dashing for the Fixa, eating one of those mines, goes low, but the kill cannot be found quite just yet. Now we'll just get the break here on Choice A1's dupe, but as he comes right back out, he's able to find Chorong. This is one finally going to be taken down, but Shu traded out once again. Supportless here are Crazy Raccoon. The pulse bomb is not connecting. Lip just cannot get these 6 across, and now he's going to be hounded down, trying to escape, trying to make his way over to the health pack, but it's not going to be enough. Point continues to be held. Their own Pulse Kitsune Rush on the way, and that's going to be Poker Face now moving past 90.
Crazy Raccoon has had to make some changes, and that's really caused them in the alt race, as it were. Lijiang is going to be nearing duplicate. That's really all they're going to have to work with Poker Face. Good support ultimates, too. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kitsune drop down the moment anyone peeks around.
A rush coming through. Somebody needs a touch, and they do not. Fully distracted here, it would seem. As Jinbin busy trying to deal with Fix It, trying to find that kill. So touch does not come in. That's going to be a dominant round in reply here from Poker Face.
I think the switch to D.Va was really smart. He's absolutely getting outballed for sure on that play, and the D.Va was so good to peel, and there were so many times where, you know, Lip's trying to take down Jwoo, but you can't because the Matrix is up. You know, there's just so many advantages that Belastria was able to give his team so that to enable them to win the 1v1s, which is obviously what these teams are trying to do, is just take 1v1s against each other. It was a smart pick and really paid off.
Alright, well, you can hear the excitement there in the players' voices. Extending us now over here towards Sanctum. Belos D.Va, we can add that in.
There you go, nice.
Lip now moving over onto the May.
We got Lip on, or May, yeah, Lip on May. Belastria is going to go to JQ. Jwoo's on the Venture. So Poker Face wants to kind of get in your face, dive at it. That's why they're running the Kiri as well, so she can come with.
For now, wall up in behind here. No real threat being found. Here comes the Burrow, the rush forward. Jwoo looking for a target. Pops out, and oh my god, I thought he sent himself into the pit. Stage was close either way. Lip was able to collect a headshot to go ahead and finish off that Venture, though. Leaving the ante over on towards Belastria. It's going to be forced to go ahead and retreat back, and it's going to be a fast flip here. Poker Face only up to 9%. Crazy Raccoon are able to gain control, and Lijiang takes down Fix It.
Yeah, Fix Out, now Belastria caught on the retreat. Crazy Raccoon's going to be in really good control, and this is exactly where you want to be if you're going to run at May. At this point in particular, it's really, there's not great flanks. Why not just wall off the door, because why not?
Oh, right-click headshot into a zap from Jinbin. They take down Fixa.
The long-range lightning strike. You don't see those too often, but satisfying when you do see them. And now, you know, Crazy Raccoon's got both of their support ultimates ready to go. And it's just, how are you going to come in here? You got to be really worried about getting walled off and segments off.
Well, you don't. Apparently, you just don't. Lip gets another headshot.
The worries are over now.
Yep. Can't hit the couldn't hit the pulse bombs, but he can certainly hit these icicles. That was going to be in a little bit of a rough spot. Lob in though on the ante, connects onto Belastria, and Lijiang will go ahead and take him down. Rally rolling, shield bash in. Jwoo going to be annihilated. And Poker Face for now very much being spawn camped.
Yeah, just the rally and just the pulse bomb use for that too. Crazy Raccoon still with Blizzard, still with Wall. Poker Face I think is just banking up ults, hoping to get something going on, but I mean trying to get on control, and especially Nepal. May's got such utility on Nepal outside of Shrine that is it going to be a tough ask. Almost final fight for Poker Face too. Jwoo, oh, that anti gets them both, but they both get through it.
On the punish quite just yet, but Choice One has to be done on the spot of the exit, and he just can't. The recall's already burned. That outback is not there. He ends up falling. Fix It now going to take it down as the Blizzard gets invested. Nano going across to keep Chorong in this fight. Continues to swing out, and Jwoo will find one. Ult coming through, able to take down Lip, but it's just not going to be nearly enough, you would think. And oh man, doesn't make it to the ledge, and Shu also gets to sleep on to go ahead and get the kill confirmed. Pulse bomb, just zoning him back. Choice One comes back through, tries to set up the pulse kill here on the Chorong, but the shield gets raised. He stays protected, and overtime starts bleeding down. Choice One going to be eliminated. Once again, the swap here onto the Doomfist. The shield coming in, all Fix It sound bear to try to keep them all alive, and in this fight to try to turn the tides, but even then, it's like a monstrous run back here for them. Simple's going to be eliminated. Chorong getting closer to another rally just to try to really seal the deal on this one, but Belastria, after getting antied out, will end up falling, as will Jwoo, and it's just going to be one by one they arrive, one by one they fall. Crazy Raccoon pushed on Village, they drop that sub-map, but they come back looking dominant to close it out on Sanctum.
Yeah, you can always focus on almost anybody. I thought the May pick from Lip was fantastic. It's just something that you pull out to win the fight on the stairs, and then once you win that fight, it's just really hard for the other team to find an angle to come in. There's not really great flanks or anything on that map to get back in. I mean, do you want to go through one of those really narrow side entrances? No, not really. Then the spawn camp came in, and then through all of that, and it almost goes unnoticed sometimes. I guess not if you're, a big fan of this team or any Overwatch history, but everyone's purple like half the time. I don't know how Shu is always able to thread in these anti-heals constantly, and it almost feels like cheating because he hits an anti and then the Suzu's not there because it had to be used on something else. Like they just force out all of your abilities so that you're just taxed to the brink, and eventually you break because you've got nothing left. You've been using everything just to stay alive for the last 5 seconds, but then the barrage continues for another 10 seconds. It's just crazy the amount of aggression that they're able to put on.
Yeah, but I will say, I think still, all things considered, a decent fight here from the side of Poker Face. A lot of skirmishing going their way, but the team fight's something that was a little bit more lacking from them. So if they can just, be able to capitalize on a lot of these kills that they're able to find, then perhaps we can see a bit more competition from them. But that's Control out of the way. They're about to have their map pick. We'll see where they want to go after a quick break. Alrighty, we're back. Crazy Raccoon able to go ahead and pick up the first map win there on Nepal, but Poker Face were able to push them, able to find a victory over on Village. As we see, Proud is going to be stepping in here for JWoo. If there's any other swaps that we have on the Poker Face camp, as well as what their map pick is going to be for map 2.
Yeah, there are going to be swaps because when you have 8 players on a team, why not? Just throw it around, see who is playing what, and Now, Jasmine will come in for Belos Ria. I believe there is still yet one more, so Poker Face taking full advantage of having a very deep roster. Everyone's going to get some playtime, and this is Poker Face's map pick, so you have to expect that they have a very certain map in mind, a composition in mind that they want to run, or maybe they just want to get people some playing time. I mean, if they come in and play, you know, all dive, it would not surprise me either, but Karu coming in as well for Simple.
Okay, so yeah, full swap across the board here. One per roll. Let's see how this fares though. As with Jasmine coming in, I'm curious if we should see a sub on the opposite side, but I believe we actually don't have any for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I'm interested to see what this means as far as the map pick and what Jasmine is going to be playing.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of conundrum for Poker Face, because Belos Ria has such a strange pool, I guess, if you will. Like you said, you know, probably an Orisa and the Ball are what they're known for. That's usually not the same player who's your Orisa and Ball player, so kind of curious there. Like, who plays the Sigma for this team would be my question, because it does, Overwatch feels like a game where no matter what, you've always needed a Sigma. It's weird that tanks have been Sigma specialists throughout the ages. You kind of always need a Winston just for particular maps, so it's going to be really curious. I think the more we see this Poker Face team, the more we'll learn, and we're going to go to Paraiso again.
All right, so Paraiso coming up once more. So it's not just our Ocean Bros that are feeling this map, I suppose. Maybe this is going to start popping up, you know, more and more as we go deeper into the tournament. Perhaps teams are starting to favor this, but we'll see what the game plan looks like, though. Crazy Raccoon, of course, going to be well versed on this map in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the Jasmine coming in is interesting. I just remember a lot of Jasmine Junker Queen, maybe early on, but could be misremembering. Jasmine does also have kind of a Sigma, Zarya, Diva in their pocket as well, so a little more well-rounded. The only thing I would say is it's, you know, okay, here's my 100% bold prediction. Won't be playing Ball. How's that? You would keep Belos Ria in if you're going to be playing Ball. Yeah, so I think with this Poker Face roster, the more we see, the more we'll learn about the particulars that they have, but they do have the advantage, especially in a map pick, mode pick system, of just being able to throw in different and practiced compositions and players in different scenarios. So yes, losing a map is bad, but they're a team that has all the tools that you would want to respond to it.
Oh, very much so. So, curious what they're going to have up their sleeve, though, to try to start things off with the right foot forward on the side of Poker Face, because obviously Jinpin staying in can pretty much play anything when it comes down to that, you know, to the main tanks. We were seeing Winston in the previous series on Paraiso, so is it going to be very much the same, or do we have some surprises?
Well, I think Proud is coming in. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a minute or two for teams to set up. I think Proud's coming in probably to play the Ashe. Proud is, you know, pure hit scan, very, very good at it. Cass, Ashe, Widow, those kind of things. So maybe, and again, this is something that we'll learn throughout as the season goes. Maybe Jwoo comes onto this team as their Tracer ace, because Proud's not the best Tracer in the world. Has it in their kit, as most hit scans and most flex do as well. Pretty much any damage player in high level is going to have a Tracer. It's just a matter of where it is as far as their hero rankings go. But I imagine Proud's in there to play probably the Ashe on this map, especially first point, very good Ashe map. And then I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with Karu, actually, and Karu's hero pool, so might just be getting everyone in too. You do want everyone to get familiar on stage and playing in front of a crowd if you can.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even if you just have, you know, some kind of pocket pick that you're excellent at, you don't want your first game on stage when you're coming in and you're like down, it's match point, and you're playing against a team and you have to win this one or else you're going to get eliminated. Like, moments like that are never good. We've had a couple of those happen in history and in various esports.
Yeah, it's always brutal too. I always think about it like, you know, well, now we're on a Widow map. Let's bring in our Widow player who's been on the bench for 4 maps straight, and now we're expecting you to go 1v1 versus Lip. Good luck, and we're gonna blame you if we lose. You know, it's always tough.
Yeah, hard to avoid the blame in that situation, but it's you can't do it logically to put it all on one player. Hopefully, should be getting this map started here because I think we're all chomping at the bit. It's already been a long day. We want to watch a little bit more Overwatch and then do whatever we gotta do. So I'm excited to see what this map pick looks like because I do think, there's not really a great way to go about trying to outdo Crazy Raccoon, to be frank.
No, you really can't.
Realistically, where do you try to go? Seems like it's got to be that seat. Something with the headset on that one seat. There's a little bit of an audio issue here for Jasmine, so we're once again just getting that squared away. But yeah, it's pretty tough to be like, okay, what are the weaknesses? How do we exploit them here versus Crazy Raccoon? Because they really just don't show any. So there's not really a great map that you can pick to try to take them down.
Well, it's not even the maps, too. We've seen them in tournaments where you can take away their best heroes and it doesn't matter,
Sure.
So, we've seen that, you can try to set up any sort of restrictions or anything that you want against Crazy Raccoon, and it is not really going to matter. It's a lot of it is because Lip is the best hit scan, probably in the world. I always talk about how much I like Heesang, and it's because no matter what, he can play whatever Lip isn't playing, like everything. He's very good at projectile, we know that. Hanzo, Genji, anything. Literally anything else. Then if Lip wants to play Mei, Heesang can pick up anything that Lip needed to be playing. Junbin and Max cover each other very, very well. Shu is probably the best flex support who's ever played the game. And Chorong, younger player, but has earned their stripes already. There's just nothing that this team can't play. Maybe you have questions about Chorong playing a double flex support. Maybe. I'm reaching here. We're filling time.
We are. But it looks like we're just about ready to go. I don't think we have to buy too much more. Don't see the admin there on stage. Some nice little Raccoon alongside Jinbin, but also I think it's like a Raccoon version of Wrecking Ball.
Okay.
So that's a pretty good.
I can see it. It's a nice pompadour on the Raccoon. You know what I realized though is that a lot of people don't know how to spell Raccoon. That's what I've realized in the last month or so.
Double C,
See,
double
reading,
O.
Yeah, reading comments and reading everything. Also, that a lot of people think it's Crazy Raccoons.
That's true. They do put the plural on it.
Yeah.
I think Raccoon's one of those words where you don't think about spelling it so much, so that when you're forced to do it, you're like, wait, am I gonna mess this up? Kind of like vacuum. I think for some people, broccoli.
Okay, yeah.
But I can't forget. I never forget how to spell broccoli because of Daddy Daycare, that Eddie Murphy movie.
It's strange how we learn things, right?
Sometimes your brain makes a connection. You're like, oh yeah, I will never forget it because of that weird. I liked it when I was a kid, but is it one that holds up? No, not at all.
So I've never seen that. Is it Eddie Murphy spelling out broccoli? So do you hear it spelled out in his voice?
I forget the name of the actor actually.
Okay. Well, that's rare for you as well.
He was in a lot of stuff back in the early 2000s. Steve Zahn.
Okay.
So I haven't really seen Steve Zahn in much since the early 2000s.
Okay.
Sue me, I guess he was in War for the Planet of the Apes somewhat recently.
I hope that Steve Zahn is somehow watching this right now and is now just really sad. Oh man.
Hey, Steve Zahn, do more movies. I thought you were. I enjoyed the ones that I watched you in when I was younger, and I'm sure that I would enjoy some of your new stuff as an adult. But looks like everything should be squared away. We can finally start, and we can stop talking about Steve Zahn and other things that the audience is too young to know about.
Yeah, so even when we're around our friends and we start going on movie tangents, they're not big fans of it. So I can't imagine that the audience is as well. But I love Steve Zahn, and it's not Zahn.
Zahn, sorry.
Yeah, isn't that thing you do? And yeah, I love this actor. Good comedy. Saving Silverman, come on. But you are right. He peaked in the 2000s. Actually, I just saw a movie with him that I'll WhatsApp you it. It's really good.
All right.
No, it's like it's a very new movie. It's like 2023.
Okay.
It's like, well, yeah, he's good in it. He's funny in it.
All right, well,
Anyway, here we go.
I'm not opposed. Dubstep button, though, it's been pressed. It's time to go ahead and get this game back on track and underway as we once again, for the second time today, head into Paraiso.
Saw a full hold on this earlier.
We did. The old men in the sea were able to get the victory. Not that we can call them that, really, but on the defense, looks like Jasmine coming through to play the Diva, as we will have Proud on that Ashe, as you called out.
Yeah, that was kind of to be expected. Their hit scan Ace. Jasmine Diva, definitely a pick that they have in their pocket. I don't think there's a lot of situations where running a Diva is bad. Diva's just that strong, I think, in an overall meta. You know, obviously, you know, if you're facing off against a Reinhardt on the ground, maybe not Diva, but even then, not terrible. Really good against the Winston. I would love to see Lijiang stay on that, but no, unfortunately. Lijiang's Hanzo is a nightmare, but it's just not really that strong of a hero right now.
That's something that you particularly are going to look to try to play into a Diva as well. Yeah, so for now, Lip bringing out with some shots here. Dynamite not going to be eaten, and Jasmine's already going to be taken out of the mech. Okay, yeah, Lip going to find it because they won. Proud dead to the beam. Baby Diva will go ahead and get finished off, and that's going to be the first take of the point coming through. Just about maybe a last-ditch effort for a touch, but as the cutoff comes through, Mixa is locked in place here on the coastal side. Will end up falling, and with that stagger, that will seal the fate of this opening point.
Well, it makes it look easy, and that's always unfortunate when, you know, it's your map pick, your new roster coming in to just get steamrolled like that for Poker Face. Gotta kind of readjust right now. I mean, there's really nothing special about it. They just, Lip is hitting all of his shots, the cleanup is there from Lijiang, and the dive has been strong from Crazy Raccoon. This is not complicated.
Pretty straightforward. Shu also keeping pace here, despite the fact that he hasn't had to do too much healing. Weaving in quite a bit of damage here. He's doing all right to try to keep, you know, try to get this pick here on the Lip. Just hasn't really been able to fully confirm the kill quite just yet. Jasmine going to be playing onto the low ground to try to keep this cart locked into position. We're not going to connect there, but ultimately we'll have to make his exit as Jinbin joins in here on the low ground.
It does force. Yeah, it forces Junbin down because he's the only one who's able to do damage to Diva there. Like, you can sit there all day with your Ashe and your Ana, and nothing's going to happen the way that Jasmine is playing it. So it does force Junbin down.
Okay, well, there's the chase in from Shu, just following alongside Jinbin. That's in that nano. Sleep will come through. Going to be woken up, hopping back around the corner. Will not be found even with the Yancy, even though he didn't have that primal ready to go. Jasmine now going to be taking out the mech once again. Stickies will go ahead and finish off the Baby Divas. The bomb's just going to be sent down the lane. Lip. Try to just get some damage here on that flank. Lijiang still continuing to do some incredible work. Proud going to be taken down by the bomb. And that will go ahead and be the push into B. We might be looking at a map record if they just continue to just steamroll.
Yeah, it was a really cool bob angle from Lip, just right down the hallway, so it's sitting in the back. There's almost no cover and no angle. And then it forces them out in the open, hammer and anvil, as Lijiang comes in and cleans everybody up with the Echo. Bob gets some half health, the beam just absolutely destroys. Poker Face is going to come online with ultimates now, so they're going to have to try to get something together. Wonder who the nano target ends up being. Maybe Nano Diva, maybe Nano Brig.
It could be the Echo here, but if Pixa does end up getting taken low, then it's possible that, but still bash through. Jasmine going to be forced to use that self-destruct as the mech immediately disappears. Going to be taken down by that one as Jinbin. Kind of limit this a little bit. Strong going to be left and finished off. Garo able to find a kill. Jinbin going to be taken down, and that's the first eliminations that we're seeing from this out of Poker Face. Doing the most all at once as Sticky Bombs will go ahead and finish off Lip as well. So solid rally back here for the side of Poker Face. Now we'll start to find a bit of a entrenchment, if that's a word. If I can invent it, if it's not.
It's a perfectly cromulent word.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just better rally value from that last bite, and it seemed like Crazy Raccoon just got a little bit ahead of themselves. Lip's got to be careful. Lip now over onto the May, which we've seen. Colosseo wins the 1v1 in the sky.
Gets that beam across. Lijiang dead. Nano here on the Proud. slightly going to go unutilized, but that does buy some time and some spaces. Raccoon just show some respect. They pull back.
Okay, Nano up for Crazy Raccoon. You have to think this goes to Junbin, and just kind of disrupt. But right now they're just getting free push, so no reason.
Well, they're inching it, back forward to where the cart had been, and Junbin on the dive forward. I mean, Nano not required, just will find an opening. Tags in, not going to be taken down. Nano goes across on the Lijiang and back. Now that Junbin does have the primal in play. Sleep will slow him up for a little bit, but Lip back over onto the main. Has a headshot there onto Karu. Lijiang gets some revenge. Choice one going to be taken down. As Duke comes in, just adding another Brigida here into the mix. Pop not able to do too much. The wall coming through to go ahead and block it off. That reroutes Jasmine around to the front. As it's just going to be a full focus fire. Break onto the mech. The Baby Diva not able to survive. Those are to use to try to go ahead and cut off these reinforcements coming through. Recall has to be popped, and there's a one of desperation, trying to do what he can to try to slow things up here, but ultimately that will be the finish coming through. 3 minutes and 2 seconds left on the clock. Still wildly impressive. Granted, Poker Face, they did put up a little bit of a defense there at the end.
Yeah, it's about the best way to say it. A little bit of a defense towards the end. Crazy Raccoon just did such a good job of adjusting towards the Diva and just focusing down Jasmine. There were so many times that, you're expecting Diva to have sustainability and live, and just completely destroyed. The jump on and getting, Winston cleaves in, even duplicating the Brig helps a lot too, just to be able to throw that damage in to make sure that the shielding can't really, or the Matrix can't really do anything. And then you add in Lip on this Mei too, especially on this last point where it is kind of corridor and corridor. To have to fight Crazy Raccoon is a tough challenge. To have to fight Crazy Raccoon exactly where they want you to fight is even worse. So Lip being able to just run that Mei has been a nice wrinkle to this this roster, this composition, and really just not much else to say there. I think Poker Face won a single fight on the second point, and that, to me, a lot of that was Crazy Raccoon getting a little too over-ambitious, and they got hit with an anti and cleaned up on a rally. Other than that, it was all Crazy Raccoon all the time.
Yep. I mean, look, Poker Face, they're putting in effort, and it is, it's showing at times, but it's a really difficult team to try to break through. Crazy Raccoon, like the Citizen Kane, unfortunately, they make every other movie, every other team, look like the new Borderlands film.
Hey, come on, it's got a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
7%, it's climbing.
Oh, it's climbing. We're getting up there.
No, but unlike that, unlike that movie, Poker Face is actually putting in effort, and they actually care. As well,
true, yeah.
Flip is going to be putting Proud down. Finds a headshot, and that's going to be the instant retreat here from the rest of the squad. Twisted One might have to think a little bit twice about this Pharah. Not only does he have Lip on this Ashe to try to deal with, of course, Heesung's going to be looking to command the skies. Proud's going to be going for the Widowmaker. Oh, the jump shot is fantastic.
That's the opening they need. Now you can focus down on maybe trying to deal with Junbin and with Jasmine, rather than having to deal with the hit scan on the other side of things. A really good stall, though, so far for Crazy Raccoon, but now Shu goes down, and that's the dive that things are opened up for with Jasmine.
Really big pick off to be found. Chorong's shield bash away. Himself at an arm's length, and for now the point is going to be surrendered here by the side of Crazy Raccoon for Suri Rao, but Lip bringing his sights over, easy to find picks up. Proud gets the better of him once again, though. That's the first sickness come through. Just ticking up here on this point. Going down to half. Junbin alive. Jasmine trying to keep this mech intact. He's not going to be jumped on, though, but Choice One loses his own life. Splash damage off the rocket, seemingly taking himself out there. Finds a high-value target, but needs now the rest of the team to try to capitalize on that. So the Chorong not going to find anything, and now it's going to be the support ultimates online. The rally rolling, and Nano here on the Junbin. Jasmine does manage to push forward, gets on top of Lip, finds that kill, but straight out here on the Ashe is going to be found, as now Junbin can basically go wherever he wants because he has that primal to back him up.
Hey, the peel has been immaculate from Crazy Raccoon, though Shu does go down just now. Hey, this fight should have been over a while ago, but it's been just scrapping it out.
Oh, and now Heesung has the dupe. Quite a bit of damage there on Karu. Can't quite confirm the kill. And there's going to be the break here on that duplicate, but Karu does get finished off. Junbin actually able to too far enough forward, finds that elimination. Barrage attempted. Junbin pops that primal, rather. Keeps himself alive. Continues to rotate back over to the point, and now they need to have a little bit more staying power because Lip is returning, and he's going to have that bomb.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon being able to stay in this has been just absolutely insane. Every time you think a hero is going to die, largely it's been Junmin, he just gets peel from several different sources and they all stay alive.
I mean, they've sacrificed Lip, from time to time just so they can focus on everybody else, and they've been doing a damn good job of it. This time though, Lip coming back once again, able to find the kill here on the Proud. Bob's online from both of these Ashes, Rally rolling from Fixa, but he's already down to half HP, but still, it looks like catching Chorong over pursuing, trying to find that elimination. Will still get taken down, Junbin once again at a sliver of HP, tugs back, breaks there on the mech, and Shu says, yeah, I'm close to an nano. Give me the heals.
It's what really differentiates top-level dive play, or dive tank play, especially Winston, especially Ball, is taking it right to the bleeding edge, taking it down to, you know, double-digit HP. That you see some people play tanks like Winston, like Ball, and they have good mechanics and they're doing the right thing, but they're leaving at 50% health, and Junbin will stay around until he has 10% health because it's just the trust that he has in his supports.
Nano available, about to be rather here on both sides is okay. Feed getting a little bit laggy. Not sure if it's happened the same for you here, Hex.
Yeah, it's the same. You're good.
Okay, getting a little bit choppy for us. Hopefully the audience, it's nothing but clean. I'm going to try to cast off of this one as much as possible. Nano goes across. Junbin going to go leaping forward. Taking some targets, though, as Nano comes out on the choice I want to try to save his life. But Proud going to be Goomba Stomp. Shu finished off the Bob. From Beyond the Grave is able to find an elimination as Chorong will also fall. As Barrage gets dropped in. And yeah, it's going out to the stream. Oh, what? Can't see anything there. Barrage gets Junbin. Lip going to be taken down. They're ticking up on the point. Second tick getting ready to come through. And Heesung is out in the middle of nowhere. Not sure quite exactly what's going to be happening here for him. But the cap comes in onto the point A. And that's going to be a 2.5 minute bump up. Whip shot down. Jasmine on the low ground. But Cart can now start moving forward. As Heesung goes for a duplicate. And it looks like we're going to cut away.
Well, if you follow that PowerPoint and read the kill feed like we did, it does seem like eventually PokerFeed was able to pull that one off. So yeah, we're going to get that tech fixed up real quick here.
Indeed.
Hopefully, you know, we've reported the issue. We're on top of it. But I did hear the fear in your voice, which is, of course, I was like, I hope it's happening to you too. Like, I hope it's not happening at all is your first, like, you know, like
Yeah.
I wish it wasn't happening at all, but if it's happening, I hope it's not just me, right? It's like, if the tech is broken, then fine, but I don't want my end to be broken. So yeah, a little bit of stutter there, but it did seem like Pokerface was eventually able to get that one going off the back of Choice A1's Farah, but really a hell of a defense coming up to that point. I talked about the PO being immaculate. There were so many times. There was one moment where on the POV too of Junbin going in, he leaves, and then he's about to get picked off. He's getting chased down by the D.Va, and then around the corner, here comes Brig with the bash to stop the D.Va, and then the Brig gets antied. But then the Brig falls back, and then Junbin's there again, and then they both get healed up by Ana. Like, it's just those little leapfrog plays that they're able to pull off on that defense, and knowing who has to get sacrificed, who has to get healed, the priorities of damage targets, healing targets has been insane, and this is what really differentiates the top level teams.
Okay, well, it looks like everything's been taken care of, but whatever the issue was, it clearly wasn't being experienced by the players, and ultimately that is going to be the most important thing. Yep, so quick little pause, a fix of the feed, and now we're right back into this one.
A minute left.
Oh, actually, never mind. It's, the players have been playing, we just fixed the feed. I thought we had paused the game. We did not. There's now, yeah, 35 seconds remaining, so clearly the defense has been going relatively well for inside of Crazy Raccoon, but right as I say that, it's a bit of a caster curse. Chorong and Shoot both get taken down. Lip gonna have to backpedal here as shots coming in from the flank, and he's not ready for it. Proud to find that pick, so an additional stagger kill gonna be found. The cart can now start moving forward.
Yeah, not much you can do there. Right now, Crazy Raccoon's going to have to just regroup. They're going to get spawns. They're going to be fine. He's going to have Duplicate. They're going to have Nano. They're going to have Primal. They've got all of the tools to be able to use this. On the other side of things, so does Pokerface. But Proud's going to have to find a good spot to be able to put in this Bob, to be able to negate some of the Crazy Raccoon aggression.
He's on a flank. Nearly catching them off guard. I thought perhaps that was just going to be a pick coming through. But now, Dupe coming across. Oh my god. He's only in the Dupe for a half a second, but it's enough to take them as I want.
Makes it count.
So very swift to just go ahead and climb for that little pop. Even that going to be broken now. Rally rolling from Fix It in desperation, but he's the only one standing and not for very long. Lip gets the cleanup, and that is going to be the map going the way of Crazy Raccoon. So 2-0 fashion. We didn't get to see about 2 minutes, minute 45 seconds-ish of the gameplay there, but ultimately, I think that the ending of this map is what happened in the gap that we missed.
you can fill in the blanks. I think it's good that we didn't see all of it. You know, people have to use their imagination, which is so lacking in today's culture. You know, where it's too much content, so you can fill in the blanks there. I mean, what more can you say about Lijiang? Like the quick little double shot from the Ashe to get a kill. You know, the tank play is immaculate. The peel for this team is immaculate, and I think Poker Face would beat a lot of teams. I think especially with the roster they have now and everything going for them, but I think they beat a lot of teams. It's just no one beats Crazy Raccoon. The fact that they've played it pretty well is good, but that offense from Crazy Raccoon was almost perfect, aside from a single fight where, again, I think it was almost their fault, not that the Poker Face's defense really came to life. So yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how you find a weakness for this team. We talked about it too. You lose control, you get to pick your fastball for the next one, your map, you know, your mode, everything that you want, everything's set up for success, and Crazy Raccoon just takes it away from them and actually made them look pretty bad on that map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, solid effort from the side of Poker Face. Clearly, that's there, but now need the reverse sweep if they want to be able to take down the top dogs. It seems unlikely, but at least getting that map one would still be nice. We'll see if they can pull it off when we come back to the break, so don't go anywhere. All right, we are back and going into another map pick here from the side of Poker Face. Final one they have at their disposal. They can utilize this and be able to pick up a victory. They'll be going against Crazy Raccoon on all their map picks. We do have some more substitutions coming through. Simple's going to be stepping back in, Fix it back out, as well as Max in and Jinbin out.
Yeah, both you and I were reading from the bottom up as our information came in from the production team, and we saw Max and Jinbin out, and we both, I think, came to the conclusion. I'm like, oh, it must be Circuit, and then as we scrolled up, it was Circuit Royale is going to end up being the map pick. Sorry, spoilers, everyone here. We did get a little bit of a heads up on what the maps are going to be. So, yeah, I mean, everyone knows what to expect on Circuit. It's been kind of the same meta on Circuit for quite a while, unless you're, one of the European teams that wants to run Sim May and just rush at them, which is happened before, but not so much the meta now. Maybe you see some venture play. There are a couple slots on these compositions that can have a little bit of a wild card aspect to it, but pretty much like what we know you're going to see is Sigma and Widow. Those are definitely going to be picks.
Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and get ready to take a look at this one, but we've gotten that fight. There's those signs of life here from the side of Poker Face. It just hasn't been cohesive enough to be able to get the victory. They show us a new level of performance though on Circuit Royale, or is it going to just kind of go as expected? Because we've seen Crazy Raccoon play on this map plenty of times. We have seen what Max is capable of when he steps in, picking up that Sigma. So
yeah, it's his best hero.
Onus is on Poker Face to go ahead and rewrite the script a bit.
And then, the easy part is you have to play against Lip's Widow, which, we all know. Terrible. So it's really just like, what is your other flex going to play? Does Heesang play an Echo? Does he play maybe even Tracer? Anything. In good old days, we'd see a Hanzo, but again, Hanzo is not really in the mix of viable plays right now. The other wrinkle that you'll see sometimes on this map is getting a Zenyatta in for your other support slot. Maybe that's why Simple is coming in. Could be a ton of different reasons, but as we know what this meta is, the only stunning thing would be if we didn't see Sigma. Even Widow can kind of, come in and out depending on if somebody wants to play an Ashe instead. Of course, if the other team's playing a Widow, you're at a little bit of a disadvantage, but the Ashe can be more consistent. You think of like maybe Merit sometimes would play the Ashe on this map, so we'll see. I can read that. Fan of Max.
Yep, big fan of Max here. And it's not completely understandable. The kid's he's pretty good at the game, as it turns out. So, final checks to come through here, just making sure that everyone's audio is going to be good for the subs that are stepping in. Gives Shu an opportunity to clean up his desk and zoom his mouse a little bit, make sure he's got the skates clean on those.
I think the level of hardware personalization and detail would astound most people who use computers, not for like gaming, but like,
oh yeah.
Just even like telling someone like, oh yeah, I bought new mouse skates. What are you talking about?
I mean, my wife recently started working from home a bit, and so we bought her a new laptop. It's like, well, this one's gonna last you, 5-6 years easy. You don't have to do too much crazy on it, but it's powerful enough that if you did do something, it'd be able to handle it. Mm-hmm. And she's like, oh yeah, I can bring a keyboard from work. Comes in with some monstrosity, looking like it was straight out of a Windows 95 era. I was amazed that it had a USB on the end of the cord. I was just like, okay, well, if that's what you're comfortable using, then that's what you're comfortable using. There's people who played, FPS and done relatively well, or other games with like trackball mice and stuff like that. So,
yeah, with trackball mice and membrane keyboards. Mm-hmm. Oh, the humanity of it all.
The good old days. Takes me back to being a kid and playing Diablo 2.
Or like the mouse like before laser mice. This is really, really old, but the actual ball in the mouse that you had to take out, and you had to clean the rollers because they'd get all dusty and they wouldn't track anymore. I remember I got like my first laser mouse, and I was like, this is the best it's ever gonna get.
And we were kind of right.
It hasn't changed that much.
Same technology, it's just gotten a little bit better.
little bit better. Yeah. But the hardware is one of those things too. The moment you upgrade from like a membrane keyboard to a mechanical keyboard, you can just never go back. You can never take steps back in hardware.
Yeah, I mean that's like, you know, you get your first 120 hertz plus monitor, and you've been playing on 60, and the entire time it's like seeing God. The first time, like, it's just like, well, I can just never do anything on that screen again, even if you only play like old school games. It's like, no, this is just. It does way better. Like, it's just way more
even just navigating websites. You're like, yeah, I'm not doing this in 60 hertz. I'd rather just be on my phone or something. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, even with like, you know, like older game libraries being brought up, like Switch has it, so you know you can play like a lot of like old titles and stuff like that on there. You know, like the SNES and N64 stuff, and it's like. Even for me, like I can understand somebody being like, no, I want to play on the original hardware, like it has that nostalgic feeling. But just being able to be like, no, the game runs so smooth. It's on like, you know, it's on a solid state drive basically now, and there's no loading times. Like that just sounds fantastic. So it's no going back for me.
Yeah, nostalgia's overrated.
Very much is. Looks like okay, I had a minor fix that had to come through on the poker face side. It should be good to go, so I think we're just waiting for the final thumbs up here from the teams, and then we can get circuit underway.
Yeah, going into it. Yeah, again, like I said, it's interesting to see what teams want to run in the flex spot, I guess the non-Widow spot, as it were. Saw Venture used to great effect earlier, and I think it makes a lot of sense, especially on an offense, to use Venture. Because it does force the team into an idea of like, you have to go protect your Widow or I'm going to go kill her. It's what Venture is really good at. So also can definitely see some Mei come in here. So its circuit is figured out and the meta is solid. It's not 100%.
No, it is not. Well, let's go ahead and get this underway. See if Crazy Raccoon are going to bring this evening to a conclusion, or Poker Face can take us over to yet another map. Will be Crazy Raccoon first on the attack here. So could be potentially similar scenes that we got there on Paraiso. We'll have to just wait and see.
Okay. So defensively, Pokerface is going to come out. This is what I thought Simple was coming in. Play the Zenyatta, the wrinkle that we see so often here. Choisewan, defensive Pharah. Another thing that we've seen on this map before. Definitely works. Got to be very careful how you play it. Got to stay out of the... Obviously, you know there's a Widow on the map. It's kind of crazy to think that, like, oh, I'm going to play a Pharah into a Widow, but if you play it correctly, you're totally fine. Offensively, I wonder if they stick on this. The double flex can work out really well, but Choron going to go to the Brig instead. Totally fine with that.
ATP forward, left, trying to find an unexpected timing there, but...
Go ahead, Larry. Yes! Hanzo! Sorry, fanboying. He sings Hanzo is great. It's also really good with the Widow because of the Sonic Arrow. It's free wall hacks.
I got scared of that for a moment because Jasmine nearly got picked off. Heals come through though, keeping them sustained for now. Proud, a lot of pressure here. Those young players' shoulders to try and deliver. Don't know so far. Not much can be done, it would seem. As okay, there it is. Deliver it. In fact, he has. Troll going to be sniped down. Proud finding opening kill. Gotta slow up this attack.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon just running pretty much headhunter composition. I mean, just everybody is running long range, can kill you stuff except for Max. Max's job is just to stay alive and put up a shield here and there.
Looking for the shot. Going for it once again. Waiting to see if Proud's going to peek out. Get knocked back though because of Western Choice A1 separating them, and it actually has a follow-up. He's not going to be taken down, and this is, I think, is one of the bigger concerns here for the side of Crazy Raccoon is how do you really deal with Choice A1 when he's just constantly hovering? And it looks like we'll just go ahead and have Hisang swap over, so we'll just be some Pharah v Pharah.
Yeah, it's to do this right here. It's to pressure bot from that position. You can't let him just sit there, and then on the way out, Lip is gonna collect.
Okay. Got two. How many more can he find? Grapple forward. Left into the side room here is the BAP. Shots coming in. Sees where the Zen is at. Immortality Field's going to be committed up and over here, though. Goes Car. He will just get taken down. Shoot to collect that. Jasmine dead. And that should ultimately be the cap coming through. So about 4.5 minutes in the time bank here is Crazy Raccoon. Get ready to make it to A.
Yeah, you just can't let the defensive Widow sit behind that statue and take the impetus on the sidelines constantly like that. So that's perfect switch from Lijiang. Gets the couple of rockets in there just to make sure that's crowd moves.
Boy.
Yeah.
And it's just so... I think the thing that's always the most impressive is just how unanimated Lip is and how lackadaisical it seems for him. That Matrix going to be committed to here from the side of Karu, but Shu able to go ahead and best him, takes him down, nullifying that for the most part. As well, Crazy Raccoon slowed up at the beginning, now looking very much more like themselves as they look to just try to flush out crowd, and Lijiang will be able to do just that. I mean, look how much space they take. They don't have B yet. Card's only halfway there.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I don't even know where Chorong is.
Hello. Trying to avoid having this Captain Sun be E and then as well so to get taken down. But Jasmine will have the absorption there all the same. So then the grasp, finding some value. Buck's now going to be committed to on both sides. Simple, however, does have that transcendence, but he's not on top of Jasmine. And all the while, Lip has just been bringing up the cart. They've just been fighting this 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, Lip is going to be able to take angles here and there, but, you know, who needs a Widow when you've got an Alari? Yeah, and so this is also great, too, because I said, you know, even when we were filling time and I was pausing the questions, like, what's a weakness? And I was like, maybe a double flex? Clearly not. Clearly not.
Nope, not at all. Not when you got Shu and Chorong here on the roster. Mirage now ready to go. Immortality Field just to go ahead and give Lijiang a little bit more staying power and allow him to retreat. Back over to safety. Headshot dink there from Proud, looking for the kill, but can't quite finish the job on the Chorong. In the meantime, getting ready to be brought around this final corner. Where is Lip at? Okay, see him right there. Through the wall. Gonna cut out as Secretion will just get this barrier, so no additional punish to be found, but Max is just, I mean, he's just busting on boarding. He's just walking at him here. Lijiang's just spamming rockets effectively at nothing. Because his job is, you know, I drive the cart. That's what I do right now. Gone in, Immortality Field coming through, saving Jasmine here for the moment. Gets cleared out, Lip fights Proud again as Shu gets the diff here on Karu. We're back to Nepal. It's just, you know, hero v hero. He's winning out those fights. Max takes down Jasmine. Lijiang finds Choi Se-wan. Everybody getting their counterpart. Lijiang cheated a little bit. He found one additional kill, but there's the finish on the map. 3:15 the time that needs to be close to match to the very least, but Pokerface have to just get themselves to the end of the map to begin with.
Yeah, I really wanted to see the Hanzo work. It's just not good enough right now, and especially when there's a Pharah in the sky. Hanzo's been buffed projectile speed over the years, and he's gotten better against Pharah, but that's never going to be a good enough matchup. And then as the moment that they switch to the Pharah, it puts people in positions where Lip can clean it up. And it puts people in positions where they have to dodge the splash, and then they're leaving, and then Lip just takes it. And they just rotate, and Lip is the one who's got the impetus, and then Lijiang's the one pushing the cards. And Chorong is hitting shots, and he's just on crazy flanks. And Max never dies. Max just never dies. And yeah, we didn't even say Shu's name. There's no reason to, because he just stayed alive, put down amplification matrices and emos exactly how you expect. It's just playbook perfect. They're just playing pretty much perfectly. And when they do die and they make mistakes, it's because they're just too aggressive, because they can be. I mean, it goes back to Paraiso. Like, it's not that Pokerface beat them in a fight. It's that Crazy Raccoon's got a little sloppy. They got a little careless, because they can.
And they certainly make up for it. But, you know, to give him some credit, I said Shu's name once. He shut down Karu as soon as that amp matrix.
True. Yes. True.
Lip is looking for the opening headshot. Barrier, go ahead and greet him. As he knows where Proud is at. Proud trying to poke and prod through a pretty narrow little sight line. Lip was doing some work. Now he's got defensive sight lines, and that's a scary prospect here.
We'll see if Simple can match this Alari play. They take a side angle up here. Be a little bit careful.
Oh, trying to poke and prod, but yeah, he actually does help set up the kill there. Proud able to capitalize, finding the headshot, finishing off Lijiang. already decently pacey here to get up towards this first corner. Second corner, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, that's a mistake from Lijiang. You can't go to the well that many times trying to focus on one player when there's a Widow on the map and you're stepping into sightlines. Like, it was an inevitability that was going to happen.
Shu under some fire, and Proud able to find Lijiang once again. Now Shu going to be taken down. And this is a very good start here for the side of Poker Face. It does find one lip to put the player down, but Trong now going to be taken out. Max at risk. Let's get the melee hit to finish off Jasmine, but he himself down to a sliver of HP. A simple looks for the finisher and will be able to get it. So Cap comes through. 5 minutes, 10 seconds here in the time. Vegas first, they want pushing forward, tries to get rid of Lip, but Lip says no. None of that. I win these. Gets the shot. Now it's 5 minutes to try to chew through for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Both offenses looking very, very strong here. Very difficult for these Faras to play passive enough to not get dinked by these just top-tier Widow players. And now, Crazy Raccoon just kind of has to hide a little bit. You gotta be ultra careful because you're not even able to match any of the sight.
Still a bit further to go on that front. Captive Sun available for Simple, and he's gonna go for it now, drawing it out, sends it into the corner. I don't think he actually got a contact on anybody, though.
Got blocked.
Yeah, I think it just ends up going right into the barrier, right into the wall. Either way, not the opener that they were looking for, and Trong is about to have his own. And Matrix will start to... And that's Kinetic Grasp gone. His Lip is able to find a headshot there on the Choice One, and oh, he's doing it again. He hasn't even popped the Infrasight.
No, huge advantage with that Infrasight whenever they do want to use it, but have had no need. Choice One coming up over the flank, over the top is, you know, I understand why you have to run power in these compositions. It's just got to be a thing that's tasked against these Widows.
Okay, Jasmine, he sends out the Flux. He's able to find one, but Simple gets traded out. Shu himself, though, will die. Proud's able to find that kill. Good fight back here from the side of Poker Face, and they still have a solid amount of time left in this time bank. We'll finish off the enemy far once again, but Trong's gone. Lip now, last one standing. He's not going to be able to contest this one, so I have to wait for the team to rejoin. Opportunity to close the gap even further here from the side of Poker Face.
Should be able to come out and contest this pretty easily. Thing is, where is your Far even going to be able to get out? Yeah, you see right there, you can cuss yourself out because you can't just walk through this.
Rosa finds Lijiang. Good early kill. Flux going to be committed to now. His Lip goes down low. Sliver of HP, I'm not sure exactly where he's at, but Barrage is still set and ready to go here from Choice One, just trying to pressure out Max as much as possible. Immortality Field comes down, it's finally going to be cleared out. Max will absorb some damage. Slip does find the shot there on the Proud. Barrage opened up from Lijiang, finds Jasmine. Choice One can only finish off the enemy Widow. Heart, however, had gotten there, so now it's 4 minutes 20 seconds. Poker Face is trying to make their way over to the end of the map, but Choice One will be good for one more, but Drew comes up with 2, so making them work for this, fighting tooth and nail. And pretty much ultimately Crazy Raccoon, even if the map completion comes in, they will still have a better time bank.
Yeah, they would like to be able to hold up front, but with the spawns coming in just as quickly as they were, it's going to be impossible. Crazy Raccoon's going to have to back off just a little bit here. And this is where things start getting spread out, and there's going to be fights all over. There's such weird angles being able to take from this Widow, and then you've got the Pharah putting on pressure up front. See where Simple is setting up. Because Chorong was going on crazy Alari flanks. I wonder if Simple's going to be playing a little closer to the vest.
Oh, nope. Isolated, but he can't find the follow-up damage to try to get this pop. Never mind, he does. The final shot will help take him down. That's 2 kills now found as a third will come through. Choice One taking some aggressive space. He's on the list to try to challenge. He staved off. He's got the low ground. He's at a disadvantage. He's trying to run away. He's trying to get out, and Car is there for the collection. Lip on the respawn, comes back out, finds one, but they need so much more than that as Car gets closer and closer to this finish. Off of it here for now, but now moving it forward once again as Max tries to push forward to take some space. Grasp has to come through. Amp Matrix will hold them back for the moment. Simple falls, but 3.85 meters. This has been a damn good push for Poker Face.
Yeah, very good. They do have to retreat, though. You're right, that Matrix was clutch. Even though no kills come from it, it does force back Poker Face. Have to reset just a little bit, but now they get the shoe pick. This has been frantic.
Yeah, this has been very back and forth. Proud is finding several impactful kills. Let's go. Closer to having that next ultimate online, and now has it. Instantly pops it as he takes out Choice One. Flux is used from Jasmine. Captive Sun goes forward onto that Immortality Field. Looks like widely okay. Proud will still fall, so Strong coming away with one. Simple gets Heesung, but cleanup is still looking good here for Crazy Raccoon. Depending on how entrenched they can be, how much time they can buy, this could end up being, you know, maybe a victory, but at least, at the very least, a monstrous hold for them.
Yeah, PokerFace is gonna have the displeasure of having to push into a possible flux. It doesn't matter, where can you get, is there any possibility to get value out of this window? It should open up at least one pathway or shut down a sight line that a team doesn't want to play in. That's the best possibility. Right now, PokerFace is actually playing together, which has been rare for the offenses on this map.
Seems like they might end up having to invest it, right here, right now, to try to go ahead and open things up on the high ground. So that will go ahead and force these players off the angle. Heesung nearly taken down, but he's able to stay alive. Amp Matrix now going to expire. Proud. Obsidian for sight. Push forward. Lip be the primary target there. Displace that Widow. Drop down. Barrage going to be invested. Rocket's going across. Heesung trying to snipe him out, but cannot make it happen. Cart once again being brought forward. 3 players, now 4 dead here on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and there's not much that Lip can do. Seems like this should be the final push in. Axe swaps over to the Diva, and Lip gets dealt with. Accretion across. Chorong going to be taken down. Heesung now in desperation, swapping over on to this Venture to try to get back in, to try to have a little bit more brawl potential, but Max is already going to be D-Mex, taken down the Baby Diva, cannot survive. The Venture now to just try to hold, try to play elusively. Goes down into the ground, the Burrow, not a great spot to try to pop out, and is instantly going to be dead. Simple, coming up with some big kills here at the end. Will allow them to get across the finish line, but the time disparity is pretty monstrous.
Just even really nice stall at the end too, buys them another 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and that stall also buys you the chance of, if we get a pick, we could probably pull this back because the spawn is so far in their favor. A really nice play for it. Was a nice barrage to kick things off and take down 3. That's one of the only ways you're going to win fights against Crazy Raccoon. You can't really trade 1 for 1 or even, 1 for 2 and expect it. You have to get those big chunk kills and take down 3 people because you know that everyone on Crazy Raccoon can equalize and bring that one back. But 338 over 1, and Crazy Raccoon really only got slowed down on the first point because of their composition, because they weren't running the FAR early on. Now that they're running the FAR and they're changing the scope of the battlefield, the sight lines, defensive sight lines, especially for the Widowmaker, I think things are going to be different. Just really interesting play from both teams. Karu setting up the window up top to allow his team to take that high ground and get in position. Yeah, they got no kills, but it bought them 50 meters, which was the difference in their last offensive push being successful.
Alrighty, well, now, once again on the defense here for Crazy Raccoon. PokerFace, a minute to play around with. Pretty pacey with the opening hit onto that A point. Can they do that once again? Obviously, there's no time being bump ups from here. It would all be in overtime. We'll dash back. Once again, Poison Trap just getting to catch her on the Jasmine. Ultimately, not too much information gained here. Up over the top, looking for some kind of shutdown. So far, the shots widely eluding him, but more so for Proud. Only 9%, basically just naturally building up that ultimate here. Same could be said for Heesung.
I mean, this is a tense situation where first pick wins it.
Up and over the top, but yeah, Flip, he's going to be able to find it. Twisted One going to be taken down. Proud trying to inch forward, trying to find that opener, but ultimately has to tuck back. Stay safe and wait for the respawns to come through. HP bar still dangerously low here. See, Brutality Field gets taken down. Twisted One going to be swapping over. The cart contested. No, it's not. They can't get the touch in time. Everybody just shoves it way too far back. And that's going to be the cleanup. Crazy Raccoon now very much poised to go ahead and close out the series.
That's one of the big downsides of only having a minute is you have to play perfect. And with Escort, you also have to push the cart. That's your limiting factor of how far you can push forward and how far you can fight. Now, Crazy Raccoon with 338, they can make trades, they can be aggressive, they can go wild with it, and still always have a chance to come back in. So they're able to take more risks on their offense, whereas PokerFace just absolutely could not. I mean, you couldn't even really justify diving in deep with Choice One and trying to get trades, or trying to take really aggressive jump shots with Proud because you had to be perfect. Hisang onto the Mei here on offense. Very nice because this cart is in a position where you can almost just wall off where they would want to defend and push it to the winning mark. I don't know if they'll stick on this though. Max on the Winston is a bit curious.
Yeah, it is. We'll see. They are making some change-ups though. He saw flashing Genji.
I mean,
Is this just for a brief
they're
moment?
on offense, so who knows?
What's wrong with Diana? Seems like they do have something up their sleeve. I think that this is just going to be a point A to try to, counteract the Sigma rather than any kind of long-term thing that you would see any other time on Circuit Royale. But they're going to be sticking with this for now.
Well, it's almost like Mei is there to counteract the Sigma, and Max is there to pressure out the backline. So it's kind of like, it's like running that half tank.
Yeah, pretty much any other circumstance you wouldn't be seeing this, but given the distance is incredibly short, they're opting to go for it. Of course, you still need Lip there on that Widowmaker to try to contend with Proud on the opposite side. Sewan raining down some rockets here from above. Jasmine playing up onto the corner. Has to be cautious though. That may slow into a headshot from Lip and just lead to instant death. Ball coming up, Max trying to lead the charge. They got pinned here into the corner. The Immortality Field going to be taken down. Jasmine somehow being sustained. And Choice I1 able to find a kill. Lip going to be dealt with. Pylon cleaned up. Chorong. And we'll go ahead and fall as Jasmine collecting a couple kills there on the back end. That's going to be a team kill. 4.27 meters left to go, but it's 2.5 minutes to deal with here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, and they're about to have a nano.
Well, it's a really good response from Poker Face, especially Choice I1, of not just sitting back and trying to get a pepper in this damage. Like, Crazy Raccoon was going forward, they threw up everything they could survivability-wise to keep Jasmine up, but then Choice I1 wasn't just going to wait for the inevitable, went in, started raining down rockets, was able to swing that fight their way. We are in Nano territory now, too. Nanoing Max could cause a lot of trouble.
Certainly could, but the Flux is also available with that Captive Sun. That's a big combo, and without that BAP, things could messy pretty quickly. Captive Sun goes out, but Lip this time gets the better choice he won. Able to snipe him out. Max now, Primal going to be in play, pops that one. Simple ends up getting cleaved down. The Flux will be able to find Hisang, but the rest of the team is just dying here around Karo, around Jasmine. He's shoved away from the Amp Matrix, unable to utilize it further. Kills come in, and it was just a matter of time, it felt like, as Crazy Raccoon with 1:36 remaining will get the push here in overtime rounds, and they will take the victory 3-0.
Yeah, the time bank difference ends up being so huge there, because you can also play for not just your one fight, but you can play for ultimates at 3:30. You know exactly kind of what you're building towards, what your set play is going to be when you want to push in. If your first fight doesn't work, fine, just don't get completely one-sided stomped. That way you can come in with your nanos, you can come in with Primal, and Primal was always going to be great there too. It's one of the reasons you run a Winston when you're that close to the card is, well, we'll just push everyone away. What are they going to do, fight here? If they fight here, we'll shoot them. So it's just a really good composition, and the one thing always leads to another for Crazy Raccoon. Look very, very strong. But the new Poker Face roster, I mean, I think about this Poker Face team watching them like 18 months ago, and they were just a completely lower tier than everything else, and the retooling of the roster looks promising. So I would expect them to be giving teams that are ranked, 2, 3, 4 a lot more trouble than, Team 1, because that's Crazy Raccoon, and player of the match is Shu.
Yep, Shu having some fantastic moments throughout this one. Started things off on a pretty big high note when it came down to that Ana play. Even got to see him swapping roles with Chorong there for that overtime push. Just saying, yeah, you play Ana, I'll play the Alari. It doesn't really matter too much. So Shu, always impactful, always one of the most consistent supports that we have globally when it comes down to being able to just pick up these player of the match awards.
You can't go wrong with a team like this for the most part. It's just, who played a little bit better, who was the best, most impactful player. And, it's always going to hurt the tanks for Crazy Raccoon because they have 2 of them. So you're like, well, you only played 2 of the 3 maps. They both played excellent, of course, but that just happens for this squad. But Shu was great. Chorong's great. You could always give it to Lip. Hisang, I thought, played pretty well. Not perfect in a lot of instances, but did exactly what his role is on the team, is to play everything Lip isn't. You could always give it to Lip. It's every match you could give it to Lip, but I think Shu is also one of those players you could always give it to. Always has he does the little things that, tip fights in your favor. This early pick kind of set the tone.
Got that in mid. Bionades also just constantly landing at the feet of his opponents, like that right there. It's his eyes. So yeah, Shu is incredible. Sleep start. Nope, no access.
Yeah, and it was Nepal too, where I was mentioning. It just seems like everyone's purple all the time. I don't know how he always gets it in there, and it doesn't even matter when he's playing against a diva, who in theory should really shut down the Ana. Still finds a way to get value out of it. Then he can, play the Baptiste. He can play the Alari, anything.
That he can. Man is absolutely cracked, and we're about to go ahead and hear from him in our player of the match interview. So we'll go ahead and pass it back over to Quest and to the stage to hear from Shu.
Thank you very much, Achilles. We are back with the final POTM interview of the night with the 3-0 victory by Crazy Raccoon. We have the POTM Shu on stage. Please introduce yourself. And I am the sub support for Crazy Raccoon Shu. Just as your team's title suggests of being the undisputed #1, it was a clean victory. So how do you feel about the victory? I was 100% sure that we would win 3-0. But it was easier than I thought, but not because they were bad, but because we were just that much better. So I was actually really surprised. Of course, in the video interview, you praised your head coach a lot. So how did he react? And the head coach Moon didn't say anything. Of course, we went overtime for map 3. It was a nail biter for the fans because they're going to miss the last train back home. So what can we expect from Crazy Raccoon for Stage 2 when it comes to improvement? And Shu says, I think Hisang, as long as Hisang improves, I think we'll improve. Just Hisang. Of course, he's just playing around. He's just teasing him. Of course. His sleep darts tonight were not called sleep darts, but Shu-leap darts. I'm just taking. So, what power level do you think you played at today?
오늘 전에 스크림 할 때 갑자기 세바우스를 써봤는데 괜찮아가지고 지금 그걸 쓰고 있는데 잘 안 맞더라고요.
He's using a new mouse that he started playing with during scrims, but it didn't really. He's still getting used to it. So out of 10, he gives himself a 5. Yeah, it felt like he was playing with weights on his hands because he wasn't used to the new mouse. And of course, as the time goes on, he says that you can expect better plays from me on Ana. And lastly, please say a few words to the fans that are eagerly waiting your team's victories. We won't get complacent because we won a few championships, and we'll continue to work hard to chase the championships that lie ahead. Thank you very much. He also says his team is going to go undefeated. So that was the interview with Shu. Congratulations again on the POTM, and to close us off for the night, I'm going to send it back to Achilles and Hex.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Quest, for the translation there on the interview. Always good time to hear from Shu, and maybe we'll get more and more used to that new mouse. But yeah, what a day it has been. Back-to-back Game 5s in our first 2 series, with Zeta Division besting Fnatic, DAEJEON besting OWCS, then Poker Face. Some solid moments throughout here. This is one of those series where, especially the last 2 maps, the score doesn't really paint the whole picture. They were able to push Crazy Raccoon certainly more than I had anticipated, but the 3-0 in the end is expected.
I think the most important thing just going forward in OWCS Korea is that it does seem like things are tightening up a little bit. And that was one of the big questions I had coming into the evening. Is Fnatic going to turn it around? Obviously they lost, but they looked much better, and some of the mistakes were cleaned up, and they just look better than they had coming into this. We know what ZETA division is, so very good showing from them. Poker Face, almost brand new squad, 8-person squad, has a lot of players now. They look to be more competitive, even though they were pretty competitive in Stage 1, but it looks like that gap might be closing. And then we'll get some more answers tomorrow. I mean, Old Ocean versus Vec. Vec is improved as well. Old Ocean, we'll see like if they can pull it off. A lot of talent on that team. So I think as close as things even were in Stage 1, and they were pretty close, it did feel like a 2-team race. And now I think things are a little bit more open. I think it's like one team at the very top, but I mean, this was not an easy 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. And, Poker Face is probably middle of the pack team. So how is Crazy Raccoon going to play against a team like, Fnatic tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a big question. And Fnatic obviously started the tournament. It's going to be a bit of a tough schedule here for them, but they did put on a pretty strong showing. A lot more cohesive there. Hinjoktan, I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform as well against Falcons. But yeah, I think we said before it's going to take some time. As I see the sun peeking in through your curtains there, Hex. It's going to take some time before we really get the full power levels here of all of these squads. It's okay. It was up over on my side of the world. It's since gone down, and now it's rising for you. So, but yeah, we'll see how everything shakes out. There's still plenty of time for these teams to grow. Plenty of room for the teams that have been at the top to stumble and fall down as well. For Crazy Raccoon, doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon, but ZETA looking fallible. If Poker Face continues to improve, that is a team that absolutely, it could get caught off guard by them. So I think it's going to be a nice long stage to really help determine which of our teams are going to be the best in the world, to represent us over at DreamHack.
Yeah, and congrats to Vec. Map wins, match win,
series.
Get on the board. Good confidence for that new squad. So much good Overwatch to look forward to. And obviously, this is the best region in the world, the best teams in the world, and see everyone fight as close as they are has been already a treat. And it's just day 1 of Stage 2, so it's only going to go up from here. I'd watch Crazy Raccoon play every single day if possible, because I just find that very compelling. But we were treated to a lot of great teams, a lot of great stories. So it's a very fun first evening. Yeah. Long, but very fun.
I mean, who would have said like, oh yeah, I can see back in the top 4 on the scoreboard at the end of the top 3 rather at the end there.
Right.
So we'll see how long they're going to be able to hover around the top. But yeah, it's been a day. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Apologies for all the issues that we had. Hopefully things will be cleaned up as we move forward here in the tournament. But day 1 stuff, that's going to do it from us. Thank you, Hex, for being here alongside me, and we'll see you guys next time.